Conundrum Audio presents The Epsilon Event by Nick Thacker, produced by Nick Thacker and Conundrum Publishing. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. For more awesome thrillers and amazing audiobooks, visit www.conundrumpublishing.com.
Chapter 1. Vitali. Angarsk, Irkutsk Oblast, Siberia, Russia. Vitali looked down through the microscope's eyepiece lens. He squinted, looking through each tube one eye at a time. He let his pupils focus and tried again. He sighed, expecting the worst. This sample, he couldn't even remember the number, perhaps 300 or 400 something, was going to be just like all the others. Defunct, useless, dead. Still, he watched it for a full minute. Not much time in the whole scheme of things. Plenty of discovery could happen after the 1-minute mark, but it felt like a miserably long era after having to repeat the same process hundreds of times. The lab, literally in an underground bunker, was small. Only 3 other researchers aside from him, and 8 army guards on patrol outside. They had been told that the group was kept small in order to keep things manageable, to keep the admin and bureaucracy levels relatively low. But Vitali knew the truth. He had no top-secret clearance, so the entirety of the lab and the work performed inside was kept secret. No outside access whatsoever. Save for the hour of sunshine every day each of the scientists was permitted. Even then, while it was considered free time, 2 guards would walk with them, ensuring they were kept safe. Or kept from running away. Though there were only 4 researchers and scientists working at any given time inside the research station, there were no fewer than 8 guards outside. In order for anyone to leave the premises to visit family or take a leave of absence, he would have to file a request, which even then would disappear into the deep trenches of Russian bureaucracy. And Vitali knew that if he even attempted a vacation or a leave of absence, he would just be questioned and grilled relentlessly until he decided it was not worth it in the first place. He suspected that they would just deny these claims anyway, citing bureaucratic holdups and threats of national security breaches. He pulled back from the microscope, taking a break for a moment. He was on the clock, so he couldn't actually go for a cigarette or grab a bite to eat. He would sit here, looking like he was working, ensuring that the cameras constantly watching, constantly recording his every move, would be satisfied. He had started at the lab a little less than a year ago, as the money had been too much of a benefit to turn down. He had been impressed with his colleagues thus far, and suspected that they, too, had been plucked from universities around the world, enticed by the massive paycheck they would receive upon completion of their mission. But he also knew after conversing with them a bit that each of them were Russian patriots, through and through. They work for the motherland, for the good of the people. The money was great, and they were all brilliant in their own right, but they were all here to do a job, to further the cause of Russia. What that cause was, however, he had no idea. His job was simple: stay in the lab, look to the microscope, watch the specimens. Sure, it was more complicated than that. He was a scientist, and he had to perform actual science. Between him and the other few members of the team, they made great progress in figuring out what did not work. Specifically, they had figured out a few hundred ways the specimens on the slides beneath their microscopes would not come to life. And yet, as he well knew, all it took was one spark. One lucky break. This lucky break had not yet come to pass. If it frustrated his benefactors, they did not show it. They showered the team with food and drink, chipping and whatever they desired. A simple request sheet filled out at the beginning of the week would end with exactly that request delivered at the end of the week. If it weren't for the confusing and vague nature of the work itself, Vitali would have been in heaven. But the others were even less enthused. They had grown weary of seeing no sunlight for the past few months. As their base of operations seemed so far away from anything else in Siberia, they may as well have been on the North Pole. They had grown weary of even the food. Although they could order whatever foodstuffs they wanted and have it there within a few days, they all missed the ability to simply call pre-cooked food in at any point throughout the day and have it delivered directly to their doorstep. And they had certainly grown weary of the camaraderie. No matter what personalities might have existed in the bunker, Vitaly knew that humans were not meant to be cooped up inside for this long. Already, 2 of his partners, a man, Marcus, and a woman, Anya, whom he had thought might have had some attraction between them, were now bickering and arguing constantly. The other man they had worked with for only 3 months, Grigor, was quiet, reserved. But even Vitaly had grown annoyed at this characteristic. Why was he reserved? What was he hiding? Did he not like the rest of them? Did he want to be somewhere else? Did he think they were inferior scientists? All of these thoughts plagued Vitaly's mind at night when they finally finished that day's work. It infected his otherwise optimistic state. It soured him to his compatriots. He rubbed his temples, moving his glasses up and down as he did so. He needed to get back to work, for fear that the cameras would incite the vitriol of their boss, a man they only knew as the single letter V. If work slowed, V would send a hostile email, asking about their actions in the bunker, what the holdup was, and what they were doing at the time the cameras had pinned them as being lethargic. He pulled forward in the chair and looked through the microscope once again. He thought he saw a flicker of motion, but realized it was just more of the same. His eyes were tired, weary. He had seen nothing, of course. This sample was just like all the others. It was no closer to a true prototype than any of the other few hundred samples they had churned through. And then he saw it again. This time, he forced himself to blink a few times, clearing out any proteins that might have settled on his eyes or eyelids. Convinced they were clear, he focused again on the spot where he had seen movement. There was a flicker. Maybe just an effect of the light? No, that didn't make sense either. The light was all the same here, provided by the microscope itself, which brightened the space beneath him by an order of magnitude, on all sides and in all dimensions. He frowned. Were his eyes playing tricks with him then? What could be the meaning of what he had just seen? He shook his head now, convinced he was just tired. He had been staring down the scope for months on end, examining what his co-workers continuously tried to cook up in the room next door. It moved again. This time he was convinced he had seen it. Without moving his eyes, without blinking, he reached for the mechanical pencil and pad of paper near his right hand and hoisted it, prepared to jot down notes. Without removing his face from the microscope, he marked the power and focus settings from memory, as well as the sample number. The object on the slide was absolutely moving. He was sure of it now. This time it darted around, making an almost full circle before coming to a stop again. Is this it? He wondered. Am I seeing new life? If so, this was a breakthrough. This would once again push their research forward, put them back on track toward the completion of their mission. They had not been given a schedule. What they were doing here had been considered impossible by the scientific community. Nevertheless, Vitaly knew that the Russian government, or whoever it was behind this, would not take no for an answer. The reason they were working toward this goal in the first place was for some endgame. They needed this. They needed him to succeed. This was not just a science project, a pet project cooked up by another scientist because it would be fun to explore. Whoever was paying them all needed this to work, and they needed Vitaly to succeed. Had he just done just that? Chapter 2. Ben. Rainbow Valley, Anchorage, Alaska. Harvey. Ben Bennett smacked the bag with the backside of his knuckles. The tape on his hand had long since worn away, and blood began to crack from his fingers. Smack! He focused on the pain, used it, focused on the searing insult to injury that was the resistance of the punching bag. It had been hung by his friend, Reggie, right off of what would one day be the new back porch of his cabin. Smack! The insurance company had already begun reconstruction of Ben's cabin, though he had turned the details over to Reggie's fiancée, Sarah Lindgren. She was much more detail-oriented than he, and, most importantly, she actually seemed to care. He knew he needed a place to live, but he could not care less about the details. She, on the other hand, cared about what the final product looked like. He knew they were going to work to build a near-exact replica of the Bennett cabin and CSO headquarters, though he wasn't sure what changes she might make. The layout would be the same, but most of the features and details would probably be lost to time. Smack. He focused on hitting the same place each time, a far easier task now that there was a spreading stain of drying blood at the center of the bag. If Reggie were here, he would tell Ben to stop, to back off and calm down, that no workout could be successful if he lost his form. But he wasn't working for form. He wasn't building physique, burning fat, building muscle. He was working on his mental game. More specifically, he was trying to block out everything else in his life and only focus on the pain. Smack! He hit the bag harder than he'd hit before, feeling a tinge of pain as a muscle in his shoulder spasmed. He ignored it and pushed through. He forced his mind to think of his daughter, Hope, barely a week old and being cared for by his in-laws, but that just made him think of Julie. Juliet Richardson, recently becoming Juliet Bennett, had died shortly after giving birth to their only child, a girl named Hope. Ben had held both girls in his arms, one new life traded for another. It was unfair, and it was cruel. Is this what the universe intended for me? Smack! He heard a car approaching, likely Reggie on his way back from running errands. In his state of depression, Ben had refused to care for himself more than making large pots of chili that he would eat off of night and day whenever the hunger pangs became too great for him to ignore. He would drink water, eat chili, drink water, eat chili. It wasn't much of an existence, but who cared? What was existence anyway? He ignored the sound of the approaching Jeep and smacked the bag 2 more times. Reggie had wanted the new build to have a state-of-the-art outdoor gym, but he was still working to convince Sarah of its merit, so he had hung the punching bag from a tree limb himself in what would become the backyard behind the cabin, hoping to claim a small slice of territory. Ben had purchased the land from its previous owner, who had built a small one-room cabin on it many years ago. After forming the civilian special operations with Reggie and Julie and a few other people, their benefactor, also now long gone, had funded the construction and addition of the CSO headquarters, attached to the back of the original cabin. Ben and Julie had lived in the cabin portion, while the headquarters included a cutting-edge communications room, conference facility, recreation room, and enough beds for the rest of the team. Back when the team was actually a team, Ben thought. He took a short break, grabbing the water bottle he had set on the forest floor next to the bag. For a moment, he wished he were nothing more than a portion of the forest. An animal or plant didn't have to worry about human issues. It was just survival, all day, every day. Originally a park ranger at Yellowstone, and prior to that Rocky Mountain National Park, Ben was no stranger to the outdoors, part of the reason he had fallen in love with this slice of land in Alaska. A short drive from Anchorage, the land was right up against the doorstep of Chugach National Forest, giving him expansive views, plenty of space, and very few accidental human visitors. The wildlife and scenery here were incredible, and there were many evenings he and Julie would simply sit on the porch and watch as creation passed them by. But no longer would they share in those moments together. Now, Ben felt like one of the animals near the bottom of the totem pole. It was all survival, all near death, day in and day out. There was no winning, there was only surviving, and living to fight another day. Eventually, that day would end, and he would lose. His time would run out, and for what? To become a meal for a bigger creature? To simply move to another plane of existence in this universe? He was no philosopher, though spending thousands of hours and days in nature tended to bring out the philosopher in even the most obtuse mind. Ben panted as he drank, the sweat dripping down his brow. He heard the Jeep pull closer to the cabin's layout, only a foundation at this point. It was nearly fall, which meant the Alaskan country was changing into its winter form, and quickly. For the last few weeks, Ben had been sleeping in an A-frame tent he had erected directly on top of the site of what would be his future bed. He slept on a cot in a sleeping bag, a comforter thrown on top, a single pillow to rest his head on. What more could he need? He should cancel the rebuild and just take the insurance money. But then what? What was he supposed to do with all that money? What could he do? What would more money mean? It certainly wouldn't bring Julie back. Thanks to their benefactor's willingness to spend whatever it took to get the CSO off the ground, Hope's future was all but taken care of, at least financially. Ben had enough in the bank to last him 2 lifetimes, though he wasn't sure he would even know how to access the money if he had to. He almost laughed as he realized the ridiculousness of that statement. Julie had always handled those sorts of things, as she had been the computer whiz. She would joke with him, chiding him that accessing a bank account online and moving money around was not exactly computer hacking, but Ben brushed it off. Why should he need to learn something new if she was already so good at it? Now, he wished he would have paid attention a bit more. Unsatisfied with his slowing heart rate, he dropped the bottle on the ground once more and began smacking the bag again. Smack! He hit the bag harder than he had even during his previous round and felt another wound opening on his knuckles. Drops of blood hit him in the face, but he didn't wipe them away. Smack! He heard someone coming through the cabin area, crunching over pine cones and leaves. Reggie! The man shouted at Ben, his best friend in the world and one of the few men he trusted with his life. But Ben completely ignored him. Reggie shouted louder, and finally Ben stopped. "What the hell are you doing?" Reggie shouted. Ben shrugged, seething, the sweat and blood mixing and dripping down his already tear-streaked face. "Come on, brother," Reggie said. "Get in the Jeep. We're going back to my hotel." Ben stared at his friend. "You just got here." "I came here for you," Reggie replied. He stopped, looking his friend up and down, then shaking his head slowly. "You're a mess." "Yeah, I could probably use a shower." Reggie shook his head and sighed. "I wasn't talking about that. I mean, you're a mess. Come on, let's get a bite to eat and a quick cleanup at my place. Jules's parents and Hope will be meeting us for dinner." Ben nodded. He missed his girl. He certainly wanted to see her, that he couldn't deny. But it was the reminder, the representation of what he had lost, that he was not sure he wanted to see again. He grabbed the water bottle off the ground and followed Reggie back to the Jeep. He would do it, if only for Hope. Everything was for Hope now. Chapter 3. Vitaly. Vitaly pressed record. The others were in here. Marcus, Anya, Grigor. They all hovered over his shoulder as he began the presentation. He swallowed, feeling a bit of anxiety at the tips of his fingers and toes. He was not worried about his co-workers. He had lived and worked by their side for almost a year, outside the city of Angarsk. It was the man who would be watching on the camera feed, the man they were recording this video for, that worried him. He knew that V would have ties to the highest reaches of the government if he was not actually part of it itself. He was well connected enough to get this bunker built and set up so far away from civilization and staffed by army guards. No matter who he was, and V did a good job keeping his persona a secret, Vitaly knew he was a powerful man in Russia. The state itself was a terrifying employer, according to Vitaly. They were not afraid of punishing those who failed to deliver for the motherland. He had heard horror stories and had heard rumors that whoever was in power regularly silenced political enemies and disappeared Russian citizens as if they were old clothes that needed to be discarded. He had no illusions that to fail here might earn him the same fate. "Let us begin," Vitaly said. "On the screen, you will see specimen number 423. 423 is very similar in almost every aspect to the previous 100 iterations of the specimen, with one minor exception. My team has constructed what we are calling an artificial mitochondria, essentially a way to power a cell using external power it pulls from its surroundings. We are calling the currently unknown variable for permittivity Epsilon, but we predict that we can identify the permittivity bounds within a week, depending on temperature and medium." Knowing that this was over-explaining for his peers, but wanting to make sure he was thorough and precise for anyone watching along on the other end, he gave a few details about the mitochondrial structure and what it meant, as well as what it entailed to build it in the first place. He continued, "This first iteration of our life form seemed to wake up at approximately 0950 this morning, but lived no longer than 7 minutes. Still, this is a groundbreaking discovery, I should say invention, that I believe will usher in the future of what we are trying to accomplish here. I believe a true prototype will be completed in less than a week." One of his partners cut in, pointing to something on the screen. Vitaly nodded, and Marcus took over. "Our next iterations will include these artificial mitochondria as a baseline for improvement. If we can improve the chemical compound's ability to extract energy from its surroundings, we believe we can keep the organism alive long enough for cellular mitosis. Of course, the ultimate goal will be a working prototype as soon as possible." Vitaly nodded at the man and took over the presentation once more. "As you can see, my team is quite excited about this breakthrough. We have much work to do. Our excitement and optimism is of course tempered with the realization that what we are building will further the cause of Russia." He hoped his platitudes and praise would not fall on deaf ears, that even though he was being a bit ostentatious, their boss would appreciate the effort. "The next phase of this journey will be to insert this cell into the mold itself. While the mold is clearly capable of asexual reproduction, we are not sure yet whether our cell loaded with artificial mitochondria operates the same way. If it does not, tweaks will still need to be made either to the cell or the mold itself in order to allow proper zygote reproduction through gamete fusing. However, none of these should be seen as setbacks, but instead great leaps forward in chemical biology." The woman, the same one who had been bickering and fighting with Marcus for the last month, cleared her throat. "We believe a working prototype can be accomplished within a week, as my comrade Vitaly has explained. There will need to be trials after this, of course, but depending on the nature of the trials and the expediency at which we must roll out this new product, we are quite sure things can be expedited." Vitaly almost smiled. It was perhaps the most eloquent way he had ever heard someone say, "Corners can be cut if the government needs this sooner." He knew saying this outright would only upset those listening in. It was an insult to tell the truth in politics. But Vitaly knew it was often the case with military technology that the cheapest bidder, as well as the one fastest to market, won the bid. Still, this was no bid. Vitaly's team was the only team of its kind, to his knowledge, working toward a prototype. It was quite the achievement already that they had been able to do even this. It represented a great leap forward in cellular microbiology, as well as any number of related sciences and fields. But the end goal was in sight, and now they could almost taste success. They were close. They could all feel it. Whatever this prototype would be used for did not matter. They were building something new, and they were scientists. They had accomplished something no one else in any of their fields had even come close to, and they weren't even done yet. The excitement was palpable, and it almost worked to make Vitaly forget that they were playing with fire. Sure, he knew that failure was not an option. The government did not take kindly to mistakes, errors in judgment, or simply failing to deliver on the objective. He knew great consequences awaited them all if they were not able to provide a working prototype soon. But they would deliver. They would accomplish their goal, for the advancement of science and a fat paycheck. They were close, and they would succeed. Chapter 4. Ben. Dinner was terrible. Ben sat next to Reggie, across from Julie's parents. Hope had been swaddled and lay cradled in Julie's mother's arms for most of the evening, save for 10 minutes between naps when Ben held her and fed her a bottle. He loved his daughter with all his heart, but his heart had also shrunk in the past week. He was still reeling from the loss of his wife, from the loss of Hope's mother. And yet, to Ben, Julie's parents seemed happy. It was strange, their plastered-on smiles seemingly making fun of him from across the table, as if they were about to invite him to join a cult. They stared at him strangely, too, barely acknowledging Reggie as the dinner went on. "Aren't you going to eat, Ben?" Julie's father asked. He had been pushing potatoes around on his plate for the past few minutes, completely ignoring the massive steak next to them. Reggie, to his right, had already finished a steak, some shrimp, and was now eyeing Ben's food ominously. Ben shrugged, then shook his head. He looked up at each of the people in attendance, wiping a tear from his eye. How can you all be so nonchalant? He knew the words sounded harsh, but these were Julie's parents. How in the hell could they be so fine? After all that had happened, they had only just returned from running for their lives, from the faction, a secretive society that counted historical figures like Napoleon, other world leaders, and oligarch members among its ranks. And since Ben's group, the CSO, had severely interrupted their plans toward world domination, the faction had been seeking revenge. Reggie's girlfriend, Sarah, had been in Egypt, while Reggie and Sarah's father, Dr. Graham Lindgren, as well as the newest member of their group, Freddie, had been trying to get Ben out of a prison on an island off the coast of Turkey. The whole escapade had been a whirlwind of activity, and they had barely escaped with their lives. Ben had not seen his wife in over 9 months, and he had come home to fanfare and surprise as he realized what had been going on at home since he had been kidnapped. Julie was pregnant, which was why she had not come along with her friends. He had met her at the hospital just in time. He had stood by her side as she gave birth to their daughter, Hope. And then he had sat next to the bed, holding their daughter, while his wife died. Julie's parents glanced at each other across the table, their smiles wavering for a moment. Reggie cleared his throat. Ben looked over at his friend, waiting for him to speak. No one did. Hope fussed in Julie's mom's arms, and Ben stood up and walked over to take her. She was swaddled in the same pink blanket the hospital had given her, tightly wrapped in the cloth with only her tiny head poking through. Her eyes were closed, but she seemed to calm herself down a bit when Ben pulled her in close. He sat back down as Julie's father finally broke the tension. It's hard," he said, forcing the words out in a stilted way. His eyes darted all over the room, landing everywhere in the restaurant except for Ben. It's just that we have a particular outlook," her mother finished. Ben frowned. "A particular outlook? We're planning a damn funeral for her. Tomorrow we're talking about where to spread her ashes. How can you both be so—" He cut himself off before he said something he knew he would regret. In spite of their weird behavior, these were good people, kind people. Julie had loved her parents more than anything, somehow finding it in her heart to add Ben to the equation. He hadn't deserved that, but he loved her all the more for it. And over time, he had begun to love her parents as well. He knew they didn't mean any harm, and yet their attitude tonight was all wrong. They seemed flippant, carefree even. Her father sighed. He pulled his hands up to his temples and massaged them while watching Hope squirm in Ben's arms. It's just that, with Hope here, we've tried to make it as joyful as possible, you know. Considering. Reggie finally reached over and pulled some of Ben's potatoes onto his own plate, having to twist around awkwardly to nab the food using his prosthetic arm and hand. Reggie had lost a limb in Peru, but thanks to modern prosthetic technology and science, his replacement appendage was nearly indistinguishable. He had trained for hours with it as well, and could wield it as if it were a normal human arm. For anyone else, stealing Ben's food from his plate would have been a grievous error, one Ben would have fought them over, but he wasn't in a joking mood. He let it slide. Right now, Ben didn't care about food. He didn't care about anything, really, besides his daughter. Hope was his world now, and there was nothing he wouldn't do for her. He would eat only enough to stay alive, only enough to care for his daughter. Any more was wasteful, useless. He tried to shake the feeling of despair and depression away, knowing that it would take more than a simple shake of his head. In a scary place in the back of his mind, he knew he wanted to feel this way. He wasn't done grieving. Unlike Julie's parents, he wasn't able to just put on a happy face and pretend like nothing was wrong. He knew that time would heal even this, but he didn't want to feel that yet. The future was even scarier than the present. What would the future hold? What was his life going to look like in a year? 5, 10? Hope needed her mother, and Ben could never provide that for her. He had already failed her, 1 hour into the little baby's life. "Ben," Julie's mother said, startling him back to the present. "Ben, we know this is hard, but there's someone we need you to see." His frown turned into a scowl. "Need me to see? What the hell does that—" Julie's father held up a hand. "It's not like that, Ben. Trust us. It's just, this whole situation is rather delicate, so it's very important to us that you listen." "Listen? Listen to what?" "Not us," her father said, shaking his head. "Someone we want you to talk to." "Who?" "You know him, and you're going to want to hear what he has to say. All of it. However, it's not going to be easy at first, but it's important that you do. Can you promise us that you'll listen?" So that's what this is. The sudden realization dawned on him. The smiles, the feigned interest in small talk, Reggie's strange behavior and overeating. This is an intervention. This is a damned intervention. But he wasn't drinking. He had not taken to drugs after his wife's death. He was not treating his body or his daughter poorly. What the hell could they possibly think he needed to change about himself? 1 week after his wife's death, after the love of his life and the mother of his child had died, and they thought they needed to intervene in his life. "Trust us. It's not what you think it is." He wanted to slam his fist down on the table, wanted to scream, to empty the entire steakhouse just by the sound of his voice. "Yeah?" he yelled. "What is it then?" No one responded, but all eyes in the restaurant turned to look. The waiter came and brought the check, and flashed Ben a glance that paying now was not a request. It was a demand. Reggie snatched the folding black book out of the waiter's hand and smiled. He tossed a credit card inside the booklet, and the server left as quickly as he had appeared. Ben looked at everyone around him, stunned. This was not what he had expected. He knew he would have to work on forgiving himself. Reggie had told him this earlier. He had read it online. He blamed himself for Julie's death. for getting her involved in a situation where he could not be there for her. For 9 months he had rotted in a prison in Turkey, waiting to die. All while Julie carried their baby inside of her, wishing her husband was just a normal 9-to-5 guy who worked late and tried his best. Ben had failed her in that way, and he thought he would never forgive himself. And now this? These people, including his best friend in the world, wanted an intervention. Life felt impossible already. He was supposed to care for a baby, work, and somehow find it within himself to allow the growth for forgiveness. He shook his head, feeling tears once again come to his eyes. Chapter 5. Vitaly. Vitaly sat beside the soldier, Liev, as they watched the valley below. Vitaly held binoculars that allowed him to see the semi-nomadic tribe of Siberian natives as they worked through their daily activities. He watched as children ran, playing a soccer-like game of kicking a ball over 2 sticks they had jammed into the snow. Women cooked and cleaned, stripping the meat from freshly killed reindeer carcasses. There were also a few men, mostly part of an older generation, and Vitaly assumed that most of the younger men were out hunting, collecting food for curing and smoking, in preparation for the long winter ahead. Vitaly had always been fascinated by people like this. They existed their entire lives on the Siberian plateau, moving around as needed, following the food. They hunted, fished, and even planted small garden plots when the summer months allowed. Most of the 100 or so tribes in this area of Russia maintained some connection with the outside world, either through trade or education. Only 10% of the nomadic tribes still remained completely closed off to civilization, and Vitaly had been told that this was one of them. The guard he had been assigned to, Liev, held a sick-looking sniper rifle in his grip, and he was currently looking through the scope. Vitaly had shuddered when he had seen the massive weapon being put together, but he had not asked questions. Their prototype back at the lab had been completed far faster than they had thought possible, and Vitaly was now supposed to observe its effects in the real world. He had not been given the details, only that a trial had been prepared, and he was to observe and record what he saw. The guards from the laboratory had chosen Vitaly and one other for the field work. The other teammate he was here with, Marcus, also had an army-trained guard by his side. But they had opted for a position down in the valley, much closer to the tribe itself. By observing the people from these 2 points, Vitaly knew they would be able to get a detailed perspective of the prototype, as well as how it operated in the wild. He had not been convinced that they were ready for a full-scale, open-air trial, one without proper controls and laboratory safeguards. But their work had been thorough, and he had been proud of his team. He knew the prototype would work. He knew what they had done would be successful, and serve the purposes of those who had sanctioned the work. It was groundbreaking technology, and he found himself excited to see its effects. What those effects would be, however, remained to be seen. By successfully injecting their technology into the eukaryotic cells of the slime mold, they should be able to control its deployment. The pre-programmed artificial mitochondria would carry out its instructions and then die, halting the spread and growth of the mold. It was like a built-in kill switch. Slime mold, on its own, was an absolutely fascinating slice of biology. Representative of many eukaryotic cells of different natures, the term slime mold also referred to the hive mind-like ability of these single-celled organisms to group together to accomplish a goal. Put simply, every cell had one job: to divide and reproduce. A cell's entire existence revolved around how best and most efficiently to multiply into more of itself. But recent advances in biology and chemistry had allowed scientists to discover something quite fascinating. Slime molds could actually solve complex problems, like the shortest distance through a maze or the quickest route between multiple points on a grid. Vitaly had long been fascinated with the idea of single-celled organisms somehow displaying even a rudimentary form of intelligence, and while it was a far cry from the hive mind of something like a bee colony, the scientific implications were striking nonetheless. And by adding their technology into the fold... Liev muttered something next to him, and Vitaly focused once again on the village. The homes and shelters were simple teepees that had been built from small trees and wrapped with hides stitched together at their edges. He was no anthropologist, but found himself fascinated by just observing their way of life. "It should begin any minute now," Liev said. He shifted and adjusted the scope as he lay prone on the rocks. They had found an outcropping free of snow and ice, and though the journey here had been treacherous for someone like Vitaly, not well acquainted with the outdoors, they had reached the area in relatively short order and then waited for a few hours. Vitaly had no communication with the outside world, not even with the other team down below. He knew this was by design. The fewer points of failure, the better, according to the Russian guards. Liev had told Vitaly he was there to help observe the prototype's effects, but he knew the truth. This man was here not just for Vitaly's protection, but as security. If anything went wrong, for any reason, he knew Liev would have no hesitation using the weapon. What possible reason was there to bring a massive sniper rifle to a scientific observation? Vitaly cleared his throat and swallowed, feeling the anxiety once again starting to ignite in his fingertips. He explained it away as just nervous jitters. His excitement and interest in what might lay ahead were palpable. He knew their work was secretive, and their benefactor had kept everything under wraps, tightly controlled and secured. He was not naive. He knew that his work might eventually find its way to military applications. It seemed that all scientific work funded by the government did. "How long before it spreads?" the sniper asked Vitaly, obviously frustrated that nothing was happening yet. Vitaly thought for a moment. "With the amount that we put in the water upstream, I believe we should be seeing its effects any minute now." Whatever those effects might be. Chapter 6. Anna. The woman, Anna, pulled the clay pot up to her lips and took a deep sip of water. She loved the water here. It was pure and fresh and life-giving. It reminded her that she was content, happy with the small world she knew. It reminded her of her namesake, Anna. The gods had ordained this valley and her people. She knew the old stories of the many gods fighting for their attention and dominance. Of Anna, the Holy Mother, the creator of her people, and the goddess of water. At some point in her people's history, likely during the past few hundred years when the world grew and more outsiders visited their lands, her people had learned that many worshipped a single god. Many of her own people began believing in this single god, but Anna preferred the stories and legends of the many gods who had come before. Even with their belief systems shattered by the outside world, her people shared the old stories at night around the fire. Children listening in wide-eyed excitement, the older leaders with tacit approval. As Anna sipped the water, she looked back at her own children, 5 in number, all still too young to have gone on the hunt. There were 3 girls, currently helping to clean some hides and prepare the day's meals. The boys were on the outskirts of their tiny village, play-fighting while taking a break from their own chores. Her smile grew as she thought of her husband and his return in 2 days. Anna felt something shift in her stomach and she stood up, still near the stream. She watched the water now, waiting for her stomach to settle. It did not. Instead, the feeling grew more uncomfortable, and she felt the urge to pass gas. She tried, but nothing happened. Her stomach felt as though it was growing, expanding from the inside out. She put a hand over it, dropping the clay pot. As she watched the water, seeing insects darting around the surface, some smaller fish watching them with interest, she noticed something odd. The fish weren't moving. Rather than flitting around, trying to catch their morning snack, every fish she could see was still. Then, one by one, each of the fish rolled upside down and rose up in the water. They were no longer able to swim, to hold their position in the water, and the current carried them downstream. Her stomach shifted again, and she groaned. This time it was painful. As she watched the water, larger fish began to appear from upstream, all of them upside down, all of them dead. They floated by her, and she stepped into the stream, confused and curious at the same time. She wanted to alert the others, to get their take on what she was seeing, but it was all happening so fast. She reached out and grabbed one of the largest fish she had seen, its belly filling her hand. It was still alive, surprisingly, but offered no resistance save for a tiny, gentle flick of its tail as she picked it up. She rolled it over in her hands and felt its scaly sides. But there was something else, too. It wasn't just the scales she felt. Its body seemed to be covered in a slimy substance, one perfectly clear and invisible in the water. She rubbed on the side of the fish, noticing that the slime covered its eyes and mouth as well, completely encapsulating the creature. Her stomach kicked again, violently now. She fell to one knee, dropping the fish and catching herself on the smooth rocks in the stream. Another woman, a close friend of Anna's, saw her fall and started jogging over. 3 children had also come to the water, about 100 feet upstream. All were laughing and playing, splashing each other in the water and drinking from it. She wanted to scream, to stop them from drinking. Whatever was happening had been caused by the sip she had just taken. It had killed all of the fish, and she even noticed that insects too were hitting the water and lying dormant soon after. What is this? Anna wondered. What is happening? Her friend reached her, the muffled sounds of her voice asking if she was okay. She could not respond. Her stomach felt as though it were about to burst. She wanted to vomit, but there was nothing inside. The water itself seemed to be growing and expanding inside of her, choking her to death. The children stopped now, and her eyes worked hard to focus on them. One of them tumbled to the side, beginning to spasm on the shore of the stream. The other 2 were now holding their own bellies. Her friend was shaking her, trying to get her attention. She couldn't respond, couldn't answer. Instead, she clutched her own belly with both hands now, laying sideways in the water, unable to get away from the thing that was taking her life. She was scared, helpless. She wanted to hold her husband, her children. Instead, her eyes blurred, and her vision grew dark. She tried to focus on her children playing, innocent, ignorant to the fact that their mother was dying. With one final breath, she let whatever was inside of her have its victory. She lowered her head into the stream, and her eyes closed forever. Chapter 7. Ben. Ben awoke early the next morning, feeling far more refreshed than he had in a long time. It had been 3 days since he had last showered, and the hotel's superheated blast of water felt cathartic, like pulling off the weight and depression of the entire week and letting it rinse down the drain. Reggie had booked 2 connected suites at the hotel. Nothing fancy, but large enough for Ben and Reggie to have their own spaces, a communal living room in the center. It was there Ben found Reggie after his shower, finding his friend already wide awake and just finishing a fantastic spread of breakfast he was putting on the table. The small kitchenette counter was not much of a workspace, but Reggie had made it work. Piles of bacon and pancakes, a container of butter, warm maple syrup. But it was the bowl of fresh fruit that had been cut and placed at the center of the small table that caused Ben to arch an eyebrow. Reggie shrugged. What? I'm a bit more refined now that Sarah's got me locked down and has turned me into a good little house husband. Ben smiled. The memory of Julie was there, always there, ever present. But seeing his daughter last night and getting to spend time with all of the people he loved the most in the world had certainly lifted his spirits a bit. But then, there was the strange and vague request from Julie's father, parroted by the others. Just listen to what he has to say. He had not said it in an ominous way. On the contrary, it had sounded optimistic. What was going to happen today? Why did everyone seem so chipper? Before he could let it damper his spirits, Ben sat down and allowed Reggie to serve him. He received 2 massive pancakes, easily the size of the pan they had been cooked in, and 5 slices of bacon. Reggie produced 3 links of sausage that Ben had not noticed before and popped these on top of the pancakes, then offered Ben his own huge cup of maple syrup. Ben wasn't used to being served breakfast, but he certainly was not one to turn down free food. "Seems like overkill when there's a decent continental breakfast downstairs," Ben mumbled. "Says the guy who's about to shove his face full of the best pancakes he's ever had," Reggie said with a smile. Ben chewed, not arguing, then looked back up at Reggie, who was now preparing his own plate. "So, what's going on today? I'm assuming you didn't just wine and dine me last night because you miss me." "I do miss you, brother," Reggie said. "But I get it. We all get it. But yeah, there's someone we need to talk to you today. I'll drive us there as soon as we're done eating. I know it will be beneficial." Ben frowned. "Beneficial? What does that mean?" "I believe it means to your benefit." Ben rolled his eyes. "Okay, fine. You guys want to keep up the charade, all this cloak and dagger. Fine by me. Just give me the gist of it. What is this about? Is it a CSO op?" "Reggie, I don't think I'm ready to—" "Yes," Reggie said, interrupting him. "It absolutely is an op, or I guess it could be. Of course, as always, it's your call. But that's why we want you to promise us you'll at least listen. It's going to be, how should I put this, hard, to say the least, to hear what he has to say." Ben's eyes fell to his half-eaten plate of food. "Okay, so it's about Julie." His eyes darted back up and met Reggie's, and he knew in an instant it was the truth. Reggie nodded once. "Yeah, in a manner of speaking, it is." Ben swallowed, then nodded slowly. "Okay, I get it. You guys have done your best to ease me into it. Take me out to dinner, let me see Hope with Julie's parents, hang out with you, then a lavish breakfast the next morning. All the while, your optimism and feigned joy has started to work on me." Reggie started to talk, but Ben cut him off. "I'm not mad. Honestly, I'm just surprised. I mean, it's only been a week, shit. But I'm not mad. I gave you guys my word I would listen last night, and I meant it. Whatever this is about, consider me more than interested in hearing it, especially if it's about Julie." Reggie nodded, but didn't speak. What else could he say? Ben's wife, also one of Reggie's closest friends, had died giving birth to their child. There was no consoling a man who had experienced that. There was no salve but time itself that would lessen the blow. And he knew it would never go away. Thanks to human memory, nothing would ever be able to replace it or push it out. Reggie checked his watch, and Ben shoveled a few more bites of food down his throat. He took a long draw from the coffee Reggie had poured, then stood up, brushing his hands off on his pants. "Well, I guess there's no time like the present time. Ready?" Reggie nodded, but didn't meet his eyes. Reggie was clearly still anticipating a difficult conversation ahead. Chapter 8. Vitali. Vitali watched, horrified, as the woman fell to the side. What is happening? Why is she reacting like this? The mold they had studied in the lab had never acted in a hostile way toward other organisms, save for a few strains of other eukaryotic cells they had placed in a petri dish that had begun competing with one another. The observations he had expected to see out here in the field were so completely different from what he was observing now. Would the water turn a different color? Would the slime mold react with a particular insect, rendering it unable to reproduce, and thus becoming a possible cure for diseases like malaria? He had been confused as to why they were brought here to run the experiment as well. Why not just test the mold in the stream outside their bunker lab? Why travel so far north? While he knew that the people behind his project were far from altruistic, he assumed they were interested in the prototype for scientific purposes, not weaponization. Whatever military uses might eventually come from his prototypical technology, Vitaly never thought it would be used as a way to just kill people. "Are you seeing this?" Vitaly asked. Liev grunted next to him, and Vitaly turned to face him. "Yes, I am seeing this," Liev said, a smirk on his face. "It is a beautiful thing, no?" As more and more of the semi-nomadic people saw the woman and the children dying near the stream, they sprinted over to help and offer support. But then Vitaly noticed something else, something far more sinister. For every person that touched either the woman or the dead children, they too were afflicted with the prototype as it reached their skin. They looked confused at first, wondering what was causing all of this, but then they would sit or fall to the ground, their bodies eventually lying still. "It is killing them," Vitaly said. I did not know that our prototype would..." Liev finally seemed to notice Vitaly, pulling his eye away from the scope. "And what did you think your prototype would be used for, if not furthering the cause of Russia?" the soldier asked. Vitaly sucked in a sharp breath. "For Russia, yes. But this is murder." Liev shrugged, then looked through his scope once more. How was Vitaly supposed to simply stand by and observe this? How was he supposed to take notes on what he saw here? This was horrific, and nothing in his research or his tests, nothing in any of his or his comrades' experiments, would have led him to think this was possible. The slime mold should have interacted with the environment itself, perhaps changing the color of chlorophyll-based organisms it came into contact with, or maybe adapting to the air in some way that gave it an ecological advantage. When he saw that they would be observing the prototype's effect on actual humans, Vitaly simply assumed that if anyone actually ingested the prototype, they might feel a bit unwell. Maybe they would feel sick for a time as their immune systems reacted to the foreign bodies. But not this. Never this. This should not even be possible, he knew. Had someone tampered with their prototype? Had the government taken his work and altered it, manipulated it in a brutal, terrifying way? It didn't make sense. Was this sabotage? Was one of the partners in on it? These people were innocent, these children. Liev poked his shoulder and motioned down to Vitaly. Vitaly, against his better judgment, focused once again through the binoculars and slowly looked over the tiny village. The woman and her friend were lying side by side, half in the water and half on shore. The children lay nearby as well. The others who had come to help were all scattered around the village, dead or dying. He couldn't hear them, but he could imagine their wails of agony as their pain became too much to bear. An older gentleman, well into his 80s by the looks of it, walked slowly toward the stream and its spreading death. He stopped near a group of children who had died in a line, trying to run away from the stream. He bent down, brushing the first child's hair. Vitaly wanted to shout, to tell him no, to tell him to move his hand back, but he knew it was futile. This man had already given himself a death sentence by the mere brushing of the kid's hair. Vitaly waited for the inevitable and finally saw it. The older man stood, clutching his stomach as the prototype worked its way through his body. It spread through the man far faster than Vitaly had thought imaginable, sped up by the artificial mitochondria Vitaly's team had perfected. This was devastation, cannibalization of his life's work. He was horrified, but he still could not pull his eyes away. The man fell to his knees, shouting upward, as if invoking the help of the gods as he died. He was the last one alive, but not for long. The man's face twisted in agony and rage as he realized his entire world, everyone he knew and loved, had just been brutally murdered by some unknown force. Vitaly and Liev watched the entirety of the massacre like it was happening in slow motion far down below them on the valley floor, a silent horror movie. Chapter 9. Ben. Reggie drove them in his Jeep through downtown Anchorage, navigating to the mushing district. Ben had never been through the area before. They didn't spend much time in the city, usually only coming to town for a dinner date or to get to Stevens International Airport. While the mushing district had been an old Anchorage staple, the community and city had decided to turn the area into an officially designated historic district. Banners had already been hung, bronze paws cast with commemorative details and the names of world-famous mushers and dogs, and arches stretched overhead across 4th Avenue. Mushing and dog sled racing was an integral part of Anchorage's cultural heritage, and to this day races took place every year, and thousands of tourists enjoyed dog sled tours to the country outside Anchorage. Ben watched as they passed the museum on the right, and Reggie pulled off of 4th and continued, turning again into an alley and working his way around dumpsters and trash cans, inching slowly toward a building that was hidden behind the others. "Quite the clandestine operation you're taking me to," Ben said. Reggie chuckled. "Yeah, they like to keep a low profile." "Who?" Ben asked. "Can't you at least tell me that?" Reggie shook his head as he drove. "Sorry, man. It'll all make sense real soon, I promise. But no, I can't let the cat out of the bag." "Let the cat out of the bag? What do you mean? It's not like just telling me the name of a company is going to all of a sudden fill me in on exactly what this is all about." Reggie looked sidelong at Ben, but smiled. "You kidding? You're Harvey Bennett, man. If anyone can string together a complete picture from 1 or 2 useless clues, it's you. We've all got a long history of solving random, sporadic puzzles that seem not to make any sense to anyone whatsoever. So, no, I'm not going to give an inch." Ben smirked back at his friend, but looked out the window. Fine, he thought. Have it your way. All of this mystery and intrigue is killing me, though. Reggie pulled the Jeep to the left, and Ben noticed an offshoot that connected with the alleyway hidden to the side behind another row of dumpsters. It was basically just a narrow driveway hidden from view. Somebody put a building back here? Ben thought. Reggie pulled the Jeep up onto the gently sloping driveway and into a low parking garage. Whatever this place was, it was extremely well hidden. They got out of the car and walked to an ancient wooden door that looked like it had been brought straight from a castle in medieval Europe. It wasn't ornate, but it was old. Metal clamped the wood slats together, the top of the door rounded over. The wall it sat in was also old, brick that had been painted and forgotten sometime during the past 100 years. Reggie pulled a key out of his pocket and turned the lock. Then he pulled the door open and allowed Ben to see inside. Ben whistled, his eyebrows raised. Behind the strange, medieval-looking door was a brand-new set of elevator doors. The juxtaposition of the elevator behind what had to be an original door to the building was enhanced by the sound of the ding of the lift. It was soft and inviting, like entering a top-floor high-end executive suite. The doors themselves were brushed nickel, and low, gentle LED lighting hidden in the gaps around the door illuminated the front of the elevator. Reggie laughed. "Yeah, like I said, they like to keep a low profile." "No joke," Ben said. Once they were both inside the elevator, Reggie tapped a button on the wall panel, and the doors slid closed. They stepped inside, let the doors close, and rode up one floor. The elevator dinged again, and the doors opened once more. Ben leaned around the elevator door as it opened. A man was standing there, waiting for them with a smile on his face. Reggie stepped out of the way, which allowed Ben to see the man fully, and Ben had to do a double take. Standing directly in front of him just outside the elevator doors was Harvey Bennett, Ben's brother. Chapter 10. Ben. "Zach?" Ben asked. He had not seen his brother since he and Julie had gotten married, but it had only been a brief exchange. Before that, they hadn't seen each other or spoken for years. His kid brother, 10 years younger than Ben, was far from a kid now. The man he was staring at from inside the elevator was almost as tall as Ben, had filled out well over the years, and was far more fit than Ben had remembered. Zach smiled, the wide, contagious grin Ben knew well. "Hey, big brother," Zach said. Ben stood in shock inside the elevator. Reggie pulled him gently and Ben started forward. Before he realized what was happening, Zach ran forward and embraced Ben. He put an arm up around his brother's shoulder and let him hug him. "I'm glad you're here," Zach said. "Speaking of here, what is this place?" Zach released him and pulled back, still gripping Ben's shoulders as he smiled up at him. "I'm going to show you, I promise. One step at a time, though. There's a lot we have to talk about." Ben's eyes were wide as he took in the space. The old facade downstairs had hidden more than just an elevator. The floor Ben was looking at now had been well appointed, like the lobby of a massive dentist's office. Paintings hung on the walls on both sides of a short hallway, and though he had never been much of an art critic, they were perfect supplements to the space. Scenic depictions of popular sites in Alaska, including the mushing district Ben and Reggie had just passed through, as well as Denali National Park, where he and Julie had worked for a summer as part-time help. A painting of Denali itself, the U.S.'s highest peak that had previously been called Mount McKinley, hung on the opposite wall. Beneath two paintings were side tables with lamps, splaying light in all directions. Farther down the hall, he could see glass doorways that led into office spaces or conference rooms. He wondered if Zach had rented the office, if this were one of the co-working spots they had driven past. It seemed to be a strange location for such a business, hidden behind other buildings and completely out of sight, but then again, everything about this trip had been strange. "What are you doing in Alaska?" Ben asked. Zach didn't answer, instead motioning for Ben and Reggie to follow along behind him. He walked smoothly but quickly, and Ben almost had to jog to keep up. He and his brother were not necessarily estranged, but their relationship had been tense over the years. Ben had severed ties completely with Zach and the rest of his family after their father had been attacked by a grizzly. Ben, 19 years old, had simply run away. He had meant to leave his past behind him for good. However, he ended up coming back into his mother's life when the Yellowstone virus began making its way through the United States. After she had passed away, Zach had reached out to him once or twice, urging them to get together. Ben had never followed through, so he had been quite surprised when his brother had shown up at his and Julie's wedding at the cabin a little over a year ago. Their meeting had been brief, but Zach did not seem to harbor any resentment toward his older brother for leaving him all those years ago. If anything, Ben sensed a certain refreshing optimism in the man. He had been happy, enthusiastic. It was clear there was plenty to catch up on. He didn't know if Zach knew of the civilian special operations that Ben had helped to found, nor did he know how much they had been through the past 4 years. He was certain his brother knew at least some of it. Their actions with the CSO around the world had garnered a bit of news and media coverage, and no shortage of wild conspiracy theories about who they really were and what they were really up to. But as Ben had learned, real life was far stranger than conspiracy theories. Ben and the others were, in fact, just civilians. Reggie was ex-Army, a sniper by trade, but had been dishonorably discharged for an incident he had had no control over. Now, they worked often with the U.S. government and military units, when plausible deniability was key, and none of the paper pushers in Congress wanted to admit military action in a certain place for a certain reason. The CSO had become a slightly less destructive option for handling foreign affairs, and offered even groups like the CIA plausible deniability. They existed as sort of a go-between for U.S. intelligence communities, paramilitary forces, and the military itself. It was an easy hand-waving effort for the government to enlist the help of mere civilians. Because, after all, how much trouble could civilians really get into? Ben followed Zach to the last doorway at the end of the hallway. It was directly opposite the elevator they had entered the floor from, and Ben noticed a smaller hallway intersecting with this one. Zach waved a keycard over a pad near the door, and the door popped open. Interesting, Ben thought. Pretty high security for just a simple office space. Zach pushed the door open wider and stepped in, obstructing Ben's view of what lay inside. He pushed forward, but Zach didn't move. Instead, he turned around and faced Ben, who was still about 5 feet from the door. He tried looking over Zach's head, but his brother stood taller. Ben frowned. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" he asked. "I will," Zach said. His demeanor had changed, however, and Ben sensed hesitance in his brother's voice. Were his hands shaking? I just want you to know I will explain everything, eventually. Got it?" Ben smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot lately. I get it. You guys got all sorts of secrets here, don't you? What the hell's going on?" He felt Reggie's presence by his side now, and his friend once again put his hand on Ben's shoulder. "You guys are all acting real freaking weird," Ben said. Without another word, Zach stepped to the side and Ben finally saw into the room. And inside, on a queen-size bed, holding his baby Hope in her arms, was his wife. Julie. Chapter 11. Julie. Julie's heart caught in her throat. "Ben!" She tried to call to him, knowing this moment was coming, but still the sobs choked back her words and made it impossible to speak. She squeezed Hope tighter in her arms, hearing the coo from the tiny baby's lips. Ben stood awkwardly at the door, unsure of what to do. He was just as she remembered him, although over 50 pounds lighter now. She had had flashes of seeing him in the hospital as she had given birth to Hope. Ben standing by her side, doctors and nurses coming in and out and moving Ben around the room as needed. She had hardly recognized him then, and as she knew now, he had literally flown back from the Turkish prison to the hospital. He had been deathly sick, emaciated, and underfed, and she had recoiled the first time he had walked into the room. But now the color had returned to his face, and he looked like he was bouncing back from his 9-month stint in Turkey. Ben's mouth was on the floor. His eyes were moistened with tears, and he stepped forward hesitantly. "Jules? Julie?" he muttered. Her smile was so wide it almost hurt her face. She nodded quickly. Yes, Ben, it's me." He stumbled forward around Zach as if he had forgotten how to walk, but reached the side of the bed where she and Hope sat. She had a few pillows behind her, propping her up, a comforter pulled over her lower body. He finally found words again. "What? What is all of this? How are you?" She grabbed his collar and pulled him close, cutting him off by pressing her lips hard against his. They kissed for what seemed like an eternity. An eternity lost, now time they could make up. He was crying freely now, letting the tears drop on her and Hope. She wiped them off of Hope's hairless head as her baby looked up and saw her father. Ben leaned over them in embrace, nearly consuming them with his arms. I don't understand. The doctor said he was confused about it. Like it was, they even... As I said, I'll explain everything, Zach said from the doorway. He had not moved since sliding in, likely wanting to give Julie and her husband some space. I need to feed Hope, Julie said. I'd love for you to stay, but Zach wants to get you up to speed as soon as possible. He's right, Ben. There's a lot to talk about. A lot we need to go over. Ben looked from his wife to his daughter and back up at Zach again. She could read the confusion on his face, but knew all would be explained soon. Okay, he said finally. I guess I'll leave you here, but you're in on this as well? Julie laughed. Of course, she said. I know this is all so much to take in right now, but trust me, it will make perfect sense in just a little bit. Please, trust me. Zach will fill you in. Ben pulled away and stood by the bed as Julie started feeding Hope. Zach was now waiting in the hallway, and Julie watched as her husband walked to the door, turned around and smiled at her once more, then shook his head. I still don't believe this, he said. I'm literally in shock. I mean, honestly, Julie, this is too much? She asked, her eyebrows up, a half smile still on her face. Yeah, Ben said. This is way too much, to say the least, but in a very good way. He stopped then, a quizzical expression on his face. Julie, I don't get it, though. I've got an urn with ashes inside in the tent back where the cabin is being built. What the hell? Who's in that? She laughed harder now, and she heard Zach and Reggie join in with chuckles from the hallway. Yeah, she began. Like I said, you've got a lot of catching up to do. Zach got that urn made. It's just some soot from a fireplace. Don't worry. No person inside of it. Go catch up with Zach and Reggie, but just try to let them talk, okay? Don't ask questions until they're ready to finish explaining everything. He nodded and left the room. Julie swung Hope around in her arms to switch positions and watched her husband walking back down the hallway. Chapter 12. Ben. Ben followed Zach to one of the rooms near the elevator, and he saw that it was in fact a conference room. Large glass windows stretched floor to ceiling on one wall, whiteboards taking up the other two. A few windows framed the hallway side as well, but the glass here was frosted to prevent anyone from looking in. Ben sat in one of the brand-new office chairs, finding it surprisingly comfortable. He tapped his fingers on the top of the rich mahogany table. Quite a fancy place you got here, little brother, Ben said. He was excited to finally hear what Zach had to say, but he was even more excited about the strange turn this day had taken. His wife was alive. He did not understand why or how, but she was very much alive. Yeah, we've got a few of these sprinkled around the States and a couple overseas. Basically, it's just an old office building the organization purchased for use whenever any one of us needs it, and we had it refurbished. The organization? Ben asked. Zach nodded. Yeah, I'll explain all of that, trust me. But we need laboratories and office buildings in certain places of the world for the work we're doing. But they really operate almost like safe houses. They're off the grid, usually nondescript and a bit hidden from sight like this one. Ben whistled. And yet you keep them very well appointed on the inside. Zach laughed again. Well, most of the fancy decorations and office furniture came with the place when we bought it. The old renter was some sort of tech startup, but couldn't get their app off the ground. Anchorage isn't exactly known as the Silicon Valley of the North, so it shouldn't be surprising. We got it for a steal. And Julie, how? What even happened? I mean, Ben was beside himself with excitement and nervous energy. But no matter what Zach told him here, he first wanted to know what had happened to his wife. He had watched her die. He had watched her eyes close, the beeping of the machine slowing to a halt. He remembered being pulled away, being led out of the room. Zach cleared his throat and spread his hands out on the table. I know I keep saying this, but trust me, I'm going to explain everything. Once you're up to speed, you can ask me any questions about anything I may have left out. But I do need to go back in time a bit in order to fill you in, so I'll ask that you have a bit more patience. Does that work? Ben nodded. So, the last time we saw each other was at your wedding, and as you probably remember, I was a bit strange. Not strange, Ben said. Certainly a little standoffish. Like at any moment you might sprint away from us. But we hadn't seen each other in years, Zach. Right, yeah, that's a good way to put it, his brother said. Thing is, in those years, I got involved with some interesting stuff after school. You know, I always had a knack for the biological sciences, chemistry, that sort of thing. Well, as it turns out, I'm pretty damn good at it. So good that a certain group took notice, tried to recruit me into the fold. Long story short, it didn't stick. I tried to get out. It worked for a while. I eventually ended up meeting someone who helped me out when this group tried to come back for vengeance. Ben raised his eyebrow as he listened to the tale his brother was recapping. She's an important part of the story, and you'll meet her later. But over time, we've sort of become a thing. Ben smiled. A thing, huh? Zach shifted in his chair and continued with the story. She has her fingers in all sorts of things, Zach continued. She's not a scientist, but the type of work she does with me often involves providing security for our scientific teams, trying to protect our interests, or, in some cases, even trying to attack their interests. Can you explain what that means? Ben asked. Zach nodded. Sure, yeah, she's always tried to keep things above board, to make sure she's working for the good guys. But based on her past and her line of work, you'll understand that it's a little sticky to always be on the right side in that industry. She's the person we call when we need someone silenced. It's rare, but we've made enemies in this business. But she's not just some work-for-hire mercenary. She doesn't just work for the highest bidder. Anyway, because of our relationship, I've also gotten sucked into some of her jobs, and one came across our desk about a year ago that I found of interest. Ben swallowed, knowing this was where he and the others came in. He remembered Reggie telling him that this would be a CSO mission, and he had given him his word he would listen to what Zach had to say. Of course, he had no idea it would be his actual brother explaining all of it to him, nor would he have ever expected Julie to be alive and well in the same place as his little brother. Ben, Zach's voice said, what do you know of Project Phoenix? Ben sat silently in the chair, contemplating. It sounded familiar, though he couldn't exactly remember where he had heard it from. It's okay, Zach said. I'll jog your memory. There was a plane crash, a single-engine prop plane that went down near your cabin. Ben snapped his fingers. Yes, I remember it now. I went out to try to help, to see if everyone was okay. Zach smiled and nodded. And everything was certainly not okay, was it? Ben hung his head as he remembered the dying words of the pilot, a Russian man, Bolshevik, knowing his end had come. They were standing at the edge of a cliff, the army hounds finally having found them and cornered them. The men had backed them up against the snowy edge, and Bolshevik had turned to Ben. He had looked Ben in the eyes, knowing that to try and run was to invite death down upon them both, and spoke. Thank you, Harvey. And then the Russian man had jumped off the cliff, with the laptop he had been protecting, the one the army men wanted. I tried to save him, but there were other people very interested in making sure he did not get saved, right? Zach asked. Yeah, though they were more worried about what was on that laptop, I suspect. It went down with Bolshevik. Ben frowned. "Is this your organization, Zach? Did you kill the pilot?" "No," Zach said, shaking his head. "It was the U.S. Army, as you suspected then. They were told it was sensitive data that could threaten national security. The blanket term for plausible deniability when the government doesn't really want anyone knowing what it's doing. But they didn't even know what they almost got access to. And for my group's part, we didn't even know anything about Bolshevik or the files on the laptop when it all went down. But we eventually became aware of who did know and why they were operating out there. As I alluded to earlier, it's all about Project Phoenix." It all came back to him in a flash. Ben recalled that while the army tracked him and Bolshevik through the forest, Julie had talked him through uploading the contents of the hard drive to a secure cloud-based folder she had set up back at the cabin. He had not known it at the time, but she had gotten the entirety of the Phoenix project downloaded onto the CSO servers. Julie and I looked through the files. We didn't know what they were intended to be. It's all gibberish to me, of course, but even Julie had trouble with it. All we could glean from the file system was that the plane had not been piloted by Bolshevik. A computer AI had been flying. "Right? One that was on the laptop?" "Yes, and likely why the U.S. Army was so interested in getting to Bolshevik, with tech like that." "The U.S. military would be drooling," Zach said. "It's way more advanced than anything we've got now, even though it was just a single prop plane." "But it wasn't just the AI autopilot files we found on it," Ben added. "There was something else." Zach urged him on. "Because Julie would know what she was looking at. So if she did figure out what it was all about, she never told me." Zach nodded. "It's not that she knew what it was when she saw it. It's just that if anyone could figure it out, it's her. She's smart enough, capable enough, and she had the entire program. But we made the assumption, since she never mentioned it or pursued it further, that she didn't figure any of it out." "Figure what out, though?" Ben asked. "What else was on Bolshevik's laptop? This is what you're calling Project Phoenix?" "Yes, Ben. Here's what we know now. The Phoenix Project is a top-secret research project funded at least in part by the Russian state. Whether the Kremlin's completely behind it or not, it's all Russian. The implications of what it might do are huge, and we'll get into the details later. But the fact that they ended up on your personal computer system is why you were targeted. It's why we were able to find out." Ben shook his head, now rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "This doesn't make any sense," he said. "Targeted by who?" Before Zach could answer, his younger brother placed a finger on his ear and looked down, frowning. Ben wasn't sure what he was watching. It seemed as though Zach had just been given information, but he was not holding a cell phone or anything else. Ben waited. "When?" his brother asked. Zach listened to whatever silent voice was speaking. Then his eyes suddenly shot up, facing Ben. He looked frantic, confused. His eyes grew in size as Ben watched. "Ben!" Zach suddenly shouted. "We need to—" Before he could finish the sentence, there was a loud crash from behind him, and Ben felt the whooshing of air being sucked into the room, glass falling and smashing around him, and needle-like miniature impacts on the back of his arms and neck. Zach was up and moving, looking over his shoulder. "Ben, get down!" But Ben had already realized what the sound was. He whirled around in the chair and watched as a man wearing all black and connected to a rope hanging up and outside the window fell into the room. The large plate glass window had been destroyed behind him, as the mercenary had swung down and kicked through it, and the man was already looking for someone to shoot at. Chapter 13. Ben. Another mercenary joined the first, smashing through a second window in the conference room. Ben was on his feet but only stayed still for a moment. He jumped straight up onto the top of the large conference table and slid over its top, just as the first man into the room unclipped himself from the rope he had used to swing down on and pulled out a subcompact assault rifle. Shots peppered the chair Ben had just been sitting in, zinging over his head as he rolled onto the floor on the other side of the table. Zach was already in the hallway, motioning for Ben to hurry. Ben soldier crawled as fast as he could toward the open doorway, just as the second man began firing over his head as well. They were aiming at Zach, who jumped back into the hall, out of sight and out of range of their weapons. Ben pulled himself into the hallway as well, kicking the door closed with a foot. "It locks from the inside, so that's not going to hold them in for long," Zach shouted. "Get down the hall and get to the others." Ben didn't wait for further instruction. He ran as fast as he could toward the doorway at the end of the hall. Thankfully, he had not shut it all the way when he had left Julie and Hope before, as it was standing 6 inches open. He reached the doorway and stuck his head through. Julie was already on her feet, sliding her shoes on. She had already been dressed when Ben had seen her the first time, and she now wore one extra article of clothing, a sling, with their baby cradled inside. Her eyes were wide, but her voice was calm. "Shit," she said. "They found us, I guess?" Ben's mind raced. Who? Who found us? And what the hell is all of this? More shots peppered the hallway as the men chased Zach in the other direction. He had either hidden in another room, or there was a hallway Ben had not realized existed before being tucked behind one of the doors. Either way, there would not be a lot of space up here for his brother to hide. He also had not seen Reggie in some time and wondered where he might be. The answer came only a second later, as his best friend ran in front of the doorway, 2 more people in tow. Julie's parents. They seemed shell-shocked, scared and surprised, but they followed closely behind Reggie. The last thing Ben noticed as Reggie sailed by him was that he, too, was carrying a weapon. He had a Heckler & Koch HK-45 pistol in his hand. "Julie will show you where the weapons are," Reggie shouted. "Go with her, and pick out some goodies, but hurry your ass up. We need to get to the back stairs before these 2 assholes get cocky." Ben was still sorely confused, but he followed Reggie's and Julie's lead. Julie stormed out of the room like a woman on a mission, turning left, where Reggie and her parents had just appeared from. Ben followed, seeing now that there was in fact another hallway tucked behind and to the left of the one they had previously entered from. It wasn't long, and there were only a few doors in it. The lights were low here, and Ben wondered if this was just a hallway meant for supply closets and server rooms. Julie opened one of the closet doors, revealing shelves full of ammunition and weaponry. "What the hell is all of this?" Ben asked. Julie smiled, handing him a pistol of his own, a Glock, one she knew Ben was a very good shot with. "It's our way out of here," she said softly. Ben turned back around after Julie and followed her out of the room once again. She stormed down the hall, but then waited at the corner. "Normally I would run ahead and save the day," she said, with a smile on her face. "But considering—" She patted the sling on her chest. Ben looked down and saw Hope, awake but not fussing, poking her head out of her perch. Ben nodded. "Yeah, why don't you stay behind, you know? Considering." He rounded the corner and saw one of the men aiming at something in the other direction. Ben fired 2 quick shots and the man fell to one knee, blood spurting from the back of his thigh. Immediately afterward, Reggie poked his head out from one of the rooms to the right and finished the job. "One down, 1 to go," Reggie called. There was a flash of movement near the elevator, and Ben saw a lithe figure suddenly sprint out from one side of his view to the other. She moved with a superhuman speed, her agility and athleticism off the charts. He had never seen someone operate like this before, and yet there was something familiar about her. He only saw her for a brief moment, and then she disappeared around the corner. He heard a shout, a man's voice again, and then silence. 3 seconds passed. Ben still waiting in the hallway, his Glock up and ready. Reggie appeared from the doorway up ahead as well, just as the woman came back into the hallway. She had no signs of battle damage, did not even seem to be breathing heavily. "Time to go, slowpokes," she said. "They didn't know we were all here, that's why they only sent 2. But if one of them got a message out, if they called back to their little mercenary club, we're hosed. We need to get out fast. I've got a plane waiting for us at the airport already. You, Ben, get to the back stairs with Julie and Hope and meet us down in the garage." Ben wanted to ask questions, to stop and figure out just what he had just seen. Who was this woman, and why did she look so familiar? But Julie was there now before he could ask, pulling him back to the darker hallway and toward the back stairs. Chapter 14. Ben. "Keep an eye on her car," Ben said. He and Reggie had both piled into the Jeep once again after reaching the parking garage. Julie, Hope, her parents, and Zach had all gotten into a large SUV with blacked-out windows. The strange woman had gotten into the driver's seat and had turned on the vehicle as Ben and Reggie left the garage. But that car wasn't moving. "Why aren't they driving out?" Ben asked. Reggie pulled the wheel to the left and squealed out of the parking garage and out into the narrow alley once again. "They're likely watching us, maybe from a drone or satellite feed. Whoever attacked us didn't know there were more of us here than they expected, so they'll follow the car that leaves the parking garage, thinking there's just one. They'll wait until we're long gone before pulling out, to make sure no one's still watching from above." "But she's a sitting duck back there," Ben said. He had already lost her once. He was not about to let it happen again. "Trust me, it's better this way," Reggie said. "If a bunch of cars fly out of here at the same time, they'll know we're all together, and they'll just split up their tracking. They'll have that much more chance at finding her and Zach." Ben nodded, gritting his teeth. He knew Reggie was right, though he didn't like it. Who the hell were those guys? What did they want? "Mercenaries, hired guns, most likely. They're just here for the paycheck and they won't be the last ones we see." "And which one of us gets them the paycheck?" Ben asked. Reggie glanced over at Ben's seat. "All of us now," he said ominously. Reggie did his best to move rapidly through the narrow streets, but the clunky Jeep had been made for off-road travel. He had to slow around the tight corners of the alley and then try to make up time out on the more open roads of downtown Anchorage. Once out on the main highway, Reggie kept his speed low enough to not warrant attention, either from above or from the police scanners around them, doing his best to blend in as just a normal car on its normal way. "Where are we going now?" Ben asked. "I thought she said something about the airport." Reggie nodded, pulling to the right in order to pass 2 slower cars who didn't understand what the left lane on a highway had been intended for. "We are going to the airport, but not Stevens International, though. This one's a little off the beaten path, but that works out better for us. With any luck, we can lose our watchful eye in the sky keeping track of us." Ben had not seen a drone or anyone following behind them, but he took Reggie at his word. If the ex-soldier said somebody was tracking them, somebody was definitely tracking them. "Won't they just be able to track us to the airport and then see us take off?" Ben asked. "It's a risk worth taking. Once we're in the air, it will be near impossible to follow us. And we can't just sit here and wait for them to come. They aren't going to send just 2 guys to rappel into our building next time. They're going to come at night with a huge force. They'll want us dead, Ben." "Why?" Zach never got around to explaining any of that. "I get that we've made enemies over the years, but what's this one about?" Reggie shook his head. "Honestly, man, I don't think I could explain it well enough if I tried. Did he mention Project Phoenix?" Ben nodded. "That's basically what this is all about. Project Phoenix. Some computer software that does some magical thing. I'm not the computer whiz, as you well know. Yeah, me neither. Zach will need to explain it, but in the meantime, we need to get Julie and everyone else somewhere safe, quickly. She's really the one they're after. They think she's the one who can really figure out what they're up to. And they now know she's alive. The Russians? Ben asked. Yeah, Reggie said, nodding. At least he got around to explaining that much. But we don't know exactly who we're up against. If it's Russia proper, like the government, or some offshoot, like KGB or another military organization within the country. Or it could be just some Russian oligarchs pooling resources together to accomplish some goal, and they're pissed that we found out. And they've hired a paramilitary group to take care of us. But no matter who's really behind it, everything we've seen says they're Russian. And they want to kill Julie because they think she knows something about Project Phoenix? Reggie shook his head again. Not just know something, Ben. They're coming after us with everything they've got. For whatever reason, they think she knows everything about Project Phoenix. Ben looked over at his friend. They think she's the only person on the planet who can stop them. Chapter 15. Ben. They drove for about an hour southeast, eventually pulling off at an unmarked side road that turned into dirt about a half-mile later. They bumped over potholes and divots, and Ben realized what Reggie had meant by off the beaten path. It seemed his brother was involved with people who were very interested in keeping their work a secret. And while these people might not own this airstrip outright, he was not at all surprised that they had access to it. Of course, they would opt for a secret runway, in a secret place in the backcountry of Alaska. There was hardly a better place on Earth to get out of sight. The Jeep rolled over a grassy field, and Reggie pulled it all the way to the runway, finally stopping next to a Gulfstream II mid-sized jet that was parked on the runway. The juxtaposition of a sleek, modern passenger jet on a runway in the middle of a field was not lost on Ben. He wondered if the runway was even long enough to take off. Ben used to have a severe fear of flying, but he had done it so much in the past 5 years that it was mostly just a memory now. He had even survived his worst nightmare, a plane crash in Antarctica, and while it had done nothing to help him get over his phobia, it at least gave him some perspective. It's so unlikely for someone to be involved in a plane crash, he told himself. What are the odds of it happening more than once? The thought did little to calm his nerves. He cracked his knuckles and got out of the Jeep just as the other SUV pulled onto the field. The woman driver got out of the car and jogged over to the plane. Reggie had told Ben that she had set up the flight, and Ben saw the pilot step out from inside the plane and wave at her. Ben stretched outside the Jeep while Julie, Hope, and Julie's parents tumbled out of the SUV. Ben was introduced to their pilot, a woman named Carla Friedrich, and Zach explained that she was one of a few pilots they kept on retainer for situations like this. He also introduced Ben to the fit woman he had seen back at Zach's office. She was striking, wearing a tight-fitting catsuit and leather jacket. She moved with fluidity, as if every motion had been calculated and practiced at length. Nothing she did seemed accidental. Ben frowned as Zach told him her name. Ben, this is my friend, Ember Clark. Ember Clark? Where do I know that name? Friend? Ember scoffed. Wow, I would have thought you'd be shouting from the rooftops that we are together. Zach's face flushed as Ben reached his hand out and shook hers. Her grip nearly crushed his. We've met before, haven't we? He asked. She looked him up and down, then nodded. Yep. Long time ago, though. Right before I met your little brother, actually. You tried to recruit me for something, right? Ben's mind was racing, trying to recall exactly what the nature of the conversation had been. He remembered visiting her, sitting in a room not unlike the one he had been in with Zach. and this Ember woman asking him to be part of a project to— "You wanted me to deliver a package, didn't you?" Ben asked. "Let's just say that since you were too scared to keep working with me afterward, I had to settle for the second-best Bennett man." Zach elbowed her. "Not funny." Ben smiled, but Ember had already turned and begun walking up the stairs, following the pilot inside. The inside of the plane was as lavishly decorated and nicely kept as the office space they had previously been in. Ben chose a seat near the back of the plane, and Reggie sat across the aisle from him. A few minutes passed, and Julie poked her head inside, still carrying Hope. Ben's face brightened as he saw his wife and daughter again. She was followed inside by her parents. Julie walked to the back of the plane and sat next to Ben, passing Hope to him as she sat down. He smiled and tickled her nose, then rewrapped her in the swaddle. He had so many questions, so much to ask her, but for now, for a brief moment, his world was complete. There was nothing he needed to do right now besides just being with his family. He looked over at Zach and Ember, now seated near the cockpit, laughing and joking about something as if they had not just been ambushed and attacked and nearly killed. He realized that, for the first time in a long time, his entire family was here. They were together, at least for now. "You took a long time leaving the garage," Ben said. Julie laughed. "Well, you know. Diapers and swaddles, not to mention dealing with kids in car seats while trying not to drive off the side of the road because people are tracking us, are a whole new ballgame for me. Things take longer now. So all this time, this past week, you've been with Zach? And your parents too? They've been watching Hope, but you've all been with him?" She nodded, but didn't say anything. He sensed that she was just going to push it off once more, that Zach would explain everything, as everyone had told him 1,000 times already. And if he were honest, he didn't want to get into it right now. He was with his wife, resurrected, and his beautiful week-old daughter, and there was no reason to rush things. Ben's smile grew as Hope started to coo in his lap. The pilot's chipper voice rang out over the intercom and told them to buckle up, that takeoff would begin shortly. He took a deep breath, held it, and then released it slowly. Julie found his hand and squeezed it, and he savored the moment once more. Chapter 16. Vitaly. Vitaly held the sample of the prototype with a tight hand. He held the test tube's blue cap closed with a thumb over it. Perhaps overkill since the tube was sealed with tape, but Vitaly was not going to take the chance. It had been a strange request. Meet in the small conference room and prepare for a briefing about the next phase of their mission. Usually, any change to their research requirements would simply be sent via email. Their boss was as hands-off as they were reclusive. Vitaly had been working with the prototype, packaging up their most promising strain, the deadliest strain, to bring to the large laboratory refrigerator on the main level. From there, the guards would package up the boxes full of the stuff and take them away. Vitaly did not know where they would go. That was not something anyone had bothered to share with him. The request for the meeting had come in sounding nothing like a request, but more of a command. They wanted haste and speed, so Vitaly decided to take the sample with him. He could drop it off in the refrigerator after the briefing session. He heard that the others were already gathered there from their voices, sounding through the speakers above his head. The team had programmed the intercom system on the conference room table to broadcast any sound it picked up throughout the small facility. It helped speed up communication. Anyone wanting to know where someone else was could simply talk to the facility-wide computer system, and the intercom device closest to them would pick up their voice. Vitaly could hear Marcus and his on-again, off-again girlfriend Anya already starting to argue about what they wanted to eat for dinner. Vitaly smiled, shaking his head. Socializing was not their strong suit. and they probably had forgotten that everyone else in the facility was currently listening into their spat. Each of the scientists was a self-proclaimed introvert, used to getting their energy from being alone and away from others. Trying to build a close relationship with another coworker here seemed to Vitaly to be a losing proposition. He listened while he finished up in the lab. Grigor was talking quietly, mumbling something Vitaly could not understand, but that was normal par for the course. Grigor often mumbled while he worked, discussing options and scenarios with himself. Next, Vitaly heard the conference room door open, and two men began to converse rapidly in Russian. He had grown up speaking Russian as his first language, of course, but because the larger scientific community used English as its chosen language, he and his team had taken to conversing in English most of the time. So he was a bit surprised to hear the two guards barking at one another in Russian, and they sounded upset about something. Vitaly shook his head as he prepared to leave the lab, checking his watch at the same time. He still had a full minute before their meeting was scheduled to begin, so he was not terribly concerned about being late. He rolled his eyes as he listened to the guards now addressing the scientists, telling them to shut up. The 8 guards were constantly in their way, either watching the stairwell that led down into their bunker-like facility or patrolling the grounds outside. They rarely interacted with the scientists, and all of the scientists felt that threats to their facility were limited. So, Vitaly and the others mostly considered the heavy-handed protection a waste of resources. Still, the two parties had both been forced into the same small living environment, so they had both learned to give each other space. It was also strange to Vitaly that the guards had been required to attend this briefing as well. He heard more of them entering now, the first 2 of them still talking while the rest shuffled in. All of it became a buzz of noise that the intercom had trouble separating out as it amplified the sound and piped it into the lab room, but Vitaly listened anyway, trying to discern what was going on. He suddenly heard a question from the guard group's leader, a grizzled man who acted as though he was a Russian Special Forces operative. He was always angry, always acting as if the scientists had gotten in their way. "Where is the other?" the man grunted. Vitaly frowned. They must be talking about me. He was carrying the test tube down the hallway toward the stairs when he heard Marcus's reply, also in Russian. "He should be coming soon. Why? I believe he was in the—" Vitaly heard a terrible blasting noise that garbled any sound from the intercom. His ears picked up on the noise, and he knew it had come through the overhead speakers in the hallway, but also from somewhere up above him. The facility was small in the sense that there were only 4 scientists working there, but in terms of space, it had plenty to offer. Long hallways that connected massive laboratories and dining halls, private rooms, and the conference space, all of it underground. The walls were concrete and made it so that the loud noises he had heard reverberated around and made their way throughout the facility. It sounded like a gun. His frown deepened into a scowl. Had one of the soldiers accidentally fired a weapon in here? He heard screams then, the intercom and facility communication system still broadcasting from the conference room. He pulled himself to the side and through another doorway into the optical lab. More screams, more gunfire. Then nothing but silence. After a few more seconds, he heard the leader's voice over the speaker. "There is still one more. Find him." Vitaly's eyes flashed wide open, suddenly confirming his worst fears, and he wheeled around looking for a place to hide. There were plenty of spots to duck behind in this laboratory. Metal tables everywhere, computer stations that stood atop racks of processors, even an isolation chamber used for emergency chemical cleaning. But none of these would hide him very well, and certainly not when they were looking for him, specifically. The guards obviously knew he was here, down in one of the labs. There were only 5 on this level, and it would be quick work for all 8 of the guards to check them and then move downstairs to the living quarters. No, He needed something better than a thin aluminum table to hide behind. His fear ratcheted up, his mind finally acknowledging that he had just heard the sounds of his comrades and coworkers getting murdered. But why? What had they done? Had his research and the building of the prototype somehow upset their boss? No. It dawned on him just as he saw the doorway across the room. It is not that they are upset with our progress. It's that they no longer need our progress. They are done with us. Whatever the ultimate mission was, whatever their boss was trying to complete, this phase had been completed. And they are going to wipe us from the face of the earth. He ran toward the door, not knowing exactly where it led, but thankful that it was the same sort of door found elsewhere in the facility. Thick, heavy metal. Plenty strong enough to prevent a bullet from making its way through. But not one that he could lock, not one that would keep him safe forever. Still, it is better than just standing here and waiting for them to find me. He forced the door open, then silently pulled it shut behind him. He turned and then realized where he was. This was not a closet, but an access staircase to the level below. It led to the living quarters, the place where Vitali's own room was. But he knew now that these stairs kept going down. He could take them past the lowest floor of their research facility, down to the basement. Chapter 17. Ben. Zachary. Bennett walked toward Ben and Julie at the back of the plane. They had been in flight for about 20 minutes, and Ben had spent the time catching up with his wife. Zach sat next to Reggie, right across the aisle from Ben. "I was hoping we could finish our conversation from earlier," Zach said. "I was hoping that too," Ben said. "Where are we going? Seems like we're headed south." Zach nodded. "We're going to drop Julie's parents off at Whittier. They'll catch a plane back home, and then we'll turn around and be on our way. This is all a weird situation, and we're flying by the seat of our pants. But we need Julie's help, so she's agreed to leave Hope with her parents for a few days. It's not ideal, but it's our best option." Ben looked at his wife, and she smiled back at him, confirming. "Okay, so you got some shady Russians doing some shady Russian things. What does Julie have to do with it, and why am I here?" "Well," Zach continued, "I was talking about the Phoenix Project before. As those two mercenaries just proved, they're after what we know about it. To put it bluntly, they want to ensure we don't know anything." "By killing us, I presume," Ben said. Zach nodded again. "Unfortunately, yes. Fortunately, you guys are no strangers to death threats and evil secretive organizations chasing after you." Ben couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, you got that right," he said. "So, these Russians, why do they think we know something about their little project?" Zach smirked, and Reggie chuckled beside him. "Well, because we do know about it. Almost everything about it, in fact, but not entirely. That's where Julie comes in. She was the one who helped me crack it. She was able to get into the file system and start poking around, but there was a sort of phone home system baked into the software. The Russians figured out she was snooping around and have been trying to get to you two ever since." "Ever since?" Ben asked. "That plane crashed over a year ago, and while we've had plenty of issues with Russians since then, none of them seem to care one way or another about this Project Phoenix thing." Zach motioned toward Ember, still seated in the front row of the plane. "Yeah, it's probably because it's not the Russian state behind it. At least, not directly. The president of Russia will have control over anything he wants control over. However, many businesses and organizations on Russian soil are still independent and operate with little governmental oversight. But it's also because Ember and I have been working hard to keep them at arm's length to ensure they don't get too close. We basically redirected their attention from you to us." But I'm assuming they eventually did get close, Ben said. Close enough that someone had to fake Julie's death in the hospital. Ben felt Julie's hand reach out and rest on his. Her palm was warm, comforting. Still, the thought of what had happened, that her life had been ripped away right in front of his eyes, leaving him broken and confused, was still vivid. Zach swallowed. Yeah, let me talk about that in a minute. But I mentioned we know a little about the Project Phoenix files. Basically, Project Phoenix seems to be a form of chemical warfare. Current events suggest that Russia is going to invade Europe soon, so it's crucial for them to have plans like this one ready to go, and to make sure no one else knows about it, what they're trying to do with it, how they're going to do it, and, most importantly, and how someone might be able to stop it. Can it even be stopped? Ben asked. That's what Julie and I have been talking about. If anyone can figure out if it's possible and how to do it, it's us. I've got the biological and chemical know-how to reverse engineer what they're trying to cook up, and Julie can reverse engineer the software that will cook it. I see, Ben said. And you guys can't exactly shout from the rooftops that you need more scientists and programmers' help either. Everyone involved is a flight risk, and I'm sure that whatever you found inside Project Phoenix is not just proprietary but would be immediately recognizable by the team that created it. If you were to post any of it online, or even ask specific pointed questions about it, you'd alert the Russians that you're seeking help. Yeah, that about sums it up, Zach said. Still, we've been slowly putting a small team together, working in stages and doing our best to fly under the radar. Obviously, after today, it's clear they're heating up, getting ready to go live with this. They know who we are, and generally where we are. We haven't been able to stay as far ahead of them as we would like lately. Now, it's not just about figuring out what they're doing and how they're going to do it. It's about getting to them and stopping them before they can even start. But I'm afraid we're running out of time. Ben nodded. Okay, this is starting to make more sense. Still, though, would you need a guy like me? I'm capable, for the most part, but otherwise, I'm just an untrained guy. Why do you need me and the CSO involved in all of this? Sure, I can take a punch or two, but I'm no computer scientist. Yes, exactly, Zach said. We've got the brains taken care of. Now we need the brawn, the force. It makes perfect sense to bring you and Reggie on board since Julie is already involved. He stopped and winked at Ben. Plus, she told us you would jump at the chance to help out. Ben turned and raised an eyebrow at his wife. Oh, did she? She smiled sheepishly. I know you can't say no to a good fight, she said. Anyway, Zach continued, after we drop off the parents, we'll fly directly to where we think the epicenter is. We've identified through some lucky breaks in our VPN tracing where the IP addresses are originating. We don't know the exact location, but I think we've got the area right. It's still a long shot, but it's better than nothing. Plus, we'll still be in the right country even if we're wrong by a little. Ben's eyebrows shot all the way up now. We're going to Russia? He asked. Zach laughed. Yep, and not just the funny hats and onion-shaped buildings Russia. We're going to the Siberian Plateau. Chapter 18. Ben. Siberia? Ben asked. Like the frozen tundra? Zach smiled. Well, technically near the tundra and colder regions, but the same general area. We will land in Irkutsk after dropping off Julie's parents. Ben nodded his approval. And how long is the flight to Irkutsk? It will take us about 9 hours, since we won't need to stop to refuel, but that should give us plenty of time to get you caught up on everything that's happened. And, of course, plenty of time to sleep. We've got a place to set up once we're on the ground, but we're sort of sneaking into Russian airspace. So I'm hoping we don't meet resistance. Resistance? Ben asked, leaning forward. Resistance, in this case, means Russia might try to shoot us down? Reggie leaned over from his seat next to Zach. I'm sure it won't be that bad, he said, smirking. But what's the big deal? We've all been through a plane crash before. And it was the Russians who did it then, too, remember? Ben swallowed. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm worried. Of course he remembered. He would never forget the incident in Antarctica, flying onto a frozen bay to look into something an army general wanted to get eyes on. They had known that there was a Russian presence at that location. Still, they had assumed, as anyone would have, basing their judgment on the Antarctic Treaty, that anyone in Antarctica was a researcher or scientist or part of the crew that supported them. The Treaty of the Antarctic was very clear and had been agreed to by all the signatory nations. No military presence was allowed in Antarctica under any circumstances. It was why the CSO had been tapped to go poke around. While they had brought along a cache of weapons, at worst, they had expected to only run into angry researchers unwilling to cooperate with American interests. Never in a million years had they expected to find Russian soldiers, a fire team, and anti-aircraft weaponry, complete with surface-to-air missiles that had no trouble bringing down their defenseless cargo plane. Ben had nearly died in the ensuing crash. Julie and his friends saved him as they pulled him out of the burning wreckage. They had lost good men that day, including their 2 pilots, but the memory of the experience stuck with Ben, and he knew it would forever. Right, Ben said. Just what I want to do. Get in another plane crash. Zach waved it off. I'm sure there's nothing like that to worry about. We're not going over any military installations, and it's not like we've announced we're coming. They're not going to have the military on high alert and ready to intercept us. We'll be landing outside Irkutsk at another private airfield, and we can trust the landowner to not rat us out. Even then, we haven't told him we're arriving, so there's no reason to suspect they know we're coming. After that, we should be able to get into town and lie low, working from our base there. Ben's eyebrows registered surprise. Another base? I mean, you did say you had locations around the United States and some around the world, but it seems like your organization, whoever they are, is very well endowed. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. As you know, there's a lot of money in the military applications of science, which is what we've been working on since I joined up. I'm not naive. I know that the stuff we cook up gets used for nefarious purposes, but we're the good guys, and I'll keep working for them as long as I feel like that's true. You know how these things go. Eventually, you realize you're just working for the highest bidder, and sometimes you don't know exactly who the highest bidder is. Ben nodded. Yeah, I know exactly what that's like. So, this project you've been working on, Project Phoenix, you're just trying to figure out which Russians are behind it and what this group ultimately wants. But you've done other projects that have similar parameters. Zach thought for a moment, then responded. Some, yeah. But in truth, we came across Project Phoenix by accident. Basically, our scientific paths converged enough to recognize some of what they were working on, and we got in trouble when we started asking questions, poking around. But it's been a relatively hot topic in the scientific community the last few years. What has? It's going to sound ridiculous, Zach said, but we're studying slime molds. Slime molds? Ben asked. Yeah, they're pretty cool little boogers, too. Single-celled eukaryotic organisms that bind together and form a slime. They can multiply, thus growing into a unified mass, and then they start to operate like a much larger organism. They're also pretty miraculous. Ben had never heard the term slime mold before, but he nodded along as if understanding. We've known about them forever. There are over 100 species in the Smoky Mountains in the United States alone. Surely there are thousands of different species around the world. Some we haven't even discovered, and most we haven't even begun to understand. They look like fungus, in a sense. At first glance, you wouldn't think there's much under the surface. How can a single-celled organism do anything anyway? Ben sensed there was a punchline coming soon. However, a few researchers recently made a pretty bold claim. They said that slime molds can actually display rudimentary intelligence. Intelligence? Ben asked. Zach nodded, growing more excited. Yeah, it's pretty cool. They can solve complex problems like finding the quickest route through a maze to get food. They spread out, exploring all the different paths, but once they find the food, they retract all their other spires that have gone out in search of the food, leaving behind a slime that signals to the rest of the organism that it's not the correct route. It's a way of conserving energy while still searching for more food, more growth. I see, Ben said. Sounds like process of elimination, though. I mean, even if you're a multi-celled organism whose sole purpose in life is to just reproduce and find more food in order to reproduce more, eventually you too will explore your way through a maze and find the correct route, right? That's what we always thought, too. But because we're scientists and we don't know how to leave anything alone, we kept digging. Scientists performed other research projects and experiments on some of the specimens, and you wouldn't believe the sort of stuff we've found possible. Like what? Asked Ben. One of my favorite examples is memory. Ben shifted in his seat. Wait, did you say memory? Chapter 19. Vitali. The bunker containing their research station had been built directly into the ground, 2 stories deep. But Vitali knew there was an access crawl space, tall enough only to crouch through, that allowed a maintenance crew access to the furnace, air control systems, and whatever else needed to be tucked out of the way and out of sight. He raced down the stairs, passing the second subterranean level as he descended. Down here, all was quiet. The concrete walls and metal doors that had previously helped reverberate the gunfire throughout the space now effectively shut out any of the sounds of shooting or shouting. There were no speakers down here either, so even the intercom system that had been broadcasting the death and destruction was now silent. He reached the half-sized access door that led into the space and pulled it open. It was impossibly dark inside, but he found a switch after a few seconds of searching. He flipped on the lights, then closed the small door behind him. He knew that this place would not hide him forever. The soldiers upstairs would guard the single exit, knowing he had already been inside and waiting for him to appear. 8 guards were available to look for him, which meant they would likely make short work of it. They would find him eventually, and what then? He had no weapon, nothing to use to. He stopped mid-crouch, then sat down against the cinder block wall that had been erected in the middle of the subterranean maintenance area. Perhaps it would work. The plan began to take shape. It was ugly, dirty, but he had no other choice. There was nothing to fight with down here, which meant he was going to die. Unless he used what he did have. The only option left to him. It was not a weapon. At least, he had not originally intended it to be one. But he had seen what the effects had been down in the valley with the semi-nomadic villagers. His heart sank as he realized he was about to do the very thing he swore he would never do. He had called it unconscionable. But it was either this, or he would die. He had to act fast, too, or he would lose his chance to catch them while they were all upstairs. He wasn't sure how the staircase was vented, but he had a feeling it was closed off to the rest of the space. That meant he needed to get this done before the soldiers finished searching all of the main laboratories and private spaces. He looked around, hoping that what he needed was here. He saw it in a flash, up against the far wall. He crouched, walked over there, feeling ridiculous, like the hunchback of Notre Dame climbing through secret passageways in his castle. He reached the air conditioning system that connected all of the venting in the building, but it was the control system beneath it that he focused his attention on. He wasn't trying to condition the air, he was trying to pump it through the building as fast as possible. The next move would have to be calculated and then pulled off without a single mistake, a single slip. He turned back to where he had come from and looked around, then began crawling around the space. Vitaly closed all of the vents in this subterranean level he could find, thankfully only 2. He hoped to God there were no more he had missed. Finally, he returned to the air conditioner control unit and pulled off the vent access hatch connected to the main machine using thin metal tabs. He held the vent's hatch cover with a knee, allowing only enough space to get his hand inside. With his other hand, he hovered over the control panel switches, his index finger over the one he needed. With his left hand, he flicked the fan-on switch and waited as the machine cycled up. Within seconds, he felt a blast of cool air running over his hand, quickly growing colder as it pulled in the chilly air from outside. He waited another few seconds, hoping the soldiers above would begin to disperse throughout the facility's 2 levels. Then, with his right hand reaching into his pocket and pulling out the glass vial that held the prototype, he threw the test tube as high up the vent shaft as he could. It was an awkward motion, but he heard the telltale sound of the glass breaking as it hit either a wall or a ceiling inside the shaft, and he soon heard tiny shards of glass raining down and dinging against its metal walls. He yanked his hand back out of the open shaft and lifted the vent cap into place once more, then secured the bottom tabs to hold it there. With his left hand now free, he flipped the vent completely shut. Of course, it was not airtight, but it would have to do for now. Between the powerful burst of air blowing upward through the ventilation shaft and the exits he had just closed off, the particles inside the test tube would fly upward and disperse throughout the facility. At least, that's what he hoped. He held his breath, pulling his shirt up over his nose. It would not do a thing if the prototype congealed, fell, and made its way through the closed vent registers. But it made him feel better about the whole thing at least. Now, if he was going to die today, at least he could take solace in the fact that he had fought to stay alive. Chapter 20. Ben. Yeah, believe it or not, it's true. Zach leaned over the aisle, talking with his hands as his excitement increased. Ben recognized the excitement he was seeing in his little brother. It was the same excitement he felt when he put a puzzle together, when the pieces of a historic or scientific problem fell into place, and he began seeing the final picture. They had both always loved puzzles, though the puzzles he had been solving of late were of a more nefarious nature. This situation was no different. Zach had yet to get into the details of what these Russians were attempting to do with this slime mold stuff. Still, for the moment, he could at least revel in the optimism and enthusiasm his little brother and the others expressed. So, yeah, Zach continued, we used special lights above a dinner plate-sized sample of slime mold in order to halt the growth of the organism. Turn the light on, and the organism shrinks back, basically wanting to conserve energy. We repeated the experiment a few times, eventually flashing the slime mold with the light at 10-minute intervals only. We timed it exactly, turning the light on only when the timer reached 10 minutes. Then we turned them off 5 seconds later and started the clock over. And the slime mold reacted the same way each time? Ben asked. Yes, Zach said, nodding hurriedly. That's cool, but it's not memory, of course. They were just reacting to the light. We repeated this 3 or 4 times, enough time for the slime mold to establish the pattern, at least to recognize that there was a pattern, and then we stopped. The 5th cycle. We didn't turn the light on. Guess what happened? Ben could guess, but he wanted to hear his brother to say it. It shrank back right on cue, anticipating the light. There's no other plausible explanation for it. It's an example of memory. It's not much, of course, It's not like it's learning and reciting 100 digits of pi, but it's still pretty revolutionary. Ben frowned. Revolutionary? That word implies you guys actually had something to do with the development of this thing's memory. But you told me you used a sample of slime mold in a big petri dish. I think it's a pretty cool discovery, but revolutionary means you all had something to do with it. Zach stopped, eyeing his brother with a suspicious look. You know, what they said about you is true. Damn, man, it's been too long. You're so much more than just a park ranger. Well, not by choice, Ben said, chuckling. No, that's really intuitive, Ben. You're exactly right. I chose my words carefully. We developed this particular strain of slime mold in our lab. It's not much different from one found in nature, in that it's still a single-celled organism bound together for the greater good, but we grew it completely from scratch. We didn't change any cell structure or manipulate its biology remarkably. We just coaxed it to life because it had certain parameters we wanted to study, just like the difference between naturally grown and laboratory-grown yeast. It's all effectively the same, but it's technically a new species. Ben was frowning, staring at the back of the seat in front of him as he tried to put this together. So you're telling me that natural slime molds don't do this? Or that they might, but you haven't found one that did yet? This particular one you grew in the lab seems to be some proprietary concoction of eukaryotic cells that you guys cooked up, and you were surprised to learn that it actually displays a form of memory. Zach snapped his fingers and smiled. Exactly, he said. But it proves they can form memories, at least on a rudimentary level. Which begs the question, how many more of these memory-forming, maze-solving molds are out there? Was this memory methodology effect somehow caused by what we did in the lab? Or was it a natural, random occurrence also found in certain wild species and we just happened to stumble upon it? That is an interesting question, Ben said. And it is certainly revolutionary. I don't know anything about biology or chemistry, but it sounds like the sort of thing that would make for some very interesting academic papers. Zach nodded, then chewed his lip. Yeah, that's just it, he said. We can't publish anything yet. We know the Russians are working on something similar, and we have a feeling it's not going to be good. We ended up with a mold that has a basic memory, but what are they cooking up? Since we know creating slime molds in the lab is possible, and frankly quite easy, what have they been working toward? Evolution in nature takes many generations, thousands of years for a simple trait to form and establish itself. But in the lab, with something as relatively simple as a single-celled organism, it's much quicker. And there are ways to speed it up, so is that what they're doing? Ben nodded. But until we understand these things more, and we figure out what the Russians are willing to kill us over, we're holding back any publication. It's why all of this is so cloak and dagger, Ben. I'd love to publish all of it, for the good of the scientific community, but it's just too dangerous right now. We need to know what they're doing, what the extent of the Phoenix Project might be before we do anything. We can't play our hand in that way until we're all safe. Makes sense to me, Ben said. Can you tell me anything about what they're doing? Best guess, even? Zach nodded again. I can tell you as much as I know. It's not everything, but it's a lot. Keep your seatbelt buckled. It's going to be a wild ride. Chapter 21. Vitaly. Vitaly held his breath as long as possible, then let it out inside his shirt. He knew approximately how long to wait. All he had done over the past few weeks was study this prototype. He knew how long it would take to begin to congeal, to find the other like particles and turn into an aerosolized version of the slime mold, feverishly working to pull energy from its surroundings and eventually become the deadly weapon he had seen in the village. 2 minutes, he told himself. The effects would be nearly instantaneous once the prototype found purchase, which he assumed would take about a minute. Then, another minute for the effects to start to work, and finally, another minute just to be safe. After that, it might take another 2 minutes for the minuscule amount of prototype in the air to lose potency, stop pulling energy from its surroundings, and die. 5 minutes before I will allow myself to worry. Thankfully, what he had been holding in his hand would be enough to fill a space like this research facility quickly. But the lifespan of the prototype would be short-lived. With any luck, he would be able to leave soon. He continued holding his breath and releasing it slowly, just in case any of the prototype had somehow fallen back with the glass shards. He knew, as long as the prototype inside remained in its particulate form, it would be lighter than air, and therefore impossible to resist the flow of the fan he had just turned on. He waited for 5 minutes, sitting and shaking in fear in the corner. No one came to shoot him. No one came to even see if he were still alive. Hesitantly, after 7 full minutes, he pulled himself forward and into a crouch once more, then made his way toward the small door. One final breath, then he pushed the door back open and stepped into the stairwell. It was futile. He would have to breathe eventually. And besides, if enough of the particles touched his skin and found purchase enough to congeal, he would be dead anyway. He worked his way up the stairs slowly, not yet wanting to know the truth. If he revealed himself now, after less than 10 minutes of hiding, and his strategy had not worked at all, the soldiers could be simply waiting to shoot him when he reappeared. Perhaps I should wait down here for another hour. No, he told himself. This is going to work. It has to work. He wasn't sure what he would do, but he needed to get free of this place. He needed to tell somebody, and he needed answers. He climbed the 2 sets of stairs and then opened the door that led into the optical laboratory on the top level. There was no one inside, and the lights had been dimmed. He wondered if that was a search strategy the soldiers had used, to lower the light enough to make it hard for anyone else to see. He walked through the lab, eventually making his way to the hallway door and opened it too. Still, no one met him with the sound of an assault rifle starting to fire toward him. He was in the clear. He trudged up the hallway and looked into the conference room. There, he found the first evidence that his strategy had worked. One of the guards, a young man he recognized but did not know, lay on his stomach. His eyes and mouth were open wide as if he had choked to death. In a sense, the prototype had swarmed his internal organs, taking over all the vital functions before shutting them down completely as they moved forward in their constant quest for energy and food. White foam trickled out of the man's mouth onto the floor, and he saw flecks of blood mixed with it. An absolutely horrible way to go. His coworker Grigor was face down in a chair on the far side of the room. The bullet blasts had sent his chair round and rolling against the wall. He found the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guards in the matching conference room across the hall. Near them, he found Marcus and his girlfriend Anya, who looked like they had made a run for it before being shot numerous times in the back. He squeezed his eyes shut momentarily, not sure what to say or think. He would miss these people, but right now he needed to be free. He needed to get safe. He worked his way through the laboratory in this manner, eventually finding all 8 guards. He found the leader of the group last, and it was this man he knelt to inspect more closely. He didn't expect to see something so obvious as an ID or phone on the man, but he wanted to at least find something indicative as to why Vitali's group had been so brutally executed. But the man had nothing identifiable on him, save for a wedding ring. Vitali thought that was interesting. So this man was married. He had a family, and yet he seemed to find it no more difficult killing us than taking out the trash at home. He hesitated then, remembering the village and the dead woman, her children, her friends. Could touching the man now hurt him? No, he reminded himself. He had waited long enough. The impactful load of the disease had already dissipated. Vitaly knelt down and touched the man's hand. He rolled the ring around in his fingers, then frowned. He felt some sort of latch on the side of it and picked up the man's hand to examine it more closely. Sure enough, there was a tiny spring-loaded mechanism on the side of the man's ring. Vitaly flipped it open, revealing a slender, rectangular piece of plastic. A micro SD storage card. It was a standard style of storage card found in any number of photography or recording equipment usages, meant to be extremely portable and yet store high volumes of data. Vitaly reassessed this man and his ring, deciding he was probably not married. The storage card would be a perfect place to hide something he needed to keep on his person at all times. Something he would not want Vitaly to know. Whatever was on here, Vitaly had a feeling it would be helpful to his cause. Perhaps it would explain why the guards had tried to kill Vitaly, or perhaps it would explain a little bit more about what they were planning to do with the prototype. He put the card back into the ring but took the entire ring off of the man's finger. He felt more confident keeping the ring on his finger rather than trying to store just the card in his pocket. Any jostling or accidental slippage and the card would be lost forever. Satisfied that he was safe to leave the facility, and certainly ready to do so, he stood and walked up the last set of stairs and toward the access hatch. He took the stairs 2 at a time, then pushed the door open as far as it would go. The air was still cold, but the Siberian sun warmed him and almost helped him forget the events that had transpired down below. "I'm going to be okay," he told himself. "I am going to be just fine." Chapter 22. Ben. Ben glanced over at his wife and daughter. Hope was feeding again, a blanket tossed over Julie and the baby. However, Julie was listening intently to Zach's explanation. "Tell him the real punchline," Julie said. Zach smiled down at Ben, and Ben knew he was about to hear the real reason they were all talking about slime molds while flying in a private jet. As if on cue, their pilot announced that they were beginning to descend into Whittier's single-runway airport and that they would be on the ground in less than 20 minutes to drop off Julie's parents and Hope. Zach began. "Our working theory is that since we were able to grow a brand new species of mold in the lab, one that has interesting capabilities like memory and recall, we assume that other interesting features can be built into these little guys as well, either through forced evolutionary progress or literally just tacked on." "Tacked on? Like designing little components for them?" "Exactly," Julie said. "And that would make sense. Project Phoenix involves some programming. Any component design would have to be rendered on pretty process-intensive CPUs, like gene sequencing. It's not just biology and chemistry theory anymore. It's computer programming and software design as well." "Right, I get that." Ben took a sip of a water bottle Ember Clark had passed to him. "It's a marriage between the biological sciences and the computer sciences. That's not new, necessarily. As you mentioned, the same thing is happening in gene sequencing, and I guess in some sense this is gene sequencing. What does that really mean, practically speaking? What could they be building?" Zach took a sip of his water, then answered. "That's what we're trying to figure out. We're pretty sure we know the parameters. It is slime mold, after all. And while there are plenty of different species, some that swell up like balloons, some that look like fractals as they grow outward from a central place, and some, like my personal favorite, the dog vomit slime mold, look like, well, you can imagine. So we know they can have all different shapes and sizes and colors, depending on the nutrients they are being fed and their particular style of advancement. Some of the coolest ones can grow over a millimeter a second in the right conditions. That's insanely fast for any organism. You can imagine the incredible speed of the cellular mitosis at the microscopic level in that case. Sounds riveting, Ben said with a smirk. This isn't for everyone. But to answer your question a bit more, we know that the parameters are it's a slime mold. So, no matter how cool this thing is, it will not turn into a humanoid life form and start walking around the jungle. It's not going to fly, it's not going to start playing Vivaldi on the violin. Whatever a slime mold can do, it's going to do. Which is to replicate and find more food, Ben said. Yeah, definitely that. And a few other interesting things. Will their species also have memory? Are they working on something similar to what we came up with in the lab? Do they need their slime molds to have the ability to recall from previous learning? And what would be the use and purpose of that? What about weaponizing it altogether? Ben asked. Could you use a slime mold to kill someone? At this, Reggie nodded and picked up the conversation. That was my first thought as well. And not just because I'm into guns and military stuff either. It seems like if Russia is involved, and certainly if they're trying to keep it tightly under wraps, it's going to be something used to harm someone, somewhere, at some time. So, we need to start looking into Russia's biggest enemies, who they are, what they want, etc. All of this to try to figure out their motive, to try to figure out what they're going to do next, and then beat them to the punch. That's fine, Ben said, shrugging. But Russia's enemies are pretty much everyone, right? They're in bed with China, which means North Korea too, Julie said. Other than that, sure, so that line of reasoning hasn't gotten us very far because we haven't been able to narrow it down enough. At least not yet. But Reggie also had another idea. What about looking into chemical warfare? A designed virus? At this, Ben almost visibly shook. He knew all too well what a designed virus could do. Back when he was a park ranger at Yellowstone, a very nasty designed virus had been released into the general population, riding on the back of a small bomb. We've got experience with that, and it's still a hot-button issue today, Ben said softly. It almost seems likely that they have to be working toward that, right? I mean, all the cool kids are. Ben had read a little about viruses and viral outbreaks. One of them recently originated in a wet market in China, where dirty animals and unsuspecting humans interacted and coalesced into a mass of life, a perfect breeding ground for new bacterial and viral strains. He knew a laboratory in China, as well as a few in the United States, that studied these sorts of viruses specifically, and it didn't take an active imagination to believe that these labs could potentially design their own version of a virus. There was talk that the U.S. government had had the opportunity to study a particular strain of a designed virus but backed out in fear that even poking the beast might wake it up. The study of infectious diseases was a dangerous game, and while the science of understanding how they worked was important, no country wanted to be on the hook for releasing the next worldwide plague. Yeah, Reggie said. Which is why it seems surprising they would keep everything super secret and tightly locked down. Yeah, they're not going to want any of their special high-potency, death-flavored virus to get out. But why lock down the science itself? Anyone who's been studying these sorts of viral outbreaks is releasing their non-proprietary research to the world for public consumption. So you think they're doing something even more sinister? Ben asked. Zach and the others nodded. That's the working theory right now, yeah, Zach said. Ben nodded slowly. I see, he said. That is certainly a little concerning. Russia is not known for its evangelistic humanitarian efforts. They're no China, but we know they'll happily trample 100,000 people in order to push their agenda. The fact that they've been keeping this whole Project Phoenix thing so tightly guarded means that it's almost certainly going to be dangerous to the general population. Ben paused, waiting for anyone else to pitch in. No one did. That's not to say we don't have some theories, Zach said. You want to hear the best ones? Chapter 23. Vitaly. The old truck was in such bad shape that Vitaly wasn't sure it would actually get him away from their base. Still, it was the only option available. If he had looked around longer, he probably could have found the keys to one of the 2 guard jeeps sitting outside the compound. But judging by what had happened inside, and how organized and prepared the men had been, he was sure the jeeps would be tracked and monitored by the Russian military. The impending failure of the soldiers to check in would immediately alert their commanding officer that their mission had failed, and they would be able to track Vitaly's position as he drove away in their vehicle. So, he reasoned, the beat-up old truck was it. He couldn't even tell what it was exactly. It must have been something from 1980 or earlier, judging by the design of the interior. Most of the buttons and panels had fallen off, and it was a wonder that the vehicle had started at all. He assumed it had been stored in the work shed near the entrance to their bunker for any visiting maintenance crew member to use on the grounds. It didn't matter. There would be no more maintenance at the bunker. Now, he raced over the narrow, 1-lane road toward the nearest town. He did not know what the village would be called, since he didn't know exactly where he was, just that he was somewhere near the larger city of Irkutsk. When he had been brought here months ago, they had left Irkutsk and arrived at the research station via helicopter. The helicopter, he now knew, was for security. It was harder for their scientists to get out and sabotage their research if they didn't even know where they were to begin with, but also because it was a faster trip. The roads in this area of Siberia were a crapshoot. Most of them had been built so long ago and never maintained that driving a car was a death sentence for one's lower back. He was experiencing this now, and the only saving grace was that a fresh layer of snow had frozen into ice over the road, filling and smoothing out some of the larger potholes. He wanted to slow down, wanted to protect his ancient vehicle. But he was intent on getting back to civilization before the car completely broke down or a wheel fell off. He felt the ring on his finger, a strange sensation considering he had never been married, but knew that there would be answers waiting within it. He did not know exactly what he would find. Perhaps it would be nothing more than a mundane grocery list, but he had a feeling the commander of the soldiers back at the base would not be carrying around something so trivial on his person at all times, and so intent on hiding it, he had to use a secret spot on his ring. No, he told himself. What I'm looking for will be there. He willed it to be true. He needed it to be true. As he drove, he worked up a plan. First, he needed to figure out what was on the small drive embedded within the ring. That meant he would have to find a cyber cafe. Worst case, he could find a small hotel or inn and hope the proprietor had a computer. The drive would be nothing fancy, just a small rectangular disk, the sort that most computers and laptops could read. He also needed an internet connection to contact someone for help, but it was likely that if either of the places he considered had a computer that could read his data card, they would also have a connection to the web. Russian web access was spotty at best, and the government liked to crack down on what its population could access. Still, it wasn't China. Most of the internet was free and open to the public, and while he was no soldier or spy, he certainly knew his way around computers. A simple VPN connection would protect his browsing, for the most part. He drove for 2 hours, following a tributary that would eventually lead to the Angara River, surprised at how far away their bunker had been from the nearest population center. When he got to the city of Oyek, his heart sank. It looked depressed and far smaller than he could have imagined. There was one building in sight, the only one tall enough to peek out over the gentle hill he was now cresting. As he reached the top, he saw a smattering of smaller buildings, all one story, mostly only a few rooms, all spread around a central town square that had seen better days. Dirt roads led to and from this square, and he noticed the one he was on now led directly to the town's northeastern corner. He pulled the car up to the only building that seemed to be capable of supporting life. Perhaps the smallest hotel he had ever seen. There was a flicker of light inside. Television, perhaps? Vitaly wondered why anyone would choose to vacation here or even stop here on the way to someplace else. Anyone stopping here could just as easily keep going and get to Irkutsk in half an hour. Vitaly wanted answers now, however. He would at least stop in Oyek quickly, just to see if anyone might be able to help him. For that reason, he felt thankful that even the smallest little town in the middle of nowhere had at least some semblance of a hospitality industry. Chapter 24. Ben. Zach started in without waiting for a response. First of all, every organism that we can call alive has to eat. Life on Earth requires a few things: homeostasis, food, water, you get it, which tells us that slime mold is no different, and thus it cannot survive in a vacuum. So, there won't be any space-based slime molds coming after us anytime soon, Reggie quipped. Zach rolled his eyes. Yes, they can't survive in space, so we can cross Russia dropping a bucket of slime on the U.S. from space off our list. Ben and Julie smiled. Anyway, it tells us that no matter what they're doing in that lab, whomever they are and wherever they are, they're creating it from the building blocks that slime mold has given them. That means it has to stay alive. It has to have a constant supply of nutrients to grow and spread. And while that doesn't narrow it down very much, life can exist anywhere from the sky down to superheated geologic vents on the ocean's floor miles below the surface. But it gives us some working knowledge. What's the theory here? Ben asked. I mentioned a designed virus, and I know you, of all people, are intimately familiar with one of the most famous designed viruses in history, the Yellowstone virus. Ben knew it had only been named that because of its epicenter, a bomb exploding, ejecting masses of the stuff into the atmosphere that would later settle over the population and begin infecting citizens of the United States. It was ironic that the perpetrators had chosen such a rural place to drop their payload. Still, the effect had been the same. Hundreds of thousands of people across the U.S. had been afflicted, and only by gathering together and letting the viral load increase to a point where it would literally burn itself out could they survive. It had been a terrorist attack like no other. The idea that America was not united enough to save itself played out on a massive scale. Ben took a moment, closing his eyes as he remembered the devastation and damage. He had lost his mother during the event, long before they even knew what they were dealing with. If only he had known how to save her. It would have been so simple. In a sense, she had been part of the reason Ben was here now. His mother, Diana Torres, had been a researcher in the biological sciences, much like her son Zach had ended up becoming. She had taken her maiden name again after her husband had died many years before, but she had never remarried. Ben and Juliet Richardson, a young hotshot with the CDC's new Biological Threat Research Division, had visited Diana Torres as she passed away from the virus. The irony was that Diana Torres had been studying the very virus that eventually killed her. Ben remembered all too well the poignant feelings of loss and did not want to return to that dark place right now. He forced his eyes open, smiling at Julie and Hope as they touched down on the runway. That virus was very interesting for many reasons, Zach said. It was designed by an organization you later chased down in the Amazon. And Brazil, where he met me, Reggie said, giddy. It was Ben's turn to roll his eyes. Thanks for that memory. A bunch of mercenaries shooting at us inside of a hotel, blasting out windows and killing innocent people. That was me you're referring to, Reggie said. And I did not kill any civilians. On the contrary, I'm pretty sure I saved your life. Anyway, Zach said, once again commandeering the conversation, that virus was interesting to me because it was loaded inside of a bacteria that thrived on host interaction. It jumped from host to host almost at will, and only once the bacterial load had multiplied to a certain point did the viral load eject out of its cellular vehicle to infect the host. Groundbreaking stuff, really. Something that killed over 50,000 people and could have killed millions more is groundbreaking? Big picture, here, Zach said quickly. Not groundbreaking because of what it did, but because of what it represented. For the first time in history, we had a virus successfully injected into a bacteriophage. That was thought to be impossible. Hell, you wouldn't have convinced anyone it was possible unless you showed them exactly what it was. But how is this related to the slime mold we're talking about now? Ben asked. Oh, it's very related. Or it could be. Because we're talking about single-celled organisms smaller than most bacteria, there's not much room to tack on a whole virus, or certainly not another bacterial cell. Even if we did, the slime mold would just kill it or consume it, as if it didn't exist at all. But what if you could take apart the cell itself? What if your materials weren't entire cells, but pieces of cells? Is that possible? Ben asked. We can split an atom, so we can certainly split a cell. A cell is just a tiny little factory, flagellum for swimming around, mitochondria for energy production, the nucleus structure, all that stuff you remember from 7th grade biology. Ben smiled. You mean all the stuff you remember from 7th grade biology? Zach didn't let it faze him. Anyway, what if you took out its DNA, sequenced it, processed it, rewrote it, and stuck it back inside? Then you would have a slime mold that operates according to your parameters. This is just theory right now. It's hypothetically possible, but not really practically possible. We aren't there yet, but we might be close. My working theory is that instead of rewriting the genetic code of these things, they are tacking on another cellular component altogether. For example, what if they swapped the flagellum with something like suction cups? You could no longer move, but it could still expand at an alarming rate. It would just stick to whatever was around it. How would that be useful to the Russians? Ben asked. Zach shook his head and laughed. Well, that certainly wouldn't be. It's just an example, but you can start to imagine all sorts of potentialities here when you think about what else they could be tacking onto these little creatures. What about adding chloroplasts to an animal cell? I mean, there would have to be some DNA sequencing involved, but you could effectively give an animal the ability to consume light from the sun and turn it into energy. Again, we are so far away from this being a possibility that it might as well not be mentioned. Except we need to mention it, because it might be exactly what the Russians are working toward. Precisely, Zach said. But enough theory, Zach continued. The whole reason we're here now is that we think the answer is already with us. You do? Ben asked. Zach nodded. Yes, which brings us all the way back to the Phoenix Project. Chapter 25. Vitali. He parked the truck directly in front of the building, not surprised to see a window sign saying the establishment was closed. However, another car was parked beside his, and he saw movement inside against the flashing of a television screen. Vitali ran toward the front door and peered through the small window. He knocked a few times, politely but urgently, hoping to at least get the person inside to answer. It took a few more tries, but finally, a small man shuffled to the door, annoyed. He unlocked it and flung it open. He asked a barrage of questions in Russian, but Vitali held up his hands in surrender. Emergency, he said as calmly as he could. There has been an emergency, and I need help. The owner's face softened a bit and he let Vitali in. Crime was likely non-existent way out here, so there would have been no reason for this man to suspect Vitali of any foul play. Vitali walked in, trudging muddy snow inside that had collected on the doorstep, and found himself in a makeshift lobby. 2 folding chairs sat to his right, a large, flat-screen television in the corner, and a makeshift front desk that looked like it belonged in a tiki bar formed the left corner. The owner asked him what the emergency was. Vitali pulled the ring off his finger, then took out the SD card. "Do you have something that could read this?" He looked around frantically, not seeing a computer or cell phone. The owner stared for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. "Yes, this is the emergency." Vitali swallowed. He nodded. "I know it doesn't seem so, but there are people after me. I am a scientist working for the government. There's been an incident, and I need to access the files on this device as soon as possible. The sooner I access this card, the sooner I leave you." He kept it vague, expecting further questions. He could redirect the owner's questions as they came, so he didn't want to offer too much up front. The owner stared for another few seconds as if he had fallen asleep and then shrugged. "Come with me." Vitali sighed relief and followed the owner of the small hotel through a doorway filled with hanging beads on strings. He noticed they were now in a back office area that had been converted into a small bedroom. A single, twin-sized bed sat near the floor in the corner, sheets untucked, an ancient-looking pillow piled near the head. Another TV, much smaller, sat on a milk crate next to the bed. And on the opposite wall to Vitali's left was a small desk, on top of which was a laptop computer. His eyes widened. "I got lucky." "I don't suppose you have internet access here too?" he asked. The owner looked at him as if he were crazy. "How do I live without internet?" the man said, smirking. Vitali thanked the owner and walked toward the computer as the man opened the laptop's lid and typed in a password. "How long do you need?" the small man asked. Vitali wasn't sure. 15 minutes? 30? I'm unsure what I need to find on this card, but I promise I will not be long. "You're the first person I've seen in 3 days, the man said, shrugging again. "Take as much time as you need. I'm going to go out and get beer. Want some?" Vitali thanked him but declined. He wasn't much of a drinker, and now was certainly not the best time to celebrate his escape. The man left, and Vitali got to work. He popped the SD card in, and immediately the computer registered the new drive. He was excited to see that it was not password protected. He opened the folder tree on the device and began browsing through the files. There wasn't much to see. Schedules, appointments, general group transcripts for all the guards and their bosses. It seemed like a logistics report for the soldiers' mission back at Vitali's workplace. He opened a folder called Mission Parameters and found a single file inside. He double-clicked it, and a document filled the screen. He read through it, shocked to find that the document was a literal list, step-by-step instructions, of what the soldiers were supposed to do while they acted as guards for Vitali and his crew. He read the headings: Wait for scientists to finish prototype. Test prototype. He saw an entire submission beneath that heading, explaining how to test the prototype in the field against a small population of nomadic Siberian villagers. The location specifics would be sent separately. Vitali closed his eyes as he remembered how that mission had gone. He saw next what was to happen after the prototypes had been finished. He saw how the guards were instructed to clear the base after all the personnel had been eliminated. Eliminated. That was the step Vitali had miraculously just escaped. All of his co-workers were dead, but Vitali had not been eliminated. He scanned the list of headings, only seeing what he assumed was a typical mission for these guys. Send results back home to HQ, await further instructions, and on and on. But near the bottom of the list, scheduled to happen after the soldiers had returned to wherever their base of operations was and debriefed, there was a final, single-line heading. There were no submission instructions or clarifications beneath the heading. He read this line out loud to himself. Find Julie Bennett and the CSO. Chapter 26. Ben. The quantum chemistry laboratory at Irkutsk State University was not just for quantum chemistry. The brand-new state-of-the-art research facility was home to the university's faculties of physics and chemistry, and its newly renovated spaces would soon be open to students and staff. It contained research facilities and laboratories that rivaled those of anywhere else in the world. Most importantly, they were not currently occupied. The newest addition to the campus, the building that housed the new quantum chemistry laboratory, was finishing completion. Harvey Bennett had called in a few favors and gotten them access to the space at no charge. A Russian oligarch had funded the entire facility, apparently someone close to the Kremlin and with a hand in Russian politics and military development, but Zach had told them it was nothing to worry about. Everything in Russia is partly government-funded, he had told them. I called in a favor from a guy who owes me at least 3. He's the lead docent for the building and one of the largest donors. We'll just be using the facility for a while, and besides, they're not even open yet. He told me no one will need the space for a few months, minimum. Ben had listened to Zach's explanation as they had driven here from the airport, but Ben hadn't asked any questions. An angry-looking guard had met them at an already open front gate, but he hadn't given them any trouble. It was a university, and the campus security was light. They had taken a winding road away from the collection of larger buildings and dormitories into a secluded spot in the woods, and there the new QCL building had loomed over them. They had parked, walked a short distance over the asphalt parking lot, and entered the unlocked building. Since leaving the main campus area, Ben had not seen a single person besides the group he was with. This floor is our computer lab, Zach said, showing them around the second level that sat atop the main lobby and meeting areas downstairs. It's got everything any CS student and any decent computer hacker could want, and anything it doesn't have, we can get. Ben watched his wife spring into action. Julie immediately seemed at home, running over and poking at computer mice and touchscreen displays. Julie, don't break anything, Ben said. Reggie laughed. Dude, in the time we've been here, she's probably just reprogrammed every machine and reconfigured the entire system to suit her needs. Julie smiled as she peered over a bank of 5 monitors at a single workstation. You guys are idiots, she called out. Hey, I never said I was a computer whiz, Reggie said. She shook her head. I wasn't talking about computers. You're just idiots through and through. Aw, shucks, Ben said, putting on a mock expression of empathy. I love you too, babe. I'm so glad you came back from the dead. But yeah, Julie said, ignoring her husband. I'm going to have to reboot these all back into English. Everything's in Russian right now. Reggie was in the corner of the room, still laughing, but Zach pulled their attention back to him at the center of the space. While we're here, he said, this is Julie's domain. There is nothing off limits to any of you, but I am specifically putting Julie in charge of anything computer-related. We've got hand-picked programmers worldwide, on call, and ready to go in case she needs additional support. Some of them are pretty capable hackers, too, so we'll be able to accomplish just about anything she's thinking of trying if she can't do it with what she has here. She'll be working alone in here? Ben asked. Right now, we don't have any assets here in this region, Zach answered. She'll be alone, but as I said, she can pull up any number of professionals, securely and remotely, all from right here. It's like a command center. Sort of like the command center we had back at the cabin, Ben, she said. Except bigger and better. And with extra gear. Ben raised an eyebrow. And Russian. She cocked her head to the side. Well, yeah, there's that. So, pretty much nothing like the cabin. She smiled. I've already been making notes for Sarah. I'm hoping she'll get us an even better communication system and computer array. Mr. E wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Mr. E was the CSO's benefactor and founder, but after the death of his wife, Ben had seen him only once more in Corsica, shortly before he had been kidnapped. Since then, no one had heard from the man. Ben assumed he was dead, but lately he had learned not to take those assumptions at face value. Yeah, speaking of, Ben said, locking eyes with Julie. How many other people know that you weren't actually dead this last week? I mean, I'm just putting it together now. This is why your parents were so optimistic and seemed to be acting weird at dinner the other night. Ben felt Reggie pulling him to the side, back toward the elevator. Good question, Reggie said quietly. A great question, Zach echoed. One that we are going to need to sit down again to discuss. But I need to make sure everyone's caught up and things are progressing before we do that. Does that work? Ben sensed it wasn't a question his little brother was asking. It was a statement of fact. He shrugged. Whatever. He was starting to get annoyed at how often questions of Julie and the past week of hell he had been through were tossed away and forgotten. But he didn't bother bringing it up again. Julie returned to the group, and they rode the elevator up one more level together. This was the top level of the building, and when the doors opened, Ben caught sight of the laboratory his brother had referred to. It's also state-of-the-art, Zach said. Every machine and doohickey any fun-loving microbiologist would fawn over. I recognize a microscope when I see one, Reggie said, pointing. As I said, you guys are idiots. Julie rolled her eyes. Hey, I also recognize those little beakers and test tubes and glass stuff over there, Reggie added, pointing in the opposite direction toward a table in the corner. Zach continued. We don't currently have anyone but me working here full-time since this is borrowed space, but that's fine. Our other labs are sometimes staffed by one or two others. All trustworthy, all capable scientists, and every single one of them has been working hard on the Phoenix project. So the idea is, you and Julie run your teams of biologists and chemists and computer programmers and hackers, all trying to figure out what the Russians are doing. Zach nodded. And you've got at least some help from the Russians themselves. Hence this place here. Zach nodded again. Yes, we do. It's why we don't think this goes all the way to the top. It's not Russia as a country we're up against. Just some bad apples that think they're doing what's in the best interest of their country. It's most likely a company or organization that might even have the blessing of the Russian president. But we're working undercover here. The group that set us up with this research lab doesn't know everything about what we're doing. You just told them you're looking into slime molds? Basically, yes. We're just humble, innocent scientists looking for a temporary work location. And you'll be able to work on the project here, where you're closest to where it might be happening. Yes, that's the idea anyway, Zach said. We are scientists at heart, Julie included, so everyone's interested to learn something new, regardless of whether or not it fits into the Phoenix Project's mission. However, we've instructed our part-time and contracted staff that all bets are off. Anything interesting could be potentially useful to the project. You never know when serendipity will strike, as they say. Ben walked around, making a large circle around the outer tables and desks spread out across the room. There were some computers here, but each was attached to some machine or experimentation device. It was all impressive, and it was even more impressive that his brother had been able to set it all up and gain access to the new lab. This all looks great, man, Ben said. addressing his brother from the middle of the room. "But I have to say, and maybe this is just my paranoia talking, but all of this seems unguarded. As in, you guys are doing secret research here, in a university laboratory that the Russians helped fund, while those same Russians are literally trying to kill us. And from what I can see, and what I know about normal universities, there's no protection." Zach smiled, a mischievous grin reaching across his face. "I'm glad you brought that up," he said. "That's the next thing we were going to discuss." "Oh?" Zach nodded. "Oh, yeah. That's where you're missing something. You're thinking of a typical university. But let's go back downstairs to one of the conference rooms. I have some really interesting stuff to show you and Reggie. You may not get computers or the biological sciences, but I'm pretty sure you're going to get this." Reggie's eyes widened in excitement. "This is a university," Zach said, "but it's no normal university." Chapter 27. Ben. Ben's eyes widened as all the walls around him became projector screens. At first, he hadn't even noticed where the projector was mounted, but then he saw the 3 small circles of light hanging from a small rod that had descended from the ceiling. They were seated around a large table in the laboratory building's conference room, not unlike the one he and Zach talked in back in Anchorage just before the mercenaries had come to kill them. Thankfully, this one had no plate glass windows along one side, so he suspected they were safe from a surprise ninja-like mercenary attack from above. And, judging by what he saw on the screens now, he was sure they would see it coming from a mile away this time. This place is no normal university, at least in the traditional sense. The Russian government has been investing heavily into infrastructure upgrades and technological knowledge, and that investment has trickled down to the public education and university levels. It's a new trend. Some buckets of money have been set up, intended to be used by Russian universities and schools that can prove they are investing it into new security tech. It's like a self-informing improvement cycle. Rather than let private companies create the advancements in tech, the government got the wild idea to allow their best and brightest, the students themselves, to build the security technology at certain institutions. Reggie whistled. So it's like they have a very inexpensive way to outsource research and development. Exactly. The geniuses among them, they'll just hire away to a military or bureaucratic position and reap the rewards of their efforts twice. I'm assuming that what we're looking at is some sort of student-created security platform in that case, Ben asked. Yep, exactly, Zach said, with some tweaks made by my organization as well. Enhancements, to be precise. It just looks like a bunch of security camera feeds, Reggie said, scrutinizing the feeds to his left. That hardly seems unique. Zach laughed. Right. I didn't have time to show you both the full system back in Anchorage, and this one does seem, at the moment, like just a traditional security system with high-definition cameras. But the system runs from the servers in Anchorage, so I've just bounced control over here. It's pretty cool. The AI can handle anything a human team could. AI? Reggie asked. Reggie was seated next to Ben and seemed just as taken aback by Zach's revelation. Zach pointed to his ear and turned his head, revealing an impossibly small circular device stuck inside his upper lobe. Yeah, it's basically a little hearing aid. I usually wear it all the time. That's how unnoticeable it is. But it's connected to Wi-Fi and cellular, as well as any ad hoc networks it can find, so I can bounce a signal to it from anywhere in the world, as long as there's something connected close by, or a cell tower. The AI is back in Anchorage, like I said. I've got a lighter version of it running on the server here since we'll be working from here temporarily. I also had the AI disable the audible perimeter alarms back at the office so that they wouldn't scare Hope. He smiled sheepishly. I guess I learned my lesson, though. I feel for the kid, but I'd rather get blasted by an alarm next time mercenaries decide to smash through my conference room windows. Same here, Ben said. A little loud noise never hurt anyone. Zach continued. Anyway, the AI's name is SAI. He pronounced the word like sigh. You named the AI security system? Reggie asked. Just then, Ember walked in. Ben had not seen her since they'd landed in Irkutsk, so he assumed she had been out running errands, or simply doing whatever ninja assassins did during the course of a normal day. SAI, she repeated. Strategic AI. Zach named it while he was in an extra nerdy state of mind, so don't give him too much crap for it. Oh, we're going to give him loads of crap, Reggie said, laughing. Surely you could think of something better than that. Zach's eyes rose to the ceiling. Careful. He's listening as we speak. Ben watched as Reggie's eyes slowly moved straight up as well. Good afternoon, a lifelike male voice said. Ben jumped straight backward, his chair sliding away from the table. It seemed as though the voice were hovering directly in front of him, as if there were an invisible head sitting on the table. Zach laughed. It's pretty cool tech. This is the university security project I was referring to. The AI is ours, but the speakers in the room, I'll bet you didn't even notice them, right? Ben shook his head. Check it out, Zach said, now standing and pointing at hundreds of tiny holes, mere dots, covering each of the conference room walls. These little pinpricks emanate one specific set of frequencies at a time, all targeted toward a specific location. When these signals intersect directly in front of your face, it forms what the project calls a 3D audio avatar. Essentially, it creates a bubble of sound directly in front of the listener. SAI has detected all of the human participants in this room, and he's projected an avatar in front of each of us. This room can host up to 10 listeners at once, and each gets their very own representation of SAI's voice directly in front of their heads. Ben let his face show how impressed he was. He had heard of targeted audio. Places like museums and art galleries had invested heavily in the tech, allowing people to stand in a specific location to hear an audible explanation of what they were looking at. However, standing just outside this small boundary, they would hear nothing at all. It allowed museums and public places to cater to multiple people at once in the same room as if they were on individual, customizable tours, without the overall noise floor rising to uncontrollable levels. Damn, that's pretty cool, Reggie said. Thank you. I believe it is pretty cool as well, Sai said. Reggie laughed. SAI seems a bit snarky. Did you put some of Ben's sarcasm into him? Zach smiled. I felt that with a lifelike voice and a bit of a more human personality, the AI would be a little more approachable. He pretty much runs the show as far as security is concerned, and I've got all of my notifications for emails and texts going through him. So, when you have to hear him quite a bit in your ear day in and day out, it makes sense not to make him sound like a robot. And yet, I am effectively just a robot, Sai said. Ben swore he heard a bit of humorous inflection in the artificial intelligence's voice. Zach called their attention now to the monitor to his right, to Ben's left. The image was a multifaceted display of 24 smaller screens, each of which was about 2 feet tall by 3 feet wide. The display was crystal clear, and Ben could easily see the video feed on each of the 24 screens. As you can see over here, this is a view of our inside spaces. Bottom floor on the bottom row, Julie's computer center in the middle, and the lab on top. The very top row of feeds shows the roof of the building. SAI has facial recognition software built in, and he knows what each of you looks like. If you're in the lab, great. He doesn't care. But if someone else shows up, someone he doesn't recognize, I get alerted first and have to verify who they are. Of course, he's linked up with my calendar and messages as well, so he's aware if someone's supposed to be dropping by. If I don't respond after 5 seconds, he'll start the alarms in the building. "He told you about the mercenaries in Anchorage, didn't he?" Ben suddenly asked. "Yes, Ben," Zach said. "But they were fast, apparently faster than I was. SAI informed me there were intruders and asked me what I'd like to do. I was too busy and distracted to focus on what was happening. Anyway, all this to say, we're usually pretty well protected in here." Reggie frowned. "Protected? Sounds like we're just well-informed. This isn't security, per se. It's just closed-circuit TV taken to an advanced, automated level." Zach nodded. "Right. And that's where the other benefit of being at this facility comes into play. Check this out." Zach voiced a single-line command, and the screen they were all looking at shifted to a single camera angle view of a darkly lit space from somewhere else in the building. It was hard to see, but it seemed he was looking at a deck or patio with a wooden railing behind it. In the center of the screen was a dark, rectangular object. The back of Julie's floor in this building has a small walkout patio, likely meant for taking lunch breaks or whatever during the school day. But the company and I have been installing SAI into a special system to handle our physical security needs. Ember just finished setting it up. We can travel with it or ship it anywhere in the world. It's not small, but it's still largely portable. That's why we didn't have it in Anchorage. It was already on its way here. I've been perfecting the system for quite some time, but right now there's only one prototype. We call it the Launchpad. "Launchpad?" Ben asked. Zach nodded, then issued a command to SAI. Immediately, Ben saw dozens of tiny drones start to zip straight upward and out into the air from the box on the patio floor. They disappeared into the air outside the QCL building. "Whoa!" "Most of these are telemetry drones," Zach explained, "equipped with cameras that see in infrared as well as regular light. They're great for security." Ben nodded as he watched, impressed. "But they're not all telemetry drones," Zach added, his smile widening. "Some of them are what we like to think of as defense drones." Chapter 28. Vitaly. While Vitaly worked, he watched the tiny front window as the inn's owner left, leaving Vitaly's truck the sole vehicle in sight around the square. The window had thin, veneer-like curtains hanging over the front of it, and Vitaly had pulled one of these open to watch the road and let some natural light in while he searched the drive. The owner returned barely a minute later, carrying a 6-pack of Ochakovo. Vitaly was surprised to learn that there was another establishment open nearby. Knowing there was the innkeeper and at least another soul somewhere close by made him feel less isolated. He needed human interaction, even just a small bit, considering his now dead comrades and the robotic soldiers who had murdered them, as well as the slime mold, were the only other life forms he had interacted with the past few months. He heard the owner enter, and Vitaly stood. "Did you find what you were looking for?" the small man asked. Vitaly nodded. "I am sorry. I do not have a phone either. I need to make a call. Is there one I can borrow?" Vitaly knew he could use voice-over IP services to make the international phone call, but it would be easier and cheaper if the owner had a phone to offer. Thankfully, he did. The owner offered him a beer as well, but Vitaly declined and took the phone only, thanking him. The innkeeper turned to one of the chairs beside the large television in the main room and sat, leaving Vitaly to work. It did not take long. He found information on Juliet Richardson Bennett, married to a Harvey Bennett, both members of a group called the Civilian Special Operations. There was not much information about the organization online. but he found that they had been in the news a few times in the past, purporting ties with international espionage and antiquities dealers. He read one article, determining that it was simply an overzealous reporter's conspiracy theory. Whomever the CSO was, it seemed they had done far more good than bad, no matter their methods. He eventually found what he was looking for, a phone number routed through one of the many online free phone number services. This one would ostensibly link him directly to the CSO. It was this number that he called. The phone rang 4 times, and a man answered. "Hello?" He heard voices in the background, muffled. Vitaly cleared his throat and replied in English. "Hi. Hello. Yes, this is Civilian Special Operations." He sounded out the words with his best impression of American English. There was a long pause. "Who is this? How did you get this number?" Vitaly sensed the man was about to hang up, so he raced quickly through the details. "My name is Vitaly. I am a scientist. There are people after me, and they killed my co-workers, my friends." So far, so good. The man on the other end had not hung up yet. But who was he even talking to? Was he actually talking to the CSO, or was this some elaborate ruse? For all he knew, he could be talking to some teenager who had set up the phone number as a prank. No, that doesn't make sense. CSO might have a few news articles sprinkled around the internet here and there, but they were far from a famous, or infamous, organization. "You said your name was Vitaly?" He nodded excitedly and answered. Yes, Vitaly, I have been working on—" "Why did you call us? Why did you call this number?" "There's more to talk about, sir," Vitaly said. "But I found your name on a list." "A list? What sort of list?" Vitaly hesitated. "Well, not a list, so much as a mission overview, an agenda, and your names were on it." "Okay, pal, enough messing around. Please don't call this number again." "No, wait, your name. You are Harvey Bennett." Another long pause. "You are Harvey Bennett from this list. But the name on the list next to yours was Julie Bennett, and the CSO is on it too. They are coming after you next. They tried to kill me, but I got away." He heard more voices that did not belong to the man on the other end, and finally the man came back on. "Okay, I'm interested in what you have to say. Where are you now?" "That is the problem," Vitaly said. "I am in Russia." As he waited for the man to respond, he saw a black sedan pull up across the street. He frowned, knowing that such a vehicle was very out of place for a town like this. 2 men, both wearing standard fare business attire, got out. But standard fare meant something very different in a snowy town in the middle of nowhere. Perhaps it would have fit in downtown Irkutsk, but here they stuck out like a sore thumb. Vitaly knew without question that these men were looking for him. "Sounds like it's your lucky day, buddy," the man said, coming back on the line. "I'm also in Russia, Irkutsk to be exact. I'd love to meet up and see what you have to say." Vitaly couldn't believe his luck, but he noticed the men across the street turning directly toward the small inn. They started across the street, aiming directly for the front door, walking over the empty, permafrost-covered lot at the center of the square. His hand tightened over the phone. "Yes, I would like that very much. But there are men here now. I must go, but I will drive to Irkutsk now. I will be coming from the north. My truck is not good, and I'm afraid I may not make it all the way. Can you meet me?" "Where will you be exactly?" He gave Bennett the road he would be on, approximating how long it would take him to get to Irkutsk, then disconnected. He walked back out to the main lobby, placed the SD card back into the ring and on his finger, and set the owner's phone on the makeshift counter in the corner. "I cannot thank you enough, kind sir," he said in Russian. The man began to stand up, but Vitaly waved him back down. I must be going now. The men who are after me will follow. I must go now, or you will not be safe." He left the hotel owner with a frown and a beer in his hand. Chapter 29. Ben. Ben looked over at his friend. Reggie shook his head, looking down at his phone. "I just got the weirdest call," Reggie said. "I heard half of it," Ben said. "Someone wants to meet up?" "Yeah, but he was frantic in a hurry. Told me guys were chasing him, guys who killed his co-workers." Ben's eyebrows rose. On any other day, this would certainly be something his team would investigate. They weren't cops, nor were they detectives of any kind, but part of the MO they had established early on was that they would help innocent people, however, and whenever they could. They would answer the call if and when it came. "He said you and Julie are on a list," Reggie continued. Everyone else in the room, including Zach and Ember, looked surprised. "He said they killed his co-workers, but he could get access to some mission parameters or something that had your names on it. It also said to find the CSO. "Well, that just hit closer to home," Ben said. Reggie nodded. "I think we need to look into this, guys. Quickly, as it sounds like this guy is being chased. At the very least, we can get the full story and see what's going on. Maybe it's nothing, but I highly doubt somebody's trying to prank call us." Ben looked at his friend. "By the way, when did you set up a CSO hotline?" Reggie laughed. "A few months ago. I think I was drunk, but there was a free 3-month trial of some online phone service. You get a number, and they route calls to your personal cell phone." Ben shook his head. "You're ridiculous." Reggie shrugged. "Seems like it worked." "Julie and I will stay here," Zach said suddenly. "The best support we can offer is going to be here anyway. If we need to coordinate efforts, it will be good to have a base of operations. Is that okay with you, Ben?" Ben looked at his friend, then back at Zach. "If she's okay with it, I'm okay with it. Reggie and I can meet this Vitali guy. Hopefully, he's just some nutcase who's paranoid about something and thinks we'll protect him. Take Ember with you. She's a hell of a driver, so in case you do meet whoever's chasing Vitali, she'll be a good asset to have." "Fine by me," Reggie said. Ember frowned as she checked something on her phone. "Zach, it's 46 degrees outside." Zach looked concerned for a second, but he shrugged it off. "I wish there were a better option." "You do have a car here?" Ben asked. "Oh, we've got a car," Ember said. "The docent's car's parked out back, and he gave Zach the keys. According to Zach, the cheapskate, it will do just fine." "What's the problem, then?" Ben asked, his eyes darting between his little brother and his girlfriend. Ember smiled. "It shouldn't be a problem, per se. Let's just make sure we have a coat your size." Chapter 30. Ben. The university laboratory did not have a coat Ben's size. They walked out across the tiny parking lot behind the building to a covered garage large enough for 2 cars inside. Ember flicked her fingers over the keypad, and one of the garage doors opened, revealing a car inside. Reggie whistled as he saw it. Ben shivered. It was an Aurus Senate convertible in a rusty gold color and looked very sporty and quite new. It was a tank of a car, too. Ben knew a limousine version with an even larger engine and frame had been sold to the Russian president that was bulletproof and essentially bomb-proof. "There's no top, however. Not on this model," Ember said matter-of-factly as she walked toward the driver's seat. "You're kidding me," Ben said. "It's freezing out here, and that's coming from me, someone who lives in Alaska." "Yeah, sorry about that," Ember said. "Zach is all about the cloak and dagger, keeping things mysterious. I guess we should have told you that we would be spending some time here in Siberia, but at least it's a dry cold, right?" Ember opened the car door and hopped in the seat. Keys appeared in her right hand, and she turned the engine on. It came to life and purred softly, in perfect condition. The 4.4-liter V6 engine was monstrous, sounding like a dragon waking up, ready to fly. Ben looked at the car, shaking his head. Reggie went to the other side and pulled open the back passenger door. "Good, that's what I was thinking," Ember said. "You two can sit back there together, maybe share that blanket." Ben was still outside the car, looking down at the massive convertible. Sure enough, on the back seat was a thick, heavy blanket. "I think it's a queen-sized comforter or something," Ember said. "It should be plenty big enough to fit both of you guys in there." Ben rolled his eyes, growing more and more agitated by the second. "Can't we just rent a car? Surely we can head into town, find a place, get something, anything else." Ember revved the engine. "Sure, if you want to wait it out. The rental companies offloaded all of their inventory last year, most of which haven't been replenished. With the chip shortage, they're not in a hurry to pay a premium to do it either. Besides, your boy Vitaly is waiting for us, right? We need to move." Reggie almost fell over laughing. "Man, if you would have told me I would have gotten to ride in the back of a romantic sports car with you and share a blanket, I don't think I would have believed it." "I still don't think I believe it," Ben said. "Zach's screwing with us." He turned to Ember. "Right? Please tell me he's screwing with us. You guys have a truck, SUV, or something hidden behind a tree somewhere?" She revved the engine again in response, and Reggie broke into laughter once more. Reluctantly, Ben pulled the handle and opened the door, then slid his massive frame into the back seat. He was a large man, but the car had been designed for luxury, which meant space. Luxury car manufacturers also knew that the people riding in the back of their vehicles were often the owners. They hired drivers to drive them around. As such, Ben found the seat quite comfortable and shifted to find the best position. His knees did hit the back of the seat in front of him, however. Thankfully, Ember was much smaller, nearly petite. She pulled her seat forward a few more inches, giving Ben's legs the relief they wanted. "Again, sorry about Zach. He's cheap in the worst ways. Has no problem dropping 10 grand on a compound microscope or whatever the hell they are, but ask him to rent a car? Pfft, never. He still thinks we're in Denver, where you can Uber around everywhere and order grocery delivery any hour of the day." "Yeah, I can see that in him," Ben said, already feeling the chill of the air whipping around his face. "Hopefully, we get to him pretty soon," Ember continued as she pulled the car out of the garage. "With any luck, we'll be back here in an hour with a new friend to hang out with." With any luck, Ben thought. How many times had he thought those exact words? And how many times had he been horribly, miserably wrong? Chapter 31. Ben. The ride through Irkutsk was uneventful, and they reached the highway interchange that exited onto the road Vitaly had told Reggie he would be coming in on. There was not a car in sight out here, north of town. It seemed most of the life in this city was relegated to its downtown area, where industry still thrived. For many of the residents living out in the countryside, having lived through a pandemic that only put a cap on hundreds of years of scratching out a hard living, most of the smaller suburban areas were all but deserted. Most people in the region had flocked to the downtown area, or even different cities altogether, over the past decade, opting for the more social speed of urban life. Most of those who remained were farmers, living out on plots of land even farther from where they were now. They drove for 20 more minutes without seeing anyone else on the road, but Ember shouted something over the noise of the wind a few minutes later. "Car! Coming over the hill up ahead!" Ben could hardly hear her through the noise of the air whipping past his ears, and the fact that his ears were mostly numb from the cold anyway. Against his better judgment and knowing that Reggie would never let him live it down, Ben had huddled closer to the center seat, where Reggie had also tucked in to share their body heat underneath their blanket. He had to admit that his lower half was quite warm. He flashed Reggie a glance, and the man just smiled. "Love you, bud," Reggie said with a smirk. "You'd better shut the hell up before I throw you out of this car," Ben said. Ember slowed, and Ben noticed that the truck barreling down the hill was not alone. It descended and reached the bottom, only about 300 yards away now, when Ben saw two military-style 4x4 Tiger vehicles also cresting the hill. They were painted all black, and each had a mean-looking turret mounted on top of its back half. And each of the turrets had a mean-looking soldier standing inside. "We've got a shooter!" Reggie shouted, ducking down farther in the seat. Ben had not noticed at first, but rounds began whistling over his head, barely louder than the wind. The flash of the gun's muzzle from the truck on the left parried next, sending rounds banging into the back of the smaller truck approaching them. It swerved to the left, a rear tire blown out. Ben pointed. "That's Vitaly! They just took out his car!" Ember shouted over her shoulder as she swerved the car off the road. "Lean forward and pull the seat back toward you. Grab the bags behind it." Reggie did as she had instructed, and Ben helped the man pull two large duffel bags from the trunk space out onto the seat. Reggie immediately unzipped his bag, and Ben's eyes went wide as he saw what was inside. Weapons. Lots and lots of weapons. Reggie pulled out an M4 carbine assault rifle, handing it over to Ben. He rifled through the bag as well, likely taking inventory of what was inside. Ben put his bag down on the floorboards for a moment, wanting to check the weapon Reggie had handed him to make sure it was loaded and working properly. Ember was certainly earning the title Zach had given her of a phenomenal driver. Ben felt a force pull him to the side as she yanked on the Aura's handbrake and pulled the convertible's back tires completely around its front half, taking out a few small scrub bushes lying next to the highway. The entire horizon, in all directions save for directly behind them, was covered in a thick layer of frost. Beneath that was hard-packed snow, effectively ice at this speed. She swerved, letting out a whoop as she did, then slammed on the gas pedal just as the two Tigers barreled down the hill. The turret-mounted gunman found the angle difficult, so for a few more seconds they would be in the clear. Ember must have known this as well. She pointed the car directly back toward the highway, toward where Vitaly crashed on the side of the road. Ben saw a man opening the passenger side door now, keeping his head low. Good thinking. "We need to pick him up," Ben shouted, aiming his voice directly at Ember's ear. She did not respond audibly, but nodded as she gunned it for the back of Vitaly's now smoking truck. Ben saw the tire tracks and the blasted rubber splayed out in a line leading back toward the Tigers, as well as about a dozen pockmarked bullet holes on the side of the vehicle itself. Ben pulled his weapon up and wrapped his hand around the seatbelt a few times. It was probably not going to do anything if Ember bumped him out of the car except break his wrist and put him in that much more pain. But at least it would offer him a bit more stability, pulled it taut as he stood up in the back seat. They had to be moving about 40 or 50 miles an hour over the permafrost, but the terrain was relatively flat. Ben pulled the trigger a few times, readjusting the shot each time until the rounds connected with the first Tiger closest to him. The man in the turret adjusted, pulling his weapon around when the shots struck the cage around the gun. He ducked back, surprised by the fact that this car was suddenly firing back at him. Ben adjusted his aim just as Reggie began firing as well. Only Reggie had not chosen an assault rifle. Actually, Ben realized, he had not chosen assault rifle ammunition. Ben heard the telltale thunk sound of a launch as Reggie's grenade launcher attachment tossed a tiny explosive toward the first of the Tigers. It was a direct hit. Chapter 32. Ben. Ben watched, mesmerized, as the Tiger vehicle closest to them erupted in a ball of fire. The driver pulled the Tiger off the road, trying to dodge the shot, but the grenade hit its mark, and the force of the turn combined with the blast launched the entire vehicle into a barrel roll. Directly toward where Ben and Reggie sat in the back of Ember's convertible. Ember reacted quickly and smoothly, pulling the wheel a quarter turn the other direction and pulling the handbrake once again. The convertible, far more maneuverable than the much heavier military truck, deftly ducked under the ball of fire and sped 20 feet away as the Tiger came to a stop. The roll completely flattened the turret, as well as the man who had been in it. Ben was still watching the flaming wreckage in awe when Reggie shouted at Ember. "Pull over," he said. "Let me out here." "Are you insane?" Ember asked. "Yes," Reggie shouted. "Yes, I am." He grabbed the duffel at his feet and hurled it over the side of the car and out onto the permafrost-caked field. Either finally willing to comply with Reggie's order, or not willing to give up all of the weaponry he had just tossed out of the vehicle, Ember slowed to a stop. "You've got 2 seconds!" she shouted. Ben saw the second Tiger bearing down on Vitali, still ducking behind the open door of his beat-up truck. It was going to be a close call, and Ben wasn't sure if the man would be able to get away, but Reggie was already gone. Ben looked over and saw that his friend had disappeared, and without another word, Ember put the car back into gear and shot off toward Vitali. They were going to get to Vitali at about the same time, which was rather concerning to Ben. Especially because the guy in the turret had recovered quickly and was currently lining up Ben in his sights. Ben swallowed, hoping he had another second before the man opened fire. He didn't. He saw the muzzle flash just as he started to duck, the first round sailing inches over his head. How the shots had missed Ember was nothing short of a miracle. Ember swerved the car in the opposite direction and did another complete circle over the permafrost, finishing by launching the car forward toward Vitali, on almost the exact same trajectory they had been on before. The maneuver did the trick. The Tiger's mounted shooter overcompensated, and the next machine gun rounds fired wildly to the east, more than 10 feet from the auras. Ben knew the swivel-mounted gun would be able to move adeptly, and it would be only a matter of seconds before he found purchase and regained his bearings. And the soldier firing at him was not going to mess up like that again. Reggie sprang to life at that exact moment, this time holding a short sniper rifle from the bag. The 2 pieces of it he had screwed together as soon as he had left the car, and he was now lying on the frost, aiming up at the Tiger. Ben understood now why he had wanted out of the vehicle. He had found his weapon of choice. Reggie had been a sniper in the United States Army for many years, training with the best, and eventually becoming one of the best. And Ben knew full well that the man still had it. Julie was a better shot than Ben, though both of them had practiced regularly back at the old cabin. And still, Reggie put them to shame on the range. He could land a bullet between the eyes of someone standing a few hundred yards away, as long as he had the right gun for the job. So that's exactly what he did now. He fired 1 shot. Ben heard it before he even realized it had hit its mark. The gunman in the turret flew backwards, smashing against the back of the cage, dying from the brutal impact if the bullet itself hadn't killed him. Ben was about to cheer, but Ember cut it short. "Vitali is going to get steamrolled," she shouted. Ben knew in an instant she was correct. The second Tiger vehicle was barreling towards Vitali's truck. No vehicle would last long against a full-speed Tiger 4x4, much less the dilapidated old truck. The military personnel vehicle was superior in every way, and the driver of the tank knew it. Ben fired 3 quick warning shots far over Vitali's head, getting the man's attention. He shouted at the top of his lungs. "Vitaly, run toward us!" He tried motioning with his hand, unsure of the man's ability to understand English when it was shouted from a distance. Vitaly apparently got the gist, his head ducking down and then appearing once more next to the vehicle. He started running, and not a moment too soon. The Tiger vehicle simply replaced the truck in Ben's vision. There was no explosion, just pieces of metal and glass and debris and snow launching in all directions, remnants of the vehicle that had previously existed only a second before. Vitaly fell to the ground, hands covering the back of his head as he tried to escape the onslaught. Most of the big pieces of vehicle flew over his head, and the Tiger continued rolling out into the same field Ben, Ember, and Reggie were currently in. Ben and Reggie continued peppering the vehicle with rounds, but none seemed to do anything. The vehicle was armored, and it was likely that they could be here all day and not make a dent in the huge plates of metal surrounding the truck. "Reggie, where's the grenade launcher?" Ben asked. Reggie pointed. It was about 20 yards away, where they had first dropped Reggie off. He started running just as the second Tiger seemed to lock onto his position. He's not going to make it, Ben thought. Ember must have had the same thought, as she once again slammed on the gas pedal and swerved in a full circle, now aiming toward the grenade launcher. She drove faster than they had before, the convertible picking up and transferring every single little bump and jostle directly into Ben's spine, but he held onto the seatbelt he had been clutching and waited. 3 seconds passed before they were at the location Ember had been aiming for. Ben was already ready. He had the door open as she drove, twisting himself completely around so that he was backwards in the seat, his legs on Reggie's side with his head hanging out the window. With his left hand, he twisted once more into the seatbelt and pulled all the way out, locking it in place. "Please don't fail me now," he thought toward the seatbelt's locking mechanism. Ember pulled the handbrake once again and yanked the car into a spin, just as it passed the grenade launcher lying on the ground. Ben's arm was there. He reached out and down and snatched the barrel of the weapon during the slowest part of Ember's turn around it. He pulled it up and onto his lap, gripping it as tightly as he could, not willing to drop it now, after all this. He threw it farther onto the seat before pulling himself back up. "Got it!" he shouted. He flung the door closed as Ember straightened out the auras, only seconds before the Tiger blasted by. They were inches away from each other, and Ben had the sickening realization that his head would have been right where the Tiger was now only a split second ago. He caught his breath but didn't stop moving. He unhitched the seatbelt from his arm and pulled the weapon up. He found another cartridge in the bag at his feet. The Tiger was pulling a wide, slow circle, hardly capable of maneuvering or turning quickly while off the road, the heavier truck landing in every exposed hole and valley in the field. Ember took advantage of the situation and pulled behind it, keeping the smaller, faster convertible pointed toward its rear end. Ben did not need an invitation. He stood up as he moved to the center seat. He used his knees to lock himself between the front 2 seats, hoisting the grenade launcher up. He looked at the targeting mechanism, finding it useless without context. He had never fired a weapon like this before. He remembered the speed with which the tiny rocket had shot from beneath the barrel when Reggie had tried it, and the distance was about the same now. Thankfully, Ember was doing a good job keeping their distance behind the truck constant as well. He fired. He watched the round arc up, thinking for a moment it was too much. But gravity did its job a second later, and the grenade fell straight down and smacked right on top of the Tiger vehicle. It was like 4th of July fireworks to Ben. His eyes lit up as the sky in front of him did as well, and Ember slowed to a near stop, turning the wheel sharply to the left as Ben watched the festivities out the right side. She drove back over to where Reggie waited with his sniper rifle, calmly checking the weapon for damage and talking to it like it was an old friend. "He's a strange bird, isn't he?" Ember asked. Ben smiled. Chapter 33. Vanilov. As Yakov Vanilov watched the fields beyond his expansive corner office, he heard a soft knock on the door. His assistant poked his head in. "Sir, we could not fully eliminate the science team at the bunker station." Vanilov frowned, his eyes darting around the room. He was not used to failure, especially not from such a well-trained group of people. "I don't understand," he said. "Was one of the scientists not at the base when they were eliminated?" His assistant's eyes fell. "Sir, all guards were found dead, but not from physical abuse. There were 3 scientists among the dead, and all had been shot. There was one remaining researcher, a man named Vitaly, who we believe killed the guards after they eliminated the scientists, then escaped." "Escaped?" Vanilov asked. "How? How is that possible? Vitaly, like the others, is not a trained operative. He doesn't even have military experience." "Well, sir, it appears the scientist placed some of the prototype they had been working with through the ventilation system, which killed anyone still alive." "But not him? They didn't find his body?" "We did not, sir," his assistant said. "And we're still not sure how he was able to do it, but it seems as though he did escape. The 2 operatives you sent to examine the bunker station and commune with the guards discovered it all. They drove to the nearest town, where they thought they saw one of the trucks that had been used by the facility's maintenance team." "Well?" Vanilov asked. He knew there was more to the story. Surely his assistant would have immediately done something to track down the missing scientist. Surely he was not that incompetent. "I dispatched a team of our guards to intercept him. They borrowed 2 Tiger trucks." Vanilov was incredulous. He wanted to pull his hair out. "And somehow he escaped this as well?" His assistant nodded. "Somehow, yes. Our drone footage suggests that some sort of IED or weapon destroyed both Tigers. We believe he is no longer acting alone." Vanilov whirled around and stared out the window once again. "You believe he is no longer acting alone? You believe someone is helping him? How can you be so— Of course, he is no longer acting alone. Find him." "Yes, sir. I am awaiting their report now." Vanilov forced himself to breathe. This was not a disaster yet. Vitaly, the scientist, had no idea what he had been working on. He probably had been scared by the villagers' deaths at the testing site. But if Vitaly thought the slime mold had been altered to kill people, he was woefully mistaken. That was a problem, but Vanilov had rectified it already. The slime mold's ability to use energy from any source was miraculous, but it had undesired side effects, like expanding so rapidly and so thoroughly that it could kill a fully grown human being in seconds, working completely through their internals. That had not been something Vanilov's teams had predicted. Like Vitaly, Vanilov had been horrified to learn this, but he had reacted quickly, adapting the slime mold's artificial mitochondria and providing it with different instructions. This was why he had to compartmentalize everything. If people like Vitaly thought he was building some sadistic chemical weapon, it would quickly lead to his ruin. If word got out that he was using the slime mold as a way to kill entire populations, he would not be allowed to continue his progress. They were wrong, but he knew they would not listen. They would come to burn his company down around him. So he kept almost everyone in the dark as to his actual intentions. He tweaked the slime mold a bit, lessening its effect on humans and animals, and progress continued. Vitaly, like all the others, had been working on a piece of the overall plan. He might piece together that Vanilov's new product would have some sort of slime mold organism involved, but there was no way he could know the full extent of what it would be. No one understood that. People were getting close to uncovering that truth, and that was Vanilov's fault. He had allowed them to get close against his better judgment. But no longer. His assistant had just confirmed that he needed to be done trusting anyone but himself. He needed to move forward with the plan, removing those who had shown disinterest or lack of interest, or outright sabotage, from the playing field. He needed to take matters into his own hands. He dismissed his assistant, telling the man to let him know when he had more information for him. Vanilov wanted to stare out the window, to look over his creation, but knew he had no more time for that. He longed for the simpler time when his father ran the company, when he would stare out and dream, telling Vanilov all about the future and what they could accomplish together. Now, that future would be accomplished by Vanilov alone. His father was not supposed to die young, but at least he had had enough time to turn the company over to his son. And Vanilov the younger was far more driven, far more capable, at doing what needed to be done. Like now, there was no question in his mind. He knew the next steps and he knew exactly how to accomplish them. He ignored the picturesque rolling hills and mountains far off in the distance, turned to his desk and began doing some preparatory work. He was hosting a United Nations Environment Assembly Forum at his headquarters next month, and it would be the perfect time to reveal what he had been working on to the world. The offices would be crammed with reporters, journalists, and ambassadors from every member nation on Earth, and they would all be a captive audience. Vanilov had built a reputation as a forward thinker, a visionary, and he had been sowing the seeds of a fantastic, world-changing idea that he would back up with a new product line. All of that would be revealed during the forum, and everything had to be timed perfectly. There is still much to do. He knew things were still on track, but if they were going to hit their targets for the product launch, he could not have niggling issues like this scientist's escape getting in the way. Chapter 34. Ben. They left the smoldering ruins of the two tigers on the side of the road. No soldiers got out or fell out. Ember drove much slower on the way back into Irkutsk, both to cut down on the amount of wind inside, and so that they could talk a bit, get to know Vitaly and his plight. Reggie had moved to the front seat opposite Ember, while Ben offered Reggie's old seat to Vitaly. He would not be sharing the blanket, however, and was relieved to see Vitaly place it over his own legs as he buckled into the back seat of the Auras. They shook hands, and Ben was immediately surprised by how good the man's English was. "I studied in America, in San Francisco," Vitaly explained. "I have a PhD in molecular biology from there and worked in the area for 5 years. Ben nodded his approval. "Well, it's pretty clear you're not working there anymore. Who is your boss now?" Vitaly shook his head. "I only wish I knew. I was tapped for a top-secret research project, the sort of job that usually means breakthrough research, possibly accolades in the future. I thought it would mean security clearance and some perks, but eventually a much more public profile. I thought it meant advancement for my career." Ben heard the man's voice sour. "Instead, they put us in a hole in the ground and made it impossible to leave. It was a prison." "Us? You had coworkers? The ones you said were killed?" "Yes. 3, all of them." Vitaly choked up. It was likely this man had not had any time at all to process what had happened. All of them were brutally murdered by the guards, soldiers, that were there with us. "I was on my way to a briefing session," he continued, putting finger quotes around the words. "So I thought it was odd all of the guards would be in attendance as well. Normally, we would never even acknowledge we were sharing the same space. The fact that they were going to be in the conference room with us—" "Why did you hold back then?" Reggie asked, turning around in the seat to face the new arrival. "What made you hesitate?" "I was trying to hurry," Vitaly said. "I was holding some of the prototype in my hand, the thing we had been working on for many months. I did not have anywhere to put it, and it was dangerous to leave unprotected. I put the prototype in a test tube carefully, so I took longer than expected." By the time I was ready to leave, I heard them start killing my coworkers over the intercom system. Ben frowned. The prototype? Yes, that is what we call it anyway. It is a laboratory-created slime mold. Are you familiar with this? Bennett nodded knowingly. Yeah, unfortunately we are. Actually, my little brother's been trying to make one too. Vitaly's eyes widened. But why? Well, not really make one, per se, Reggie clarified. We're trying to just study them. We're trying to understand what you and your government have been cooking up. Vitaly squeezed his eyes shut. What we've been cooking up is incredibly horrific. What we have done. What they will do with it. Tell us everything, Vitaly. We can help you. He nodded, swallowing. When he opened his eyes, there were tears welled up in them. I was just working on a way to produce an artificial slime mold. We all were. We started with the individual components of the cell. Nothing groundbreaking, necessarily. We wanted to figure out a way to add other components into these cells, yet have them still function as a slime mold, true to their biology. I'm guessing you succeeded? Yes. We eventually found a solution that worked. We produced an artificial mitochondria, the energy center of the cell. By putting this artificial device inside the cells of a slime mold, we produced effectively one that can pull energy from sources we could control. Light, electricity, even theoretically sound. Whoa, Reggie said. That's pretty advanced stuff, but what would the application be? Why would it be useful for a slime mold to grow only when a certain sound is played? Vitaly shrugged. I have no idea. That was why I was so excited about the project. It seemed harmless, innocent. I could not for the life of me understand how or why something so innocuous as a slime mold could be negatively put to use by my government or military. And yet, you seemed pretty upset when I asked about it, Ben said. Was that just because your team had been executed by your guards? Not just that, Vitaly answered. Once we finished the prototype, once we successfully got the mitochondria to work, I turned the prototype in. That was over a month ago. Then, I was asked to participate in a field study, to observe the mold's effects in the wild. Ben nodded. And this study did not go well? In terms of science, it went very well, Vitaly said. From an interest in knowledge and discovery alone, what I saw was miraculous. But what it did, what I'm afraid the people behind it are trying to do— It's okay, Ben said. Take your time. Vitaly waited a beat, his eyes still moist. Even Ember glanced back as she drove toward Irkutsk. It killed people, he said softly. An entire village of semi-nomadic people from the Siberian region. I was observing from afar with one of the soldiers. I remember thinking it odd that I had been given a soldier as my support partner for what was supposed to be an observational study. Now, I realize he wasn't there to just observe. He wasn't there for scientific purposes at all. He was there to watch me, to make sure I did not try to get away. Reggie turned again. Because they were going to use your research, but once they had what they needed, they were going to destroy all the evidence, including all of the people who had worked on it. Vitaly nodded slowly. Yes, I'm afraid everything you said is accurate. It is a miracle I survived. Ben frowned. Yeah, tell me about that particular miracle. How in the world did you get out of there, if there were so many guards killing all of your co-workers? At this, Vitaly forced a half-smile. Well, a lot of luck was involved. But essentially, I gave them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 35. Ben. They drove on for another few minutes. Then Reggie turned around to ask Vitaly another question. Vitaly, he said, There's one thing I don't get. Why? Russia, your country, is not really known for its acts of terrorism, as the government usually squashes any sort of uprisings that lead to terrorist factions. And there's certainly not a lot of government-sanctioned terrorism. So I'm missing the motive here, as well as the particular style of killings. Why produce a slime mold that can kill people? What would be the purpose of that? Ben nodded and jumped in as well. Yeah, good point. And if it were just garden-variety terrorism, why go through the elaborate phase of cooking up some custom slime mold that has its own special power plant inside? Why not just go for straight-up chemical warfare, for biological terrorism, like what we're seeing more and more of out of the Middle East? Ever since the anthrax scare of the late 90s, the world had been riveted, and rightfully horrified, by the idea of chemical warfare. Crimes that could be committed from afar. Poisons, aerosolized and spread throughout a subway system. Chemical agents that wrought havoc on anyone ingesting them. Some were fast-acting, killing people immediately, but others caused long-term detrimental effects that would take years, if not decades, to identify. These are the exact questions I have been trying to answer, Vitaly said. That's why I wanted to reach out to you. The drive that I found had your names on it, and they were attached to the exact mission that would have killed me had I not gotten out. When I looked into who you are, what the civilian special operations team has done in the past, I grew optimistic. Perhaps you could help me understand what this is. Perhaps you could help me stop it. Ben nodded. With any luck, I'm hoping we can help stop it as well. Unfortunately, we don't know much about it either. And Reggie's right. Without a real motive, there's little chance we'll guess correctly about how it'll be used or when, but we do have a team in place. My younger brother is back at the lab with my wife, Julie. Between the two of them, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to figure something out. Hopefully, before your government decides to act, Reggie said. Yes, hopefully indeed. Ben felt the phone vibrating in his pocket. He pulled it out just as he saw Reggie and Ember doing the same with theirs. Strange, he thought. Either a weird coincidence or someone is calling all of us the same time. It was a conference call, initiated by Julie. He answered it and put the phone up to his ear, noticing that Reggie and Ember were listening in. Ben, are you there? He immediately heard the tension in her voice, and his anxiety ratcheted up tenfold. Yeah, I'm here. We're with Vitaly on our way. Ben, they're coming. Whoever's after Vitaly, whoever's after us. One of Zach's drones caught sight of a vehicle approaching. It recognized one of their faces. He's pulling up as a known Russian thug. He's got a rap sheet a mile long, but he's well known now as a mercenary for hire. Ben listened, gripping the phone tighter. Jules, we're on our way. Buckle down, and don't let anyone in or out. We should be there in... He flicked his eyes up to Ember, who answered from the driver's seat. 22 minutes, she said. But I can probably make it 18. Better make it 15, Ben heard Zach's voice say. We're pretty sure these are just scouts. They're the recon guys, but that means if they suspect we're here, the actual goons will be poking around shortly after them. We're pretty well protected out here, though. Even if they get into the university, our building's pretty far out in the sticks, and there are no windows. All the doors are locked down pretty well also. I've put SIE on high alert, but we can use all the help we can get. Copy that, Ben said. Hang tight, we'll be there as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Vanilov. Vanilov stared at the computer screen on his desk. Usually, he let his assistant handle these sorts of logistics, as he had far more important things to do. But his assistant had more issues at the moment, judging by the botched elimination of Vitaly the scientist. and time was running out for the launch of Venilov's new product. He needed the weather to hold just a few more weeks. Winter in Siberia was always just around the corner, and with the individual aspects of his latest endeavor coming to fruition sooner than he had thought, it turned out that nothing was more important than this meeting. The myriad facets of the project had been successfully completed. Now he needed to root out the sabotage that had once again appeared. He had tried to use his own guards in Anchorage, but they had failed. At first, he had been irate, prepared to send even more of his security teams to Alaska. But as it turned out, his latest problems were coming to him. He only needed help bringing them in. The voice of the mercenary leader sang through his computer's speakers. "If I understand you correctly, Venilov, you don't want these targets completely eliminated." Venilov shook his head. "That is correct. They are not to be eliminated, not yet. I merely need them removed from the playing field but keep them alive. The younger man, Harvey Bennett, is now a major threat to my organization and our research. I thought I had him where I wanted him, but he has proven to be more slippery than I expected. He was able to get away from my security forces in Anchorage, but I have word that they are now here, in Irkutsk. They are still working against my interests, however. If he goes public with what he's found, it will ruin me. It will ruin everything I've worked for. I must know what that is." The man on the screen smiled. Venilov knew he didn't need to know all of the details. This man rarely asked for them. This man ran a paramilitary force Venilov had worked with numerous times before. They came highly recommended, and their reputation had preceded them. The man in charge, an ex-Special Forces Russian loyalist, ran the group of trained mercenaries for hire. Venilov knew that the Russian government itself had leaned heavily on their contracted security and protection services in the past. There had also been rumors that the Kremlin had paid highly for other services this company offered, services like the one Venilov was inquiring about now. "Of course, you're welcome to send over whatever briefs you believe necessary," the man was saying. "Extra details are always helpful, though we don't require them. All I need is a name, picture, and a last known location. I can verify everything on my end." "Then you have everything you need," Venilov said. The man nodded once again. "And the girl? You believe she will be with this Bennett fellow?" "It is my understanding that she already appears in worldwide databases as a contract killer. I'm not sure of her previous associations, but she has been flagged as a freelance killer for hire more than once in the past." The man raised an eyebrow, and Venilov wondered if this was news to him. Perhaps he thought Harvey Bennett was the real threat, but Ember Clark was not to be taken lightly. She was every bit as formidable as Bennett, though she was more dangerous and imposing in a physical sense. While Harvey Bennett could take down his company with the information he had about Venilov's project, the woman with him, either a handler or bodyguard or girlfriend, was a ruthless killer herself. Venilov could not find any details revealing her true past, except that she had once worked with an organization of assassins that ran their shops out of Denver, Colorado. "The research we are doing here, the research Harvey Bennett may have stumbled onto, is crucial to the future of my company, crucial to the future of the world. I cannot stress this enough. They must be stopped." "I understand, of course," the man said. "My men work quickly, but they will stay under the radar. We are known for our subtlety and stealth as much as for our effectiveness. If you want them alive, we will get them alive." Venilov closed his eyes and sat back in his chair. The thorn in his side that was Harvey Bennett was going to be pulled out. As the leader of a huge Russian-based corporation, his problems were many. Yet this one, perhaps the biggest of all, was about to be massaged away, and it would only cost him 31 million rubles to get it done. $500,000 is a very small price to pay to end this headache. We've already received your first payment, and the other half, as well as the bonus, shall be wired to the same address upon completion of the mission. Vanilov confirmed with his notes. That will be fine, he said. As always, any additional expenses you incur will be covered by my firm. Are we in agreement that this will be completed within the next 3 days? The man smirked. We are in agreement that this shall be completed before the end of the day, sir, the man said. At this, Vanilov actually smiled. He linked his fingers together and popped them outward. Finally, we can get back on track. We can push forward with our mission. One last thing, the man said. Zachary Bennett, as you've called him, is a tech whiz. Can you tell me a little about the tech we might be facing? Any particular defenses or computerized systems he'll be using? Vanilov's smile grew. Yes, in fact, he said. I can tell you exactly what sort of tech he's using. Chapter 37. Julie. Julie sat in the conference room across from Zach, watching the exterior of the building on one of the numerous feeds on the 3 walls around them. Zach had been giving her a deeper scientific briefing than he had given the boys. More technical, more specific, using academic descriptive terms rather than opting for more vague explanations. It was necessary to bring them all up to speed, but it was crucial for her to understand the big picture, in order for her to ever understand the inner workings of the software they had intercepted from the plane crash behind their cabin. But he had been giving her a quick rundown of the security as well, the same things he had shown Reggie and Ben. She had already met SAI back in Anchorage, but she had been surprised that Zach had ported the artificial intelligence here somehow. She had also reveled in the portable drone package on the back patio of the building. Their briefing had been cut short when they had seen the black sedan arrive at a back gate of the university. It then drove past most of the larger buildings that made up the core of campus. She had called Ben then, told him there were men approaching the building. Zach had pulled up the feeds on the multifaceted projector screens. SAI had done its job flawlessly, ordering one of his recon drones to steal a peek at the car meandering around campus. The facial recognition had captured the driver's face and revealed to Zach and Julie that the person inside was not friendly. It wasn't that he was particularly unfriendly, they didn't know who he was exactly, only that he had appeared on a few Russian government and U.S. government databases that logged persons of interest. And this particular person was interesting because of his relationship with a paramilitary force based out of Israel. SAI had displayed everything he could find about this man on screen. Believed to be of Russian descent, the man was currently employed by an Israeli-based paramilitary security company, and very likely could be performing reconnaissance for any number of missions. But the fact that he was here, in Irkutsk, sliding slowly toward the very building Zach and Julie were hiding inside, had caused SAI to get suspicious, then to flash the alert that with a 90% probability, this man was hostile. They were already on high alert. Zach's office in Anchorage had been attacked, the targets he and Julie, so they were especially prepared to take any precautions necessary. SAI could not get a read on the passenger in the car, but what he had found was more than enough information to go on. SAI had deployed nearly all of the drones, which were now performing a wide sweep of the surrounding campus block, each device flying in a predetermined pattern that SAI had established. The data was coming back now by way of high-definition video feeds. As they soon discovered, the 2 mercenaries in the black sedan were not alone. Julie watched as 4 more men approached the QCL building from a different cardinal direction, began converging on their location. The 2 men in the sedan parked about 100 yards away, likely trying to stay out of sight and out of the fray, providing communication support or backup. They're definitely coming here, Zach said. Julie nodded as she watched the screen to her left. They're definitely coordinated too. That much is obvious. But none of them look armed. What's their plan? Zach shook his head. Whatever it is, we're still well protected in here. There aren't any windows, so it's not like they're going to crash through the walls like they did back in Anchorage. Julie stayed silent. These men had not come to sell them Girl Scout cookies. They had a clear plan, and the confidence in their unarmed walk toward their building suggested they would not be swayed by a mere lack of windows. They know what they're doing. They know exactly how to get in. The four men stopped short about 20 feet away from each side of the building, just as SAI broke in. Zach, would you like me to begin defensive measures? Not yet, Zach said. Let them make the first move. We are almost positive they're going to try to get in, but we still don't know their motive. Zach, Julie argued. We should take them down while we have the chance. Why would you hesitate? Zach didn't answer. Zach, she said again, this time getting the younger man's attention. They're not here to say hi. You know that, right? They're going to get in. Let them? Before he could finish his sentence, Julie watched as one of the men, standing on the south side of the building, pull his hand out of a pocket, holding a small device. What the hell is that? She wondered. She watched as the man lifted the device straight up in the air, then tossed it. It rose straight up, propelled by an invisible force, until it reached the top floor of the building. It's a drone, Zach said, standing up and looking closer. But it looks strange. Is it carrying something? What's it doing? Julie did not have an answer. They watched their own drone's footage as the small, orb-like device sailed above the roof of QCL building, settling into a hover about 10 feet above the center of the building. SAI, call back our drones. Send in one of the defense drones and try to take that thing out. Whoever these guys are, we don't need that thing here. Affirmative, sir, Sai said. Julie watched as one feed among the many began shifting, as the drone flew directly toward the small orb hovering over their roof. Julie could now see that it was in fact a drone, holding the orb-like device in a carrier beneath it. Their defense drone reached a spot about 30 feet away from the orb, then began descending diagonally, speeding up directly toward it. The attack drones are equipped with miniature machine guns, essentially, Zach said, explaining to Julie. They can only fire a handful of rounds before they are spent and need to reload, but it's usually enough to... He stopped mid-explanation, his jaw dropping, as the feed from the attack drone suddenly went black. What happened? SAI, can you get a read on that defense drone? Negative, Zach, SAI said immediately. Its feed is completely dead. I'm not getting any connectivity. More of the defense drones began falling into a hover around the building, facing the drone and its small orb. A few of the drones closest to it began shutting off as well, their designated screens going black in front of Zach and Julie. What? What's happening? Zach shouted. More and more screens cut to black as Julie watched on in horror. Is it taking them out? She asked. There was a sudden shudder. Then the lights in the building dimmed and flickered back on. SAI's voice cut in and out, now just a garbled mess of words, unintelligible. The digital distortion in the voice was immediately evident to Julie. Her mouth fell open. It shut everything down, she gasped. It's a localized EMP, Zach. Whatever that drone is carrying, it's got a powerful enough electromagnetic pulse weapon to completely destroy the power in here. Is there some sort of... Backup generator, yes, Zach said, still staring at the screens. It should have turned on immediately. I'm pretty sure that's what the disturbance we just felt was, but all of our power is still effectively cut. Any computer plugged into a wall, any power cord. All of it's likely trashed. We'll have no access to the outside either. Whatever that thing is, it threw a literal security blanket over us, like a little electrical force field. No signal in or out. Julie pulled her cell phone out of her pocket. Dead. She was surprised, since her phone was not plugged in. The electromagnetic pulse charge should therefore not have been able to find any resonance with which to generate a powerful enough signal to fry the little circuit board. But then again, this pulse device was unlike anything she had ever seen. Perhaps it didn't rely on the perpendicular forces of the electrical and magnetic forces to generate voltage, but instead used a built-in power supply to send its signal. Whatever it was, Julie stared wide-eyed at the screens that had now all gone black. Upon seeing the scouts in the sedan and then the 4 men approaching their location, this outcome was certainly not one of the ones she had expected. "Wow," Zach said, as if the shock and surprise of it all had barely affected the man. "So that's how they're going to get in." "I'm sorry, what, get in? I thought you said—" "I did say we're protected," Zach snapped. "But all of our defenses are electronic, communicating through numerous redundant networks. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cellular connections. But without electricity, all of that communication has been severed now. They were able to knock out the power to the building as well. The generator will keep SAI running after he boots back up, and it should keep the lights on, but we won't be able to control any of the drones." Julie watched him explain, horrified. "And the door locks are electronic. Those will need to reboot as well." Julie was not pleased. She crossed her arms, trying to control her fear. "Got it," she said. "Anything else?" Zach paused for a moment, looking around as if hoping for help from someone else. Finally, he turned back, addressing Julie once more. "Yeah," he said, "we also won't be able to contact anyone on the outside." Chapter 38. Vanilov. Vanilov looked out the window toward the expansive fields outside the campus perimeter. The golden-yellow wheat swayed gently in the breeze, its mere existence here laughing in the face of nature. Wheat was not normally able to be grown at this elevation, at this temperature, or even in this region at all. His wheat, however, would grow just fine. His was still organic, still a life form, and thus would not survive without nutrients and proper conditions. But his company had performed groundbreaking experiments on the plant and had given it almost supernatural properties. What nutrients it required for healthy growth was now diminished, and the proper conditions for his product to thrive were far less limiting. Against all odds, he could now grow wheat almost anywhere. Nature be damned. And, of course, he would profit greatly from the risk and investment. When told it would be impossible to grow wheat at this elevation, with barely enough year-round sunlight, he had pushed forward anyway. Genetically modified organisms, or GMOs, were often vilified as evil, unnatural abominations. But Vanilov knew better. Most people were clueless. They did not realize that almost every single morsel of food they put between their lips was already a form of a GMO. It had already been tweaked, refined, artificially changed, or even naturally adapted by forced reproduction. The humble ear of corn was a perfect example of this. What had begun as a small, low-nutrient piece of edible grain was now the rich, sweet cone of kernels people enjoyed today. All of it thanks to GMO science. Vanilov certainly enjoyed the money. It was what made the world go round. But he was interested in more than just profits. He was interested in changing the world. He was interested in making it livable, for far longer than what appeared to be possible. Massive overpopulation was the single biggest threat to society and civilization in Vanilov's mind. Human beings, as a species, treated the earth as though it were one of many they had been given. Their rapacious nature would strip the world of its own ability to provide sustenance for those who called it home. What he envisioned was a population that was no longer threatened with starvation, when there was more than enough food being produced. The issue was not the total amount of production, but the logistics and supply chain of getting it to the right places. And if there were fewer places to get it to, the amount of food needed to feed the entire human population of Earth would not be stressed. Traditional farming and natural agriculture were not going to cut it either. Genetically modified organisms could fill the gap, however. Producing food here, of all places, proved that his product could be grown in similar places worldwide, with far less work and effort than traditional methods. And what was even more incredible than the lowered nutrient requirements for his crop was the low amount of water now required to keep the crops alive. His scientists were even working on a strain that could be grown multiple times in one growing season, the byproduct even putting nutrients back into the soil to increase soil productivity. It was all these things and more that got Vanilov excited. He was going to end starvation, and it would be almost single-handedly. Where most agricultural technology companies, and their overzealous leadership, failed was in their choice of consumer. Many of them targeted farmers and farming equipment companies, while others focused on mass production and giant multinational conglomerates that performed traditional agriculture, but on a massive scale. But these entities were focused on one thing only: farming for profit, extracting every dollar from the bottom line, and thus extracting every nutrient from the soil. They were in the business of maintaining the status quo, not subverting it completely. They were successful by keeping farmers in the game, continuing the methods they had used for hundreds of years. But Vanilov had a better idea, one that would usher in the future of farming and food production. He wanted to provide individuals and families alike with the ability to farm only what they needed. It would solve both problems they faced: enough food to feed the entire world, with less of a chance of overpopulation. If every family had to maintain only 10 acres of land to provide enough food for them to live, no city could become too overcrowded. No town could grow larger than what was needed by its inhabitants, due to the sheer amount of land needed to keep those inhabitants alive. The idea seemed oversimplified, but Vanilov had run the numbers 1,000 different ways and had the research and science to back up his claims. And he was looking at the result now. His product worked. There was one more piece to the puzzle, he knew, but that was becoming less and less important the closer he got to perfecting his crop. He knew his plan would work. By providing people with a crop that could be grown in their backyards, those backyards would have to get larger, and thus the enemy of agriculture, suburban, middle-class lifestyles, as well as the upper middle-class populations that lived in increasingly urban cities, would shrink. There would not be enough room for them. If you wanted to eat, you would have to grow your own food. It was a dream, and Vanilov was very close to achieving it. There was just one pesky little thing to take care of first. One small issue that had reared its ugly head. The man he had trusted to take care of this had failed. That was fine. Many men failed Vanilov, and they ultimately paid for their mistakes. But this time, they had brought more problems to Vanilov than he had been prepared to handle. He needed help now. He needed to get in front of this issue before it grew unmanageable. He was busy with the launch of his new product, as well as a visiting cohort of UN ambassadors who would be expecting the full red carpet treatment. So, the last thing he needed was a growing scourge of sabotage. Vanilov hated having his plans changed by outside forces, but he had a great small team in place, one who could handle this. He pressed a button on his desk and waited for his assistant to arrive, gathering his thoughts. Chapter 39. Ben. Ben's heart raced faster than the convertible's tires as they sailed over the old highway. He was out of the car before Ember had even finished parking in the garage. He knew Ember or Reggie could take care of Vitaly. He needed to get upstairs. He needed to help Julie. They had lost connection with his brother and wife about 30 minutes ago, so the entire rest of the drive was fraught with silent tension. No one spoke, not even bothering to explain to Vitaly what had happened, or what they had been doing here in Irkutsk. Ember had only stated that she could not access SAI through her earpiece for whatever reason, and it was clear that whatever the reason, it wasn't good news. Ben raced up 5 stairs at the front of the QCL building. All was quiet outside. They had seen no mercenaries or any hostile forces, or any human life whatsoever, near the building, but Ben did not take that as good news either. It was an ominous sign. The doors were locked, and Ben did not have a keycard. He didn't want to wait for Ember. He needed to get in now. He banged on the glass doors, hoping Julie or Zach would hear him and come rushing to the front of the university building, letting him know it was all a terrible mistake. That whomever she and Zach had seen on the feeds was just someone delivering a package. But Ben knew the truth, and it sank in when no one came to the door after a minute. Ember was behind him then, and she swiped a card over the access pad. Usually, my connection with SAI would unlock the door as soon as we got close, she said. I have no idea what he's doing. If they reset him or he had to reboot, he should be coming back online any minute. As she pulled the door open, Ben frowned. Why would SAI need to reboot? Ember gave him a look that told him everything he needed to know. He wouldn't. Together, they raced down the main hallway, glancing through the front conference rooms as Reggie pulled up behind them, walking quickly with Vitaly. Ember ran straight to the stairwell that would take her up to the top 2 floors, while Ben looked through the rooms on this level. Suddenly, SAI's voice rang out over built-in speakers on the hallway's walls, hovering once again directly in front of Ben's face. "Hello, Ember," he said. "And guests, welcome. How may I be of service today?" Ember nearly cut him off, shouting from the stairs. "SAI, you've been rebooted. Do you have access to camera data from the last 30 minutes? Ben waited as SAI apparently searched its database. "Negative, Ember. It appears I was offline during that time." Ember returned to the lower level and stood next to Ben and the others while SAI continued. "I am seeing local storage that has not been uploaded to the cloud. I'll load these files for you now." Ben turned and followed Ember into the same conference room they had been in earlier. He watched as a projector on the ceiling came to life, this time only one emitting an image onto the left side screen. He watched as a feed from 3 of the cameras inside the QCL complex appeared on the wall. There was no sound. Ben saw Zach saying something to Julie. Then Julie ran down the hall. Zach stayed in the conference room. "Do you have a cache of weapons here like at the other place?" Ben asked. Ember shook her head as the video went on. "No, it's a university, so we're pretty limited as to what we can bring in. The drone package you saw earlier, that's not quite supposed to be here. He has a pistol tucked away in a desk upstairs, so he was probably sending Julie to grab it. As well as what?" Ben snapped. Ember's eyes fell away, but then they snapped right back onto Ben's. As well as hoping that she'd be able to hide. He knew she would want to fight them. But Zach's not a soldier. Sure, he can fire a gun, but he's no match for trained soldiers or mercs, and there's no way he would let Julie try to take them on alone. Ben clenched his fist, not wanting to hear her say it, but knowing it was true. "Zach was making himself the bait, I'm afraid," Ember said. Ben nodded. It's the conclusion he had reached as well. Zach must have decided that trying to defend themselves in the conference room would only get one or both of them killed. And he had probably also decided that whoever these men were, they were here for Zach. They may not know Julie was also in attendance. Perhaps they thought she was still dead. By hiding her elsewhere in the facility, Zach had a chance at keeping her safe. He sacrificed himself, Ben realized. The screen showed the open conference room and the hallway beyond. The main QCL building doors opened. Ben saw Zach patiently waiting in a chair in the conference room, hands flat out on the table in front of him. He seemed to know what was about to happen, accepting it for what it was. Ben's heart sank. Ben watched as the front door opened a crack and a small hockey puck-sized disc slid into the hallway, sliding past the door. It was hard to catch at first, but Ember pointed. "What was that?" she asked. "I've never seen that before." Ben didn't respond, only shaking his head. The disc suddenly flashed with a bright white glow, and smoke began pouring from its top. "No, not smoke. It's some sort of gas," Ember said quietly. Reggie and Vitaly looked on in horror from the doorway. Within seconds, Zach's head fell forward, and he lay still on the desk. A man entered, wearing all black and carrying an assault rifle over his shoulder. His face was completely concealed behind a gas mask. He walked in, zip-tied Zach's hands behind his back, then tossed the smaller man over his shoulder as if he were nothing but a rag doll. Within seconds, Zach was gone from the image, riding out the front of the building on the back of the mercenary. He saw two more mercs run down the hallway, one of them looking into the rooms on either side as he ran, and one of them immediately taking the stairs upward. Ben waited, tense, as AI did not have a video feed from the top floors, so to Ben it felt like watching a horror movie and not knowing when the jump scare was going to arrive. It arrived in less than a minute. The mercenary who had jogged down the hallway returned to view now, flicking his gun left and right as he checked for anyone that might pop up to surprise them. Then the second mercenary walked back downstairs and stood behind this man, his gun slung over his shoulder. And on his other shoulder was Ben's wife. He could see that she, too, had been hit with a gas hockey puck and was knocked out cold. Her hands were zip-tied behind her back as well. Ben slammed his fist on the table, as if trying to drive straight through it. He felt the scabs on his knuckles from his recent punching bag workout reopening. "Ben," Reggie started, "we're going to—" "You're damn right we're going to find her," Ben roared. He was seeing red, barely able to control his rage. 1 week, he told himself. I had her back after 1 week, and now this. He stormed toward the doorway, ready to plow through Vitaly and Reggie. Vitaly wisely moved out of the way, but Reggie puffed his chest out and stood his ground. Ben did slam into him, but Reggie was as much of a physical force as he was, and the two men crashed together like boxers after the bell. Ember ran over to them. "Stop!" she yelled. "Harvey, you're not going to solve anything by killing your friends." "Then tell them to get the hell out of the way," Ben said. "Ben," Reggie said, his voice calm. "Come on, man. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm trying to help you. We're all trying to help you." "I don't need an intervention," Ben said. "That's not what I'm talking about," Reggie said. "I was going to say we're going to find Julie, and your brother as well. No matter what. Come hell or high water, you know the drill. We're going to get them back." "We should not have lost them in the first place," Ben shouted. "What Reggie's saying is that we need to make a plan," Ember said. "What are you going to do? Drive the convertible around Irkutsk until you find them?" Ben clenched and unclenched his fists. He didn't have an answer for that. "Don't be rash, Ben," Ember said. "You know how this works. We've got Vitaly, who might be able to help us figure out who these guys were, who they're working for. They didn't kill your brother or Julie, we know that much, which tells us they knew who they were. They wanted them alive. That alone gives us a fighting chance." "Come on, brother," Reggie said, gently nudging Ben back inside the conference room. Ben allowed his friend to push him along, and he eventually found his seat once again. "We are going to take the fight to them," Ember said. "Trust me. Then let's stop wasting time, Ben said through clenched teeth. Let's take the fight to them. Chapter 40. Julie. Julie came to with a splitting headache. She groaned in agony, trying to stretch. It didn't work. She found her hands and feet were now bound to a chair using zip ties. She frowned, trying to remember what had happened. She had been running to the upstairs lab, trying to find the hiding spot Zack had told her about. "Let them take me," Zack had told her. "They're here for me. They don't even know you're alive, remember? If you let them take me, then you and Ben and the others can keep working." She appreciated where he had been coming from, but there was no way in hell she was going to go down without a fight. Except that's exactly what had happened. The memory flooded back to her that instant. She had seen a small disc, circular, like a puck, slide into the lab. It flashed brightly and emitted some sort of aerosolized gas, and then she had fallen to the floor in a lifeless heap. Now she was here, wherever here was. She looked around the room. It seemed to be made of solid metal. Brushed aluminum panels covered all of the walls, and even the floor seemed to be some sort of metallic surface. Weird. Even the chair she was strapped to was made of steel. To her left, at the center of that wall, was a door. As she stared at it, she saw its handle move, and the door swung open. A man stood there, his face masked by shadow. As he stepped into the room, she saw that he was smiling. "Good morning," he said, his voice Russian with heavily accented English. "Glad you finally came to—" "Where the hell am I?" she seethed. "And who the hell are you?" The man held up a hand as he entered the room, still standing to Julie's left. He was wearing a lab coat, but it was unbuttoned and resting over business attire. A suit and tie peeked out from underneath the open coat. The man looked as though he were about to go give a presentation at a prestigious medical college. "My name is Yakov Vanilov," the man said. "My company is called Vanilov Manufacturing, based outside of Irkutsk. You are now inside my mountain research laboratory." Irkutsk. Julie was surprised that this man had actually answered her question. She had been prepared to fight to pull any information whatsoever out of him. As such, she decided to test her luck. "And why am I here?" "We will get to that, I promise," Vanilov said. "First, let me apologize for the way in which we've been forced to meet. You must understand, I did not know we would find you there as well. My men were told to search the university building in Irkutsk, but I did not think we would be so lucky as to find both Zachary Bennett and you together, in the same place." Julie swallowed. So they did get Zach as well. "Where is he?" The man shook his head. "That I cannot tell you, but know he is safe, for now." She pulled her wrists, only working the zip ties deeper into her skin. "What do you mean, for now?" Julie waited for the man to explain. He stepped closer to her then, taking a deep breath as if about to launch into a long explanation. "We have been working on a project here, at all of my laboratories at Vanilov Manufacturing, one I believe you know something about." Julie shook her head. "I don't know you or what you've been working on." "Come now," Vanilov said, feigning kindness. "I understand you were visited a while ago by one of our comrades, an employee of mine. He was trying to sneak information out of the country, trying to get it to you." Julie frowned. She knew he was referring to Project Phoenix, and she knew he was referring to the crashed Russian pilot that Ben had tried to save. "He wasn't trying to give us anything," Julie said. "He was running away. His plane just happened to crash behind our cabin." At this, the man actually laughed out loud. "Crashed? Accidentally? That does seem like quite the elaborate coincidence, don't you think?" "I don't know what you think I know about that, but I can't help you." I believe you can, Juliet. Julie swallowed, watching Veniloff. I believe you know exactly how you can be helpful to me. Because I know exactly how you were going to be helpful to your brother-in-law. Zachary was working on figuring out how to stop my little project, wasn't he? She didn't respond. He seems to have gotten close, and with recent events, I'm unwilling to accept that. I believe he brought you onto the team to continue the work, and for that reason I wanted to have a brief chat with you. I told you. I don't know how I'm supposed to help you. I wasn't helping Zach either. He wanted me to look at some files, but I didn't know. Do not lie to me, Veniloff said, his voice icy. I am no fool, and I know you are not one either. Let us end the games. I will discover what you know, what you have learned of Project Phoenix, and I will discover this before the end of the day. She looked up at him, knowing the threat was coming. She felt the ties tearing into her skin, but she held back tears. I have a man here at this isolated facility. I must keep him hidden, for reasons of public relations. You know the type? The sort of man who finds pleasure in others' pain. Anyway, he is with your brother-in-law as we speak, having a very similar conversation. But his conversation is slightly different in one way. His is slightly more physically punctuated. Julie didn't need the man to spell it out. I have somewhere to be, at my main offices, but rest assured, my man here will be able to extract the information I need. Best you understand that now, before he gets too excited. She swallowed again, and Veniloff turned and left the room. Chapter 41. Julie. Julie waited. The wails from the next room over continued to plague her ears. She cried softly, trying to make the sounds go away, not even able to cover her ears with her hands. Her wrists hurt, the zip ties so tightly bound they had cut through the skin and caused blood to pool over them every time she moved. Veniloff had not been lying to her. She heard the screams from Zach the next room over, loud and clear despite the metallic wall's efforts to block them out. She let her head fall during one especially long cry from her brother-in-law. She couldn't imagine the pain he was suffering, the things he was going through right now. She had no choice but to wait, to try to collect herself and get it together. She had learned from her work with Ben and the CSO that all things came to an end, for better or worse. She wasn't afraid of dying. It was not part of her plans, of course, but she had no fear of death itself. Her fear was for her husband and her daughter. She needed to be there for them, to make sure they were okay. The death part wasn't the trouble. It was the anticipation of it. A silent minute passed, and she heard the door click as the handle turned once more. She bounced her head up, her eyes locked on the crack now growing as the door swung open. A woman stood outside the door, her face hard, expressionless. She looked back to the hallway once, then stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Julie wanted to wipe her tears, to pretend as though she had been waiting patiently for this moment. She had not heard Zach's screams in over a minute, which told her this was the man Veniloff had been referring to. The torturer, not a man at all. She wondered if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Nevertheless, it was her turn now. This slight, petite woman would try to extract information out of Julie, the same way she had done with Zach. Julie's knuckles were white as she gripped the ends of the chair arms. The woman stepped closer, reluctantly. "Get over here and get on with it," Julie said, trying to summon another layer of confidence. The woman held a finger up to her lips, the universal sign to be quiet. Julie frowned. "Why? You don't want me to scream? You don't want me to let Zach over there know that I'm being hurt? I thought that was the point of all of this. Suddenly, Zach screamed again from the other room. Julie frowned. The woman stepped another few feet closer and then retrieved a pair of sick-looking kitchen shears from behind her back. Now, Julie had no control over her psyche. She felt the despair ratchet up in her body as the woman pulled the shears closer to her wrists. And then, the woman cut Julie's left arm free. Julie stared at it, the red line where the zip tie had been starting to swell and bleed freely. The woman then cut Julie's other arm free. "Do not talk," the woman said in broken English. "No time." No time for what? Julie had never seen this woman before, so, of course, she didn't trust her. Was this all a ruse? Was she going to pretend as though Julie was free and then stab her repeatedly in the back with the kitchen shears once she stood up? She was about to find out. The woman freed Julie's legs and then jumped backwards, as if expecting Julie to strike her. Instead, Julie sat there, confused. She wanted to run, to open the door and grab Zach and try to kill whoever got in their way, but she knew that would be futile. Vanilov would not have allowed them in here without some sort of security. There would be guards or soldiers somewhere nearby. Hey! The woman looked at her as if she were an injured puppy, her confused expression matching Julie's. "Who are you?" Julie asked. "What do you want with me?" "I help you," the woman said. Julie shook her head. "Nah, I don't buy it. This is all a game, right? Some weird, twisted form of psychological torture you Russian assholes cooked up? It's good, really. Throw me off my game. Keep me guessing. Let me warm up to you because you freed me, and then—" The woman held a finger up to her lips again, then spoke, much softer than before. "Listening devices, here. Microphone, you know. Vanilov not listening now, but he will soon. He believe you have information. Well, in that case, I already told him I don't." The woman ignored her. "Come." Julie shook her head again, closing her eyes. What was the right play? Surely this woman was not telling her the truth, right? To Julie's amazement, the woman walked over to Julie's left side and held out the scissors, holding the blades and offering the handle to Julie. Julie frowned but held out a hand and took them. The woman backed up once again, pressed against the wall. "Trust me," the woman said. "You must. Please. No other choice." Okay, this just got interesting, Julie thought. She stood up now, testing her feet. She wobbled a bit but counterbalanced quickly. How long has it been since I've been out? She wondered. She walked toward the door, finding the woman stepping with her the entire way. She waited there and the woman opened the door once more, then looked out. "It is clear," she said. "But look for yourself." "And let you just stab me in the back with a set of kitchen shears. In your dreams." Julie shook her head, then motioned with her free hand for the woman to go ahead. Without hesitation, the woman stepped in front of Julie and out into the hallway. Julie watched, amazed, as the woman turned right and began walking toward the doorway directly next to the one Julie was in. Julie stepped fully out of the room as well and saw that the coast was clear. No one yelled at her. No one started shooting. There were no guards in the hallway, nor could she hear any. The woman began turning the handle on this door as well, more quietly and slowly than she had before. "Still in there," the woman whispered. Julie frowned. Who? Zachary Bennett? She knows his name? "But not alone," the small woman said. "Ready?" Julie's eyes widened as she realized what the woman was asking her to do. I'm supposed to run in there and kill Zach's torturer? She wanted to shake her head no, but she also knew they were running out of time. Zach had been quiet for the past 2 minutes, but that could just mean the man had paused for a moment, preparing more implements, or he had covered Zach's mouth to block his screams, and was still in the act of torturing her brother-in-law. She nodded, shuddering. Julie started running just as the woman pushed the door open wider. For better or worse, she was committed to the plan. Julie soared through the opening doorway, pulling the kitchen shears up and holding them around their handle, her hand covering the 2 finger loops. Once inside, she pulled to the right and caught a glimpse of the interior of the room. It looked exactly like hers, all metal with metal paneling covering the ceiling, floor, and walls. And seated in the middle of the room, in a chair, just like the one she had previously been in, was Zach. Also zip-tied. The only difference was that Zach was covered in blood. Chapter 42. Ben. "Can you hack it?" Ben asked, pacing around the computer laboratory. Ember looked up at him as if he were insane. "You don't hack a drive that's unencrypted. You just read it." Ben glared at her. "You know what I mean. Can you read it?" Vitali had turned over the drive he had lifted from the dead guard and had been carrying inside the ring, and Ember and the group had walked upstairs in the QCL building. She was now seated in front of a computer, clicking through windows. "Sure," Ember said. "It was like Vitali told us. This guy's personal flash drive, calendars, appointment reminders, important emails, that sort of thing. He probably didn't have easy access to a computer, or he was on the move too much, so he needed to take something with him that he could access from anywhere." Reggie was sitting next to Ember, watching the screen as she worked. Vitali was sitting at a table in the corner of the large laboratory room, his elbows on his knees, fingers clasped together in front of his mouth. He looked worried. Ben continued pacing as he talked. "We need to find them. This little drive is our only shot, right? They were looking for us, and they found Zach and Julie. Whoever they are, they were hired by someone. Hopefully, something that points back to them is on that drive." "Yeah, I already checked the folder Vitali told us about," Ember said. "The list was there with your names on it. Someone related to all this wants you guys dead, out of the picture. But this computer geek stuff is more Zach's domain anyway, snooping around, finding clues on computer drives and all that." "Yeah, you're more like the kill the bad guy type, right?" Reggie asked. "Something like that," Ember said nonchalantly as she clicked through the files. "That file's pretty much useless. It's just a list of this guy's marching orders. You guys, the CSO, are the last item on the list before he was supposed to return back for new orders." "Return back to where?" Ben asked. Ember rolled her eyes. "You think if I knew that, I wouldn't have led with it?" she asked. "That's what I'm trying to figure out. Seriously, guys, shut up for a minute and let me work." Ben did as she requested, though he did not enjoy it. He was pacing around the space behind the desk like a madman, wondering what Julie was doing at that moment. They had taken her alive, which meant only one thing. They needed something from her. He did not know who these people were, but he had interacted with enough bad apples around the globe. He knew people like this would absolutely harm his wife if she wasn't cooperative. Hell, perhaps even if she was cooperative. But how much did she actually know, anyway? From what she had told him, and from what Zach had explained, they were both still trying to figure out Project Phoenix. If that's what this was about, Julie wouldn't be able to give them anything. She hadn't cracked it yet. They still didn't know what the Russians were up to, what they were ultimately trying to do with the slime mold prototype. And they still didn't know how the computer program he and Julie had found behind their cabin was involved. A few minutes went by before Ember snapped her fingers. Ben looked over at her questioningly. "I may have found something," she said. "Each of these files has metadata associated with it, including when it was uploaded, created, or modified. Pretty typical stuff, but I was able to get into the system metadata and see exactly where the files on this drive originated from." "Like where in the world they were created?" asked Reggie. "More like which computer in the world created it. through the IP address in the metadata. But each IP address is associated with a particular location, as long as it's connected to the wider network. It's not foolproof, and it may not work at all, but I can look up the IP addresses of all of the files and get a general idea of location. Ben frowned. But how many files are on the disk? How long will that take? And therein lies the rub, Ember said. There are. She clicked around and moved the mouse for a few seconds. 10 314 files on this drive, not including the folders they're in. Most of them, like I said, are pretty useless. The dead soldier man's personal shopping lists, calendars, that sort of thing. To do a reverse lookup on all of them, manually, since I don't know how to write a shell script to do it for me, would probably take me a year. And that's good news? Reggie asked. She rolled her eyes again. No, idiot, I never said it was good news. I just said I may have found something. Just do the most important files, Ben said. We don't care where he made his shopping list, but the file that has those orders in it. Maybe that wasn't created by him in whatever hotel room he was staying in at the time. Maybe they were given to him by his direct boss, from his boss's computer, and that computer's location is one we could use. Ember nodded, smiling at Ben. Exactly what I was thinking, she said. With one exception, I'm going to check the metadata of a few of these files we deem important and see if any of the IP addresses match. That way, we'll kill two birds with one stone. We can see which files are likely the ones related to this mission he was on, and we can see if they were all made from the same place or at the same time. It might give us some information about what they're planning. She got to work, and Ben waited another interminable 3 minutes before she looked up once again. I think I've got something again, she said. They're all Russian locations, but we already knew that because the files were in Russian. It turns out we're not looking at a government entity. We're not? Reggie asked. She shook her head. No, at least I don't think so. These files were created on a private company's machines. A company? Reggie asked. Where? She smiled. Here. Ben stopped pacing. Wait, in Irkutsk? Yeah, it looks like it, Ember said. The most common IP address I'm seeing is linked to an Irkutsk-based ISP. She paused, clicking over to another window and pulling up a search engine. She typed in the name of the company, Vanilov Manufacturing. Yeah, it's a company. Vanilov Manufacturing. Everyone's eyes flicked over to Vitaly, still seated in the corner. You ever heard of that place? Ben asked. Vitaly frowned, then stood. Yes, he said. It is a large company here, but I don't understand how they would have anything to do with the Russian government, with my research. Who are they? Ben asked. The company. What do they do? I believe they make fertilizers for agriculture, maybe even seeds. Seeds? Reggie asked. Like, to grow shit? Vitaly nodded. Yes, I believe they produce products for farmers, to grow crops. Ember nodded. Yeah, I've got it pulled up now. Looks like they also grow crops themselves, or at least help other people grow crops. They're a major Russian agricultural technology company, she quoted. Founded in 1956, headquartered in Irkutsk with offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and a few other key spots, the current CEO, Yakub Vanilov, is the son of the man who founded the company. Interesting, Ben said. It doesn't sound like it's a match for who would hire mercenaries to kidnap my wife and brother, though. Maybe whoever's behind this just used the Vanilov IP addresses to make it that much harder to trace. But I'll admit, it's the best lead we have. It's the only lead we have, Reggie said. At least they're here in Irkutsk, Ben said. Let's check it out, poke around a little bit. Maybe even pay this Vanilov guy a visit to see if he knows anything. Still, what does a seed company have to do with slime mold? Reggie asked. And killing lots of people? He looked at Ember. She shrugged, smiling. Hell if I know. I'm just the kill the bad guys chick, remember? Chapter 43. Julie. His head had fallen, and he did not even look up as she entered. She had moved quietly, but the metal room reverberated and seemed to amplify every tiny noise. So, she wasn't surprised to see the man standing in front of Zach look up as she entered. And this man, far larger than her, held a tiny blade, a box cutter, in his hand. Julie caught sight of a drop of blood falling from the box cutter's blade as the man turned to face her, his eyes wide. She felt sick to her stomach, both for what she was now seeing and for what she was about to do. The man hovering over Zach didn't stand a chance. She brought her arm up, then slammed it down with an impossibly quick motion. She stabbed him in the side of the neck 3 times, in and out, blood flying out from the fresh wound each hit. His arm flung wildly around, the box cutter flailing and trying to find purchase, but she blocked it easily with her wrist, and the knife went flying away, clattering to the metallic floor. Then she reared back with her right foot and kicked him as hard as she could, twice, right in the groin, wishing this was Veniloff instead. Take that, you sick bastard. The man was already choking on his own blood as he fell to his knees, unable to anticipate the attack, much less stop it. He fell face first in front of Zach's chair. The torturer was gurgling blood, coughing it out in sheets, the dark crimson making a pool around his head, but Julie completely ignored him. She considered putting him out of his misery, but she was already slick with his blood as well. She'd touched the sick bastard enough. Let him die suffering, she thought. She wasted no time using the shears that had just taken a man's life to cut Zach free. He gasped for breath, then pulled his head up, his eyes wild. He looked drugged, in a stupor. Julie? He whimpered. She nodded, tears once again coming to her eyes. Yes, it's me. Are you okay, Zach? What they did to you? He shook his head, but it seemed to hurt. He moved slowly, as if underwater. I am okay, he said. This looks way worse than it is. I don't think they were trying to kill me, or even really make it that bad. He tried smiling. Well, it does look that bad, Julie whispered. He shook his head gently. Death by 1,000 cuts, but they're not even deep cuts. And they drugged me with something just before they started. I think to slow me down, but it also made my blood thinner. Honestly, it looks worse than it is. Why? Why go through all that trouble if they're trying to torture information out of us? Zach frowned, seemingly very concerned about this question. It doesn't make sense, he said finally. They weren't supposed to do this. Julie didn't respond, letting the younger man have his delusional episode. She swallowed back the bile that had risen in her throat, then doubled down on her sentiment from before. Really sick bastards. Can you move? She asked. Zach nodded, slowly starting to stand. She steadied him with a grip on his elbow. I'm fine from the waist down. He mostly worked up my arms and face, but none of the cuts are deep. They hurt like hell, but I'll be fine. They wanted to scare me. To scare you. She remembered his wails all too well. His screams of agony. Deep or not, tiny little slices with a box cutter were not comfortable. The woman was standing in the room as well, staying to the side, eyes as wide as Zach's. Julie could read the fear on her face. You really are trying to help us, aren't you? Julie asked. The woman gulped, but then nodded. I am, I must. Who is she? Zach asked, as Julie helped him toward the door. I am Zora, the woman said. Julie shook her head. I guess her name's Zora, she said. And she just saved both our lives. Chapter 44. Patrick. Patrick Antonoff sat in the town hall meeting next to his wife, Vera. Both were fuming. He balled his fists in rage, listening to the Venilov company spokesman on stage as he rattled off 100 excuses. Patrick, like everyone else here, owned a small farm within a 100-mile radius of this town. Most of them were generational farmers, having grown up around crop cultivation and agriculture. Many of them still worked by hand as much as possible. For the last 10 years, Patrick had come into his own as a farmer, inheriting the lands his father and his grandfather before him had farmed for generations. It was not a lavish lifestyle, but there was money in the land. The land itself was valuable, though many of the people here knew of the precarious status with the Russian government and its people. At any point, the land could quickly become land belonging to the President of Russia, for any reason. There was fear that the rug could be pulled out from under them at any time. Today, however, this was not the issue at hand. The company man-turned-politician tried shouting over the noise of the crowd as Patrick shook his head in dismay. This had ended exactly the way he thought it would, with no results whatsoever, and even fewer answers. Not only had this man not acknowledged that the new fertilizer from Venilov had killed their crops, but he also seemed to be doubling down on the fact that it was somehow the farmers' faults rather than the company's. No arguments to the contrary swayed the man. "Let us go home," his wife said directly into his ear. "There is nothing for us here." Patrick wanted to hit the chair in front of him, to smash it with his fists, honed from years of working the land. He knew it would do nothing to change their situation, but he felt a rage boiling inside of him that would not dissipate easily. This was his livelihood, his life. They were raising a family, and though the kids were getting older, they still needed their support. What would they do without an entire season of wheat? There was no other alternative. Suddenly, he heard more shouting from behind him, then a loud stomping sound. He turned his head just as a line of men thundered in and began working up the narrow hallway towards the stage. They didn't look like soldiers. They weren't wearing the Russian army insignia, but he saw a logo on their sleeves. He couldn't make out what it was from here. All of the men wore matching black combat boots. Then he recognized the logo as one younger soldier brushed past his chair. Venilov Manufacturing. But they looked like soldiers, not like the company man still shouting on stage. The 2 rows of 6 men each halted in the middle of the room. The black-clad soldier in front continued walking up to the stage, the slick businessman looking as confused as everyone else in the room. He rushed over, but the larger guard from Venilov pushed him easily out of the way. Without pause, he reached the lectern and pulled the microphone down. "Thank you all for your patience," his voice boomed out in Russian. "My name is Grigory Malka, and I am the director of security for Venilov Manufacturing. This man here has done his absolute best to convey his apologies, but as you know, apologies are never enough." There were murmurs of confusion throughout the room. Patrick and his wife stared at the man as he continued. "I have just been informed by Mr. Venilov himself that this matter is one of utmost importance to the company. Upon gathering more information, Venilov has decided to send me here to let you all know that we will be compensating you for the entirety of your lost crop." Patrick frowned as gasps and cries and applause filled the room now. The man held a hand up, quieting them. "We will send details directly to your homes, but rest assured, this atrocity shall not be ignored by our company. Venilov is prepared to pay whatever your last year's yield was at the time of sale, plus an additional 15% on top for your troubles." There was silence in the room now, and Patrick suspected the man was going to continue. Instead, he stepped back a single foot, then turned and began walking off stage. The businessman looked as flabbergasted as everyone else. Apparently, this change of heart was a new one, and Veniloff had wasted no time in sending the follow-up representative from his company, this time bringing along a small army of guards for added fanfare. A few more seconds passed in silence, then the room erupted. There were shouts of applause, congratulations, and even cries of joy. Patrick did not understand it. Sure, Veniloff Manufacturing had royally screwed up, killing all of their crops in a single day. But to come out and say they weren't going to even acknowledge it, much less solve the problem, but then immediately backpedal and offer them more than what the crop was even worth, was almost unbelievable. He wondered if it was a severe miscommunication between Veniloff and his underlings, or if this was something else entirely. What it could be, he did not know, but it was strange, and he did not understand it. He felt his wife grip his bicep, squeezing. "This is an answer to prayer," she said quietly. Patrick held his frown in place as he looked around at his neighbors and fellow farmers. An answer to prayer, perhaps, he thought. Or have we just gotten into bed with the devil? Chapter 45. Julie. Julie and Zach limped out of the room together, Julie in pain from the zip ties that bound her hands, but feeling nothing like the way Zach must have been feeling at this moment. There was still no movement in the hallway besides the three of them. There were 4 other doors, just like the ones Julie and Zach had been held in, and she wondered if all of them were intended for the same purpose. If all of them were torture chambers. And was each of them full? Veniloff had made it sound as though there was only one man torturing them, someone who would hop back and forth, taking turns pulling little pieces off of Zach and Julie until one of them cracked, or one of them died. She got the sense that there was no one else around now because Veniloff did not need actual security guards inside the building. If these were torture chambers, anyone breaking free would only get so far before their own wounds brought them down. And if there were guards, they would be outside. This was Veniloff's domain. There were 2 cameras mounted at each end of the hallway, and she wondered who was behind them. Who was watching their escape at this exact moment? As if answering her silent question, the woman named Zora turned as they hustled over the tile floor. "He will watch, but we are safe now. Guards. Outside. We must go outside, then get away. Maybe." "Maybe?" Zach asked. "Yeah, let's try to figure out how to make that a more optimistic maybe," Julie said. "Are there stairs? I don't trust elevators in bad guy lairs." The woman nodded, but didn't change direction. They followed her to a set of double doors, and the woman pushed them open, revealing a wide set of stairs that ascended. "This bottom floor," the woman said. "Basement." "And how many floors do we need to go up?" Julie asked. The woman answered as she walked up the stairs. "1 floor. Floor upstairs opens to ground level. We are on hill." Julie nodded but didn't respond. She assumed that Zora was telling them this building was on a sloping hill, like a house with a walkout basement. Half of the building would be completely underground, but half of it would be above ground and exit outside. She allowed Zora to walk into the stairwell, following behind Zach as she examined him. Zach had been telling the truth when he told Julie he was fine from the waist down. He was even pushing their speed, urging everyone forward as fast as possible. She felt a sense of urgency as well and did not complain. They reached the top of the stairs only a few seconds later, but the woman paused before exiting. "You fight?" she asked. Julie looked at her as if she were crazy. "Fight? Like what? Karate? What do you mean? Those guards outside will have guns, right?" The woman nodded. "Yes, guns. We have no guns." "Yeah, I noticed," Zach said from next to Julie. So, what's the plan? Julie asked. We just run out there and hope to karate chop their bullets away. I try to help you, the woman said. Best I can do. Of course, Julie thought. She forced herself to soften her tone. I'm sorry, she said. I was just hoping there was a better plan than get to the top of the stairs and run outside like a lunatic. Julie and Zach discussed their options, finally coming to the same conclusion this woman must have already reached. They would stand a better chance outside than they would inside. Here, they would be sitting ducks in the depths of a facility neither of them was familiar with. Fish in a barrel. Outside, at least, they could try to make a run for it. She took a breath, holding it for a moment to settle her nerves. Okay, outside it is. Hopefully, we can get into the trees or whatever form of land there is out there. Ready? Zach nodded. Zora had stepped to the side, apparently wanting Julie or Zach to be the first one shot once they all left the safety of the stairwell. Still, Julie didn't falter. The woman looked like some sort of researcher, wearing the same lab coat Venilov had been wearing. This woman was not a fighter either. She had already risked her life to save theirs, and for that, Julie was more than grateful. Zach met her eyes as they prepared their escape. Here goes nothing, he said. Yeah, Julie said, flashing him a smile. I really hope it is nothing. Chapter 46. Ben. They piled into the convertible once more, but they weren't planning on driving cross-country with it this time. Ember pulled out of the university lot, aiming for a car rental place in Irkutsk. While the Aura's was a beautiful, sporty car, all of them had decided they would feel safer if they had something more robust, and something with a top. Reggie had found an SUV through an online rental company that would easily fit the four of them, including Vitaly, but also Zach and Julie, should they get to a point they could rescue them. Ember raced there, and Reggie and Ben paid for the lease, and within short order they were driving again. Before leaving the QCL laboratory at the university, Ember had given each of them, including Vitaly, the same tiny earpiece she and Zach wore. Ben stuck his inside his upper earlobe, immediately hearing SAI's human-like voice in his ear. He had tested it, but otherwise hadn't interacted much with the AI. That sort of thing freaked him out. Though he knew it was the future, he still had not wrapped his mind around talking and interacting with a computer. Venilov Manufacturing Headquarters was listed as having an Irkutsk address. Still, the reality was that the company owned 1,000 acres of land about an hour and a half outside of the city, in the mountains to the northeast. Oyek, where Vitaly had stopped after escaping the research bunker, was on the same highway. The closest town to the actual Venilov headquarters was called Bayandey, in the Bayandayevsky district of Irkutsk Oblast. None of it meant anything to Ben, who had never even been to Russia. But when they had pulled up the suggested route on the web, he was immediately reaffirmed in their decision to rent a car with a top. It would be a 2-hour drive and into the mountains. It would only be colder. Ben wanted to get going as soon as possible after getting the new rental car, but he also knew heading to Venilov headquarters would be a bit of a long shot. It was a good guess, but there were no assurances. They could be driving toward Julie and Zach, or they could be driving toward nothing useful at all. Ben sat in the front passenger seat next to Ember this time and began asking her questions while she drove through the streets of Irkutsk, hoping he could get a little bit more information from his kid brother's girlfriend. Seems like a lot's changed since I saw you last, he said. Ember nodded. Back then, I was in an interesting situation. Decided to part ways with the organization I was working with, and Zach sort of stuck with me. Sort of, Ben asked. Okay, fine, she said, laughing. He stuck to me like white on rice. I tried to brush him away at first. I didn't want him getting hurt, even though he had proven himself time and time again that he was not just some shrimpy little science geek. And eventually, I came around. I didn't want him to get hurt, so I realized that at some point I could keep an eye on him if he was with me. "Got it," Ben said. "So, he's like a pet, a lost puppy." She rolled her eyes. "He's quite capable. I'm just being facetious. The truth is, all that time together only proved to me that I love—" She cut herself off, but Ben smiled, leaning in. "You love him? Wow, that's not what I expected. The way you guys describe your relationship makes me think it's just some sort of summer fling, and you're both annoyed about the other one. But that's okay, 'cause school starts soon." Ember blushed. "Yeah, I guess it is a lot more than that. We've been through hell and back, as you can imagine. Now that things have settled down, before all of this, it's hard to deny that there's something much deeper between us." "I get it," Ben said. "But about this company, this organization, as you two keep calling it, what is it? Zach kept telling me he was going to fill me in on the details, explain everything. You guys have a private pilot and offices around the world with a seemingly endless supply of laboratory and computer equipment, not to mention closets full of guns and grenades and tech. I find it hard to believe that it's just the two of you. And besides your pilot who flew us here, I haven't seen any other employees at either of the offices I visited." "Yeah, that's by design," Ember said. "We have to keep a super low profile or we'll attract attention. Hell, as you know by now, we've already attracted too much attention. But to answer your question, the organization is just that, an organization. It's not a company, per se. It's more like a loose collection of people who have enough money or resources to fund a project. They're not interested in becoming a giant profit machine, so they don't have to employ many people. Some security guards here and there, and some contracted researchers and scientists if Zach feels the need or has too much work. And you've already seen the QCL building. Obviously, it's not ours. Zach called in some favors, and here we are. He's got a lot of contacts from the work he was doing before I met him." "That sounds like a perfect situation," Ben said. "It sounds a lot like the way the CSO was set up. We have connections to the U.S. military, but in the interest of plausible deniability, they don't want anything to do with us most of the time. They need our help, they ask. But the resources have to come from somewhere else, and we are privately funded by a guy no one even knows. I've only met him once in person, actually." "Julie told me about him," Ember said. "Mr. E? I'm sorry to hear about his wife, too." Ben closed his eyes and thanked her. "It was hard on all of us, but it was hardly the only thing we've been through together. Now, I don't even know where Mr. E is. I was kidnapped on the same island he was trying to hide on, and we haven't heard from him since. Our best guess is they grabbed me and killed him, trying to put an end to our group once and for all." "Which is exactly why we try to keep a very low profile," Ember said. "You won't find us in the news or talked about in professional scientific circles. We are a ghost. We tap scientists for help every now and then, but we only give them enough information to complete their portion of the project. And we don't do it in an ominous way either. The last thing we need is really smart people getting suspicious of what we're trying to do here." "And what is it you're actually trying to do here?" Ben asked. Ember gave him a mischievous smile. "That I will have to let Zach answer." Ben shook his head. He smiled in frustration. "See, you tell me it's not all cloak and dagger with you guys, but then no one can come clean when I ask a simple question like, what the hell are you trying to do? I'm helping you because I think you're the good guys, but how can I know? I don't think Zach would be the kind of guy to get into scary shit, but I've been surprised before." "Oh, I can assure you he's been involved in some scary shit," Ember said, returning his smile. "But he's still the good guy, I am too, for the record." Can you give me a hint at least? Where's the money coming from? You mentioned different entities that have the resources and money to fund an endeavor like this, but who are they? Do you have government contracts? She shook her head. If we do, they're funneled through so many different entities and shells that by the time we get the money and the details of the project, it doesn't matter anymore. Zach is a scientist, through and through, but he's also got a knack for business. He set all this up, brought me into it, and we work. That's pretty much all I know. He wants the organization because he wants to study and learn for knowledge's sake. He doesn't really care about politics or bureaucracy. He just wants to make the world a better place, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do here. It must be working, Ben said. I mean, you must have a track record already if you've gotten enough people on board to fund it without asking for anything in return. Ember nodded. This one was different. Zach's interest in the Phoenix Project started long before that pilot crash-landed in your backyard. He's been quietly interested in slime mold as disease vectors for years, as far as I know. And there are silent partners now. People that want to be so removed from the project Zach won't even tell me who they are. Wow, said Ben. But as long as we keep them happy, as long as we show that we are trying to make the world a better place, we'll likely be able to keep doing it for a long time. You have no idea how many nefarious organizations or companies there are. And I'm not just talking about the capitalistic ones that will do anything to extract a dollar from their bottom line. I'm talking about people like the ones we're trying to find now. If this Vanilov guy is actually who we're looking for, he's one of 1,000 people just like him. People who want to create something sick and twisted to kill people to further their own gain. We don't know yet what that gain is, so we don't know why he's doing it. But that's what we're trying to do, in a nutshell. That's what Zach's organization is all about. Wait a minute, Ben said, turning in the seat to completely face Ember. Zach's organization? I mean, I knew you guys worked there, but is he like near the top of it or something? Ember smiled wider. Yeah, he's pretty humble when it comes to that. He's a scientist first, as I keep saying. He's not interested in glory or attention. But yeah, you're on the right track. He's not just near the top. He is the top. You serious? Your kid brother is no kid anymore, Ben. He's a world-class scientist and a brilliant businessman, though he'll never admit it. He started with this idea only 5 or 6 years ago, and he's been passionate and motivated ever since. He somehow manages to put the right people together for each project, people who will stay out of the way and not try to completely take over what he's done. He doesn't like to hire people officially, because he doesn't want to manage them. He wants to work, so he'll use part-time contractors for individual projects, and then hire a manager to manage them. That's incredible, Ben said. He was impressed. He had no idea how busy his brother had been. So yes, when I say he's at the top, I mean it. I'm just one of those contracted people. He runs everything. Your brother is the sole owner and partner. Chapter 47. Julie. It was bright outside, but bitterly cold. She wondered if they were still in the Siberian region. She saw mounds of snow piled in spots that must get little sun beneath the shade of trees and against the building itself. Cracks of grass poked up through other sections, doing its best to stay alive, vibrant against the bleary gray backdrop. She assumed they were still in Russia. While she had not known how long she had been out, she had a sense that it had not been longer than a day, and the woman with them now, Zora, was Russian. However far they had traveled from Irkutsk, the terrain looked different, but the weather was similar. She did not see any guards at the moment either. Julie took a few steps out to the door, followed by Zach and then Zora. They stayed against the wall of the building, knowing that was the best way to stay hidden. Julie heard the door close loudly behind Zora and winced. The noise could send the alert that someone had exited the building, but it also meant that their chances of getting back inside were probably nil. She checked the handle just to be sure and found it locked. For better or worse, they were stuck out here. They would not survive a night out here, she knew. It was far too cold, and any inclement weather would immediately plummet the temperature by 20 or 30 degrees. It already had to be in the low 30s, though the sunlight did feel good on her skin. There, the woman whispered, pointing. Back of building around corner. Why are we going to the back of the building? Zack asked. Why not just run straight ahead, into those trees over there? Big fence, came the reply. Of course, Julie thought. Of course, there would be a big fence. Whatever this place was, Vanilov had been willing to let the inside of the facility go completely unguarded, but the woman had mentioned that there would be guards out here, and those guards would be inside a perimeter fence, preventing anyone from coming in, and anyone from getting out. Julie nodded, now following behind Zora. The woman continued along, and they all crouched, walking quickly without making noise, and came to the corner of the building. The woman waited there, and Julie swung around her to cover the front as she moved. She slid around the woman's petite frame, then gasped as she saw what lay beyond on this side of the building. They weren't just on a hill, they were on a cliff. The building had blocked the view before, only giving them the sense that they were on a wide stretch of earth with a few trees dotting a field. Beyond that was the forest, hiding the perimeter fence from view. But stretching in front of her was one of the most picturesque landscapes she had ever seen in person, rivaling even some of the vast, panoramic views back home in Alaska. The building itself had been built onto the side of a cliff, literally hanging over the edge. The ground beneath her feet now sloped steeply to the left in front of her, down toward the bottom floor of the facility. In front of the building, a sheer drop of some unknown amount made it feel as though she were creeping toward an infinitely tall ledge. Far off in the distance, white-capped mountains completed the view. She walked forward, knowing they did not have time to stop and admire the view. She heard Zack and the woman crunching behind her as they worked their way slowly down the steep ledge. To her right, about 400 yards away, was a small building with a fence running along behind it. The fence must have been over a dozen feet tall, and she thought she could make out sick-looking barbed wire lining the top. She understood now that this building was one of a few on Vanilov's land. Whatever this place was, it was effectively a prison. There would be no escape in that direction, just as the woman had said. The fence likely curved around the back of the property, eventually meeting with the cliff on the opposite side of this building. They passed a door on this lower level, metal and locked. It looked like an emergency exit, and it was painted to blend in with the outer wall. And as she drew near to the cliff itself, Julie realized that continuing in this direction would not be much of an escape either. The cliff was even steeper than she had thought originally, straight down by the looks of it, and any possible handholds would be covered with ice and snow. The climb down led to a fast-flowing river, wide and inky black, implying that it was deep. There were rapids along the shallower sides. It ran out of sight across her field of vision in both directions. With Zack's condition, as well as the fact that their party had grown by one, Julie knew they would not be attempting a risky climb down the face of the mountain. None of them were professional climbers either. Descending the cliff in a free climb would be no small feat. Think, she willed herself. Figure out a solution. Is there a vehicle, some sort of snowmobile or truck we can find? Surely there's a road leading to this place. But as they reached the back side of the building hanging off the cliff, Julie felt the hope of even that obvious feature drain away. There was no road in sight, close to the building or even on the horizon. She realized she had been played. She whirled around and eyed the small scientist. "You lied to us!" she hissed. "This is no escape!" The woman seemed scared, frantic. "No," she said, backing up. "This is escape. This is only way." Zack shook his head. "What? We're supposed to climb down that? There's no way, lady. You're crazy." "You said this would be the way to get out," Julie added. "You said this was the only way. Where's the road? Maybe we can sneak up on the guards there and get the gate open, and then—" The woman was shaking her head. "No gate, no road." "No road?" Zack asked. "How is that even possible?" The woman shrugged. "No road," she said. Julie was about to respond when she heard a loud noise. A klaxon, an alarm. It was piercingly loud, and she looked straight up and saw the giant horn bolted to the side of the building on its top level. There must have been others like it, as she heard their reverberations and echoes from all directions. "Looks like the security guy finally saw the camera feed," Zack said, letting out a long breath. "Or they found the dead torturer laying in a pool of his own blood," Julie said. The door they had passed earlier burst open, and 3 men ran out. They turned to the left and immediately saw Zack and Julie. They spread out, forming a half-circle around them. Each of them was holding a subcompact assault rifle, and they all pointed them directly at her. Shit, Julie thought. This was not the escape attempt she had been hoping for. She took a breath, realizing what she was about to do. She looked at Zack and the woman, wondering if they would be up for it. "We don't have a choice." "Do not move," one of the men shouted in English. He repeated the instruction in Russian. To her left, Zora raised her hands over her head, and Julie could see her hands shaking. She was terrified, knowing she was about to die. These men would not take kindly to this woman freeing Zack and Julie, the very subjects they were ordered to keep inside the facility. "Zack," she said through clenched teeth, trying not to attract attention with her words. "You know what we have to do." Zack was standing in front of her, facing the guards who were now slowly making their way down the hill toward them, about 20 feet away. They would not shoot from there, she figured, knowing that they still wanted Zack and Julie alive. Vanilov had not yet gotten what he needed from them, so these guys would try to threaten them back inside. That meant they had a small window. The guards wouldn't fire on them, and they were moving slowly downhill toward them. "Not going to happen, Julie," Zack whispered. "I know Ben always had crazy, insane ideas, but I didn't know you'd picked up that habit. Zack, we don't have a choice. We're running out of time." She sensed the urgency in Zack's voice then. "Julie, stop. We don't have a choice. I'll talk to these guys. It was a misunderstanding, that's all. There's nothing we can do now but let them take us back in, and hopefully they'll—" Julie grabbed Zack and Zora at the same time, twisting her body around so all 3 of them were now facing the cliff. She felt a rush of adrenaline, immediately snuffed out by the sheer terror of her body's realization that it was standing at the edge of a 100-foot cliff. But she didn't hesitate. She couldn't. There was no other choice. With one last breath that failed miserably at trying to calm her racing heart, she threw herself, the scientist, and her brother-in-law off the edge of the cliff, jumping out away from the ledge as far as she could. Chapter 48. Ben. Ben sat back, taking all of the information Ember gave him and funneling it through his mind. Could it really be true? He had not had much contact with his brother, and now he was learning that his brother was some hotshot CEO or president of a research group. It made sense in a way. He had not seen anyone else at either office complex, and now he knew why. Zack had set things up that way on purpose. He related to Zack in that way. It wasn't that he hated people, it's just that Ben worked better alone, more able to focus without having to worry about someone else's emotional state. He was not surprised to learn that Zack operated much the same way, more interested in the work and the science than in managing a team of people. But he had not thought his brother could be this humble. Zach had been holding back, in a big way. This organization Ember described was incredible. Fully stocked with anything any scientific professional would need to get a job done, with state-of-the-art security systems and technology available to use as well. And it seemed as though his brother did not have anyone to report to but himself as well. Like Mr. E, he had a collection of silent partners that all had the same goal in mind: make the world a better place. The sheer scope and size of what he had been able to accomplish thus far was a surprise. He and Ember talked a bit more, mostly catching up on where they had been the past 5 or 6 years since he had last seen her. He remembered the twinkle in his brother's eye when he had seen him at his cabin shortly after he and Julie had gotten married. Zach had not stayed long, but he had alluded to new projects and new things he was working on, and yet he had no idea what any of these projects were. Project Phoenix was the only thing he knew his brother and Ember had been working on, so whatever other interesting things they were doing would remain a mystery to Ben until he got the chance to meet up with Zach once more and pick his brain. But then, would he even get that chance? Like most situations involving Ben, his mere presence seemed to make it worse. First Julie, now his brother. Both gone once again, taken from him. He knew how strong Julie was and trusted her instincts and ability to get out of sticky situations. But the men who had come for them had been prepared. They had somehow nullified Zach's entire operation before even stepping foot inside. Whoever they were up against was also very well resourced and seemed to know exactly what they were up against. They had shut down Zach's drones as if they were nothing. Ben couldn't shake the feeling that he was the reason this all happened as well. As soon as he had shown up on the scene, events had been put into motion that had resulted in his wife and brother's kidnapping. With any luck, this Vanilov manufacturing company would be able to give them some clues as to where they might be. He hoped the trip out to the headquarters would not be a complete waste, but as he had told the others, they were already in Russia. He would kick himself if they passed up the opportunity to find where his brother and Julie had been taken, even if they were wrong. Besides, it did seem very coincidental that the IP addresses all seemed to point toward this agricultural seed company. But how were they all related? Slime mold, computer programming, agricultural products, and fertilizer. The pieces were beginning to reveal themselves, but nothing was clear yet. He leaned back in the chair and reclined it a bit. Reggie and Vitaly were talking quietly behind him, likely doing the same sort of catching up he and Ember had just done. Reggie was equally curious, and also wanted to get his friends back. Vitaly was an enigma. A man who had been disillusioned by his own government's cause and had defected. They felt they could trust him, but there was still a huge gap between what they thought they knew and what was actually going on. If there was anything else Vitaly had forgotten to disclose, Reggie would find it. Satisfied there was nothing else Ben could do but wait for Ember to deliver them to wherever she thought it prudent to go next, Ben closed his eyes and tried to find peace. Chapter 49. Julie. It's not the fall that kills you, Julie thought. It's hitting the ground at the end. She wished the old joke was not the only thing she could think of as she fell the 100 feet straight down. They would not be hitting ground, of course, but rather water. She tried to keep her feet straight, her head above them, using her arms to balance her as she fell. Just before they had launched off of the cliffs, Julie had kicked a few larger rocks down. She did not know if it was true or not, but she had heard that breaking the surface tension of the water a bit would ease the impact. Otherwise, it would be like landing on an asphalt parking lot. Normally, experimenting with physics was not something she volunteered her own body for, but in this case, there was no other choice. She hit the water feet first as she had hoped, but immediately the shock of the deathly cold water nearly forced her to open her mouth and choke back a mouthful of river water. She flailed her arms wildly underwater, hoping not to lose her sense of which way was up, but finally broke the surface of the water once again. She gasped for breath just as Zach came up next to her. He was shouting something at her, but she couldn't hear. Her ears were ringing from the impact, and she worked her jaw to clear the tinnitus. Zora popped up an instant later, but she was not moving. Julie grabbed at her, rolling her over onto her back. She kicked as hard as she could as the river pulled them along, guiding both of them sideways against the flow of the river toward shore. The river was about 20 feet wide in this area, and she had guessed correctly that the cliff extended some distance beneath its surface. They had not hit on any rocks or protrusions on the way down, and thankfully had not found anything surprising beneath the surface. But that didn't mean her landing felt good either. Every muscle in her body was aching, every bone vibrating from the shock. She had taken on water through both her nose and mouth, and she spit it out and tried to sneeze as she swam. She held the woman beneath her shoulders, doing her best to keep her head out of the water. She reached the shore gasping and coughing, Zach just behind her, also hacking up water. "Julie, I can't believe."
"There was no other way," Julie snapped. "I wasn't going to let them take us back in there and torture us."
The guards were shouting at them now, one of them even aiming the submachine gun and firing a few rounds toward them. They fell short, the smaller rounds impossible to aim from that distance. Still, she pulled the woman away from shore and behind a boulder, out of sight. There, Julie laid the woman down on the pebble beach, turning the woman's mouth to the side. Just as she spread the woman's lips, she coughed and spat out a lungful of water. The woman shuddered but continued coughing, expelling the water that had made its way inside of her. Finally, after a minute of this, she lay still, her eyes open and blinking straight upward. "I'm sure she's going to have words with me when she finally comes to." "Now, what the hell are we going to do?" Zach asked. "We're in Russia. Siberia, probably. The middle of nowhere," the woman whispered, and Julie and Zach both flicked their heads to the side to hear her. She repeated it again, louder this time. "Not nowhere," she said. "Kachug." "And where is Kachug?" Zach asked. "Irkutsk Oblast, near Irkutsk, in mountains. I have friend there." "Yeah, I can see we're in the mountains," Zach said, exasperated. He looked around, trying to gauge their position against the never-ending mountain ranges around them. "How far from Irkutsk?" Julie asked. "From your friend." The woman shrugged. "Do not know. Kachug is closest town, less than 1 kilometer southeast. Follow river is how I come here." "How you got here? You followed the river." The woman frowned, then moved her hand in a circular motion. "Helicopter?" Zach asked. She pointed at Zach, then nodded. "Yes," she said, "helicopter, only way." Julie nodded in understanding. So that's what Zora meant by there not being any roads. There weren't any roads leading up to Venilov's secret torture facility and science lab. The place must have been constructed in this idyllic locale with materials flown up by chopper. The implications of how much that would have cost was staggering, but Julie knew it was possible. Humans were capable of all sorts of miraculous feats, and architectural achievements were certainly among them. As long as there was money, it could be built. But she was not here to marvel at the facility sitting far above their heads. They needed to get back to civilization, to someplace dry, well before the sun went down. Already, she felt the chill settling in. Zora, older and frail, was going to have a much harder go at it than she and Zach. Still, all of them were going to suffer if they did not get in front of a warm fire in the next few hours.
"I guess we take a walk then," Zach said.
Julie nodded. She pointed at the river, then looked at the woman. "Can we follow this downstream? This river will probably lead us to Kachug, right?" The woman nodded. "Yes, I think it is same river." "Then we should get going," Julie said, standing up and wringing her shirt dry. A gust of wind hit her in the face and she nearly gasped at how cold it was. "Yeah, we should definitely get moving." Chapter 50. Julie. It took 2 hours of treacherous hiking over slippery rocks and maneuvering around boulders along the riverbanks, but the 3-person group finally made it to the town the woman had told them about. Most of their slowness had resulted from having to carry Zora over certain rock features, but Julie was not about to leave their savior out here alone. An expert climber she was not, but she deserved a chance to make it out of this alive. Zach had not argued, likely feeling the same way. When Julie had finally seen the lights of a small general store, they all nearly sprinted the distance to it. They found the store open, the owner inside. He had stared at them with an expression that made Julie think he thought they were deranged, but the woman calmly explained their situation to him. After a few minutes of back and forth, the man nodded and motioned for them to join him in a back room. There, they had found an electric fireplace already lit and warming the entire space. They huddled around it, and Zach went out to the store and poked around. The owner seemed to understand how dire the situation could have been, so he waved it off when Zora told him they did not have any money. He offered them electric blankets he dug out of a bag behind the counter, and gave them each a protein bar and sports drink from a cooler. Though Julie didn't speak Russian, she got the sense that the man did not believe their story about being captured by a psychopath who had tortured Zach and then jumped off a 100-foot cliff to get away. Even after Zach showed him the numerous scrapes and cuts from the box cutter all over his face and arms, the man eyed them with suspicion. Still, he didn't heckle them for payment. Apparently, their soaking wet, shivering frames were enough to convince the man that they needed a bit of help. Zora talked a bit more with the man, who gave her a sense of the layout of the town of Kachug. The entire, single-strip village stretched from the northwest end to the southwest corner, where it met the highway leading back to Irkutsk, following alongside the river. Most of the people here were miners or farmers or retired. It was a sleepy town, but hospitable. With luck, he told them, they should be able to find someone to lend them a phone. He did not own one. The village was quaint, and the scenery surrounding it was beautiful. Just as picturesque as the facility where they had been held, this small town in the Irkutsk Oblast was barely a blip on the map. Really, just a collection of farms and small cottages, all coalescing at the central main street, a few shops and service buildings on either side. Julie immediately fell in love with the place. It was not terribly different from the small town she had grown up in, albeit everyone here spoke only Russian. They were not going to be able to find an internet cafe, but they got the sense from their interactions with the general store owner that people here would be kind and empathetic. With luck, Zora's friend in Kachug would offer more assistance. They walked down the main street wrapped in the thin foil blankets the man had given them, dried to an acceptable dampness from his heater. As they walked, Julie wondered about their next move. They had no way to contact the outside world yet. Sure, they could borrow a cell phone, or possibly even find a computer with an internet connection. But what then? If it was the Russian government trying to track them down, the Russian equivalent of the NSA would be able to home in on their position almost immediately after they connected. But was it worth the risk? They couldn't exactly walk to an airport and board a plane. Besides the fact that they had nothing to use to purchase a ticket, security would be on the lookout for them as well. Zach was messing with something on his ear, and he finally stopped and turned to face Julie. "We have a problem," he said. She waited, the woman standing next to her also stopping on the side of the road. "I can't reach SAI," he said. "Well,
That localized EMP drone thing they used to take us out probably affected the server, right? Julie asked.
Zack shook his head, still fiddling with the device in his ear. No, it's not that. SAI's system would have shut down immediately to prevent data loss or damage to his electronics. We felt the generator kick on, so that's when he would have started to reboot. He should be cycled back up by now, for sure. I think my module is damaged. Julie remembered from his explanation that the little two-way module sat just inside the earlobe, acting as both a microphone and speaker to interface with SAI, so long as there was at least a cellular connection within range. There might not be any cell service here, Julie said. Could that be it? Maybe, he said. If I can get to a phone or computer with a connection, I can figure out if SAI's down or if it's just my device. It very well could be that your swan dive from the top of the cliff did a number on my little bug. Julie scoffed. My swan dive? I seem to remember you right beside me. Zack rolled his eyes. Right, I was right beside you because I was so excited to jump to my death. I blame you for that whole stunt. Well, we are alive, Julie said, continuing to walk. She wasn't trying to cut Zack off, but they were all still tired and very cold. They needed to get inside, into another house nearby, or an inn if they could find one and talk the proprietor into letting them stay for free. Worst case, if they couldn't find someone to take them in, or someone who had some connection to the outside world they could borrow, they could always go back to the general store and bug the guy to let them stay on the floor overnight. But she really hoped she would not have to sleep on the hard floor overnight. And if she were truly honest, she hoped she would not have to wait all night before they started taking action. She wanted more information on this Vanilov fellow. Anything would help. Anything might be the clue leading to why he had done this. At the very least, Zack said, as if reading her mind. We need to drop Zora off at her friend's place. Maybe we can get help from her friend, too. Friend, yes, Zora said. Not like outsiders, though. Julie laughed. You mean we're not invited? Maybe your friend will at least let us borrow a phone? The woman started to explain herself, but Julie quickly smiled and grabbed her shoulders. No, it's fine. We're just trying to get you someplace safe. Zack and I have to go back to your company. We need to figure out what Vanilov is working on. Vanilov is working on many things, the woman said. Phoenix Project is most important, but Phoenix Project mostly at headquarters, main laboratory, not here. What do you mean, not here? Zack asked. We were just in your facility, right, where you were apparently doing research. It is remote laboratory for Vanilov manufacturing. I was assigned here, no one to talk to, just me and computer. Alone? Julie asked. Why? She stopped then, looking up at Julie and Zack. Punishment. Chapter 51. Vanilov. Vanilov's assistant burst through his office door without so much as a knock. At first, Vanilov was irritated, but when he saw the huge smile on the man's face, his spirits immediately lifted. Sir, we have the results back. The prototype is working better than expected. I have pictures. The man bounded over to Vanilov's desk, dropping a large manila envelope on it. Vanilov walked from his perch near the window overlooking the fields, his hands clasped behind his back. He waited for his assistant to open the folder and show him the images. Better than expected, Vanilov said, somewhat disbelieving. After everything that has happened, I would be fine if things worked as expected, so that I am no longer disappointed. Sir, something tells me you will not be disappointed. His assistant had taken cues from Vanilov himself, who hated hyperbole and exaggeration. So, the fact that the man was so full of boundless energy and enthusiasm gave Vanilov hope. He looked down at the images. Entire fields of what used to be healthy, thriving wheat in the second half of the growing season. It was Vanilloff manufacturing product, through and through. The seed itself, the particular soil makeup and additives, and of course the fertilizer that they had just sprayed on it. He recognized the wheat in this state because he had acres of it around his campuses. Each individual specimen lay on its side, dilapidated and dark gray, dead but still showing a bit of its golden color. His assistant pulled the image away and showed him a second similar field with wheat in another stage of decay.
"When were these pictures taken?"
Vanilloff asked. "They were taken yesterday, sir," his assistant said, matter-of-factly.
"Yesterday?"
Vanilloff asked, not believing his ears. I did not think that was possible. I was told it would take at least a week for the signs of death to show, that the wheat would rot from the inside out and only fall after 2 or 3 weeks. A month for the entire field to be nothing but decaying vegetation. His assistant nodded, his enthusiasm never waning. "We all did, sir. All of the scientists who theorized on the efficacy of the prototype told us it would take a matter of weeks to completely kill off the field rather than days."
"But this isn't days,"
Vanilloff said.
"This is one single day. How is this even possible?"
"I've prepared a report for you, sir," his assistant said. "You can find it in the back of the folder. But the basics are this. The prototype is extremely energy-hungry, extracting nutrients from the plant as it spreads and grows. But the growth our additive induces seems to be exponential almost. Mathematically speaking, it's doubling in size in a matter of hours rather than days. The wheat cannot sustain itself, and every possible nutrient is extracted by the slime mold as it moves through the field." Vanilloff listened intently. Long ago, he had been a chemist himself, but he had always leaned more toward the business side of things. He could understand the details, but he left it up to his brilliant scientists and researchers to build the actual prototypes and perform the real research. Never in a million years had he thought they would outdo themselves.
"This is miraculous," he said. "When can we be ready to ramp up production?"
"Whenever you give the okay, sir," his assistant said, his smile growing. "We were prepared to begin next week, but we can start now. We are already producing more of the prototype, and we have the shipments of fertilizer ready as well. Production right now is normal, but if we want to get these into our target locations—"
"We need to get started immediately,"
Vanilloff said, finishing his assistant's sentence. The only downside to having a prototype working as fast as this was that it made the logistics a veritable nightmare. Where before they would have multiple weeks of indoctrination, getting the fertilizer on as many crops as possible. If the farmers found the fertilizer product they had purchased was immediately killing their crop, word would get out, and the spread of Vanilloff's new product would halt much quicker than desired. "Most farmers will be fertilizing over the course of this and next week," his assistant said. "I believe that with the plans in place, we should be able to hire a few additional shipping contractors to make sure everything is on shelves and in warehouses in a few days. We obviously won't announce a recall for another month. By then, their wheat output will be cut in half," Vanilloff said. The thrill of it sent chills down his spine. It was what he had been working toward his entire adult life.
"They'll have no choice."
His assistant nodded slowly. "Absolutely, sir. Shall we go ahead, then?" Vanilloff smiled. "Of course. Do it as soon as we are done here." He paused. "And what of our experimentation region?" he asked. I assumed they were confused and upset. "Upset would be an understatement, sir," his assistant said. "They called a town hall meeting, in fact. There was a spokesperson sent out by someone from HR, but I sent our director of security, along with a small team, to inform them that they will be compensated." "That did the trick." "That absolutely did the trick," he said. I hear they were ecstatic, praising your name, even. This satisfied Vanilov to no end. He was not doing this for attention, for recognition, but just a bit of affirmation that he was on the right track was nice. Confirmation that what he was doing was for the good of all. Their reactions proved this to him. He was not a man who existed solely to seek fame and fortune, but he certainly wasn't against achieving some of it. Let the people decide, he often said. He thanked his assistant and prepared to call his mercenary contact. He needed to wrap things up in all areas, to close off loose ends and tie up unfinished business. He had just been given a lucky break, and he intended to take full advantage of it. Chapter 52. Julie. Punished for what? Zach asked. Zora had stopped on the sidewalk, and Julie felt the cold immediately trying to work its way into her bloodstream. Punished for helping my husband, pilot. Your husband is a pilot? Zach asked. Working for Vanilov? She nodded. Was pilot. Dead now. We found Phoenix Project, found what Vanilov is trying to do. I sent him away, tried to steal from Vanilov. Julie put a hand over her mouth. Zora, is your full name Zora Bolshevik? She stared, her mouth just a thin line. Yes. Oh my God. You're Zora Bolshevik, the pilot's wife. You found the Phoenix Project files and put them into the briefcase, the one your husband brought to Alaska. Zach looked confused. Wait, you know her? No, Julie said. But Ben found her husband. He crashed on our land, back in Alaska. Found the briefcase with his laptop inside. Then I figured out how to access the files on the drive inside of it. Which was the Phoenix Project, the whole reason they're looking for you. Julie nodded. They all stood there for a moment longer, Julie trying to process what she had just learned. Finally, she rushed forward and embraced Zora. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for saving us back there. And for what you and your husband did, he did not die in vain, I promise. Zora seemed confused at first, but allowed Julie to hug her. She pulled back after a few more seconds. Vanilov Manufacturing, headquarters. This is where you find answers. Julie felt a moment of optimism, solely because it meant they would not have to somehow hike back up the sheer cliffs to the facility they'd just left, and then somehow sneak back in and poke around. The headquarters location outside of Irkutsk would not be easy to gain access to either, but at least they wouldn't be on high alert. If she could get to an American-friendly bank somewhere, they might be able to wire funds and cash them out, perhaps even hire some help to get into Vanilov Manufacturing. Julie nodded, looking at Zach. Okay, she said. Looks like we've got the makings of a plan. We drop her off, then make our way to Vanilov Manufacturing's headquarters campus. They followed Zora to a small cottage about half a mile away. As the woman had described, the people inside did not seem kind to strangers at all, and they were not invited inside. Zora, however, talked to them for a bit in Russian, explaining their situation and reminding them that Julie and Zach would quickly be on their way. This seemed to do the trick, as after a few minutes the woman waved goodbye and disappeared inside the house. Julie was about to laugh at the anticlimactic way this strange woman left them, when Zora returned to the door and held up a hand. Wait, she said. The door shut, and they stood there for another 5 minutes, Julie suddenly wondering if she had misheard the woman, and that everyone inside the house was now getting ready for bed, unaware that there were freezing Americans on their stoop. But a minute later, Zora's head appeared again behind the blurry, stained glass window inside the door, and then it swung open wider. Zora handed Julie a handful of bills, rubles, in denominations of 1,000 each. To get to Irkutsk, then find answers, she said. Julie's eyebrows showed confusion and excitement. Are you sure?
This is a lot of money.
Julie actually had no idea how much money it was in terms of US dollars. Would it be enough to even get back to Irkutsk, or not even enough to get laughed at by a taxi driver? The woman shook her head. You need. I do not. I am safe now. Zora paused, then waited for Julie to look at her again. You must stop Vanilov. Julie swallowed but nodded. Thank you, she said, suddenly pulling forward and grasping the woman's hand between hers.
Thank you so much for everything, for sending your husband to our house. You have my word that we will do our best to figure this out.
The woman gave her and Zach a weak smile, then shut the door for good. Zach and Julie had no luck finding a taxi in the quiet, sleepy town, but a man driving a small truck hurtled toward them from the north, whom they were able to wave down and discover that he was on his way to Irkutsk. They showed him a few of the bills, and his eyes lit up, nodding in excitement. Apparently, it's enough to get to Irkutsk, Zach muttered as they hopped in the back of the truck. But not enough to let us ride in the cab with the heat on. The man spoke no English, so the few exchanges of the word Irkutsk, as well as the handing over of the money, was the entirety of their transaction. He loaded them into the back of the truck amidst a few heavy bags of some sort of seed or grain, then got into the driver's seat. Julie had no idea how far away from Irkutsk they were. Zora had made it sound as though they were close, but she couldn't even see the faded glow of city lights on the horizon. For all she knew, they were still 4 hours away from civilization. Plenty of time to freeze in the back of the speeding truck. She pulled the emergency blanket around her shoulders and did her best to get comfortable, her head resting against the hard-back plastic liner of the cab. Zach had chosen a few of the bags as pillows and sprawled his lanky figure out over the lot of them. Like this, the two of them hitchhiked back to the city they had started in, hoping to find warmth, dry clothes, and a plan. With luck, they could contact Ben and the others too, to let them know they were all right. But they would be paying Vanilov Manufacturing a visit, and that thought alone gave Julie all the hope she needed. Chapter 53. Vanilov. The paramilitary corporation's director appeared on Vanilov's monitor once again. The second time in a week, the man said jokingly. You must have major issues you need my help with, Vanilov. Vanilov smiled. On the contrary, my friend. My problems have been cut in half. Our timeline has just advanced, that is all. He saw the director's face shift on screen. A look of surprise came over his face. Are you saying you no longer require our services? The man asked. Vanilov held up a hand in shock. No, my apologies. I am not saying that at all. Your work has been exemplary. There is no reason for me to be upset. It wasn't a complete lie. Vanilov had been rather upset to learn that Zachary and his sister-in-law Juliet had somehow escaped once again, from his well-guarded, castle-like laboratory on the cliffs to the northeast nonetheless. None of it mattered now anyway. He was on track with the new product line, and the slime mold was performing on the wheat crop as intended. Within a week's time, Zachary and Juliet Bennett would be nothing but a memory. Vanilov cleared his throat, preparing to explain. As it turns out, I should have trusted your men to provide all security at my campuses. My own people have let me down once again. Zachary and Juliet were brought in, and yet somehow escaped. He didn't need to go into details. The man nodded along. I am sorry to hear that, Vanilov. So you would like me to have my men find them again, so you can discover what they know? Vanilov shook his head. I simply no longer care what Bennett and the woman know of my operation. I thought they might be of help to us, as long as they were, coerced properly. But it appears their cooperation is no longer crucial to my bottom line. In the best interests of the company, I believe it better to simply remove them from the playing field. As for finding them, that should be easy. They will be somewhere downstream of my mountain lab. I'll send over a map of the area, but my guess is that they will head toward Irkutsk as soon as they are able. I see. If the fall did not kill them first, it was over 100-foot jump from the facility to the water, and I do not know if it was deep enough for a safe landing. Either way, I suspect you'll be able to find them, dead or alive. Of course. And if we do find them alive? The man asked. I want you to redouble your efforts. Hire a larger team if required. I will be tripling your payment for this to end within the next 2 days, and I'm wiring half of that additional amount as soon as we are off this call. All I ask is that you eliminate Zachary and Juliet Bennett with the utmost haste. Can do, Vanilov, the man said. I will let you know when I have received the funds, and I am putting a new team together as we speak. We will start in Irkutsk and work north, but I will have a second team waiting in Irkutsk in case they somehow sneak through. Very good. I appreciate your work thus far. He was about to end the call when another thought occurred to him. One more thing, my friend. Of course, anything. While speed is my #1 goal, I am willing to put up with a bit dirtier campaign. Forget about collateral damage, even if my own employees stand in the way. I am willing to replace incompetent guards, so tell your men not to hesitate if they have a shot at taking them down. We've had some issues with sabotage, and I am running out of patience with my own scientists and security forces. I no longer have the time nor the energy to track down the saboteurs, so we will use your strike as a lesson against my teams, if it comes to that. I believe I understand, Vanilov. That will be fine. Without another word, Vanilov disconnected the call and leaned back in his office chair. Chapter 54. Ben. Ben had not realized he had drifted off until Ember pulled the car tightly around a curb, shaking the passengers to the side. His heart skipped a beat, and he nearly jumped out of his seat. It wasn't a particularly bumpy stop, but Ben had not expected it. He forced his heart rate to subside, sucking back a bit of drool that had escaped his lips and taking calming breaths, while Reggie laughed from the back seat. He pulled the noise-canceling headphones out of his ears. He hadn't even remembered that he'd slipped them in, and looked into the rearview mirror. Something funny? He asked. You get enough beauty sleep? Reggie asked. You've been out for 55 minutes. Never, Ben said. I'm still ugly as sin. Can't argue with that, his friend said. And in those 55 minutes, we've all been hard at work. Actually, I think I've got a plan cooked up. Ben arched his eyebrows. I thought the plan was what it always is. We storm the doors, shoot first, ask questions later. Nah, that only works in the army. We need something a little more intelligent. Ben smirked at Reggie's quip toward his old employer. Well, I'm sure if it actually is intelligent, Ember had more to do with it than you. Ember laughed. You'd be surprised with this guy, she said. Turns out when you fall asleep, he turns on his smart mode. This was mostly his idea. She pulled the car around a few parked vehicles on the side of the road, slowing to narrowly miss the oncoming traffic in the opposite lane. Bright idea? Ben asked. Now I know it's going to be stupid. Reggie leaned back in mock surrender, holding his hands up. Look, I never said we were going to live through it. I just said that it was better than storming the front door and hoping for the best. No, I'm pretty sure you said it was intelligent. Anyway, Ember stressed, how do you feel about disguises? Ben rolled his eyes. You've got to be kidding. I'm not wearing some Charlie Chaplin mustache and black horn-rimmed glasses. Well, we can scratch that off the list and move to the next best option, Reggie said. How about one of those inflatable dinosaurs? Ben turned and glared at Reggie. In all seriousness, Reggie said, I think this might be our best bet. I called Freddie, who got in touch with his old man, the general. They're both golfing somewhere, making up for lost father-son time. I didn't want to bother him, but this has gotten a bit more involved. You can say that again. Anyway, the general pulled some strings for me at the UN after Ember found out they're planning to have an environmental subcommittee gathering next month. You want to know who will be hosting it? I'm going to guess Veniloff Manufacturing, Ben said. Spot on. But we don't have a month to wait, so the favor I asked of General Rollins was if he would do us a solid and have some of his UN buddies call Veniloff for a private meeting. Ben could not hide his shock. You did what? How did he... Did it work? Ben had fumbled over his words, but Reggie laughed the entire time. Yeah, it worked like a charm. Some politician guy named Caraway Long got in touch with Veniloff's office and talked to his assistant. He's not sure of Veniloff's schedule, but he said, and I quote, "There is no way we would ever think about turning down the UN. You are welcome any time." So we're going to visit Veniloff today? Ben asked. Reggie nodded. Yep, in a few hours. Just enough time to get some shopping done, Ember said. Let me get this straight, Ben said. We're going to Venilov's headquarters disguised as United Nations representatives. Specifically, UN ambassadors who are supposed to know at least something about environmental protection, like EPA stuff. That about right? Nailed it once again, Reggie said. But it's not like we're trying to hide on an all-girls cheerleading squad. These disguises are pretty much just business formal. But we don't know anything about the environment, at least not from an intellectual and political standpoint. Oil's bad but necessary. The Greenpeace-type groups are on the right track, but kind of being dicks about it. And cars kill the ozone layer, Reggie said quickly. Ember giggled. Yeah, that should convince them that we know exactly what we're talking about. Seriously, you guys are nuts. This'll never work. Chill out, man, Reggie said. You slept a lot. I also started typing up a one-page brief with the talking points. It's on my phone. I'll send it over. Turns out all this UN stuff is public record. I was able to figure out right away what the major talking points are for most of their committees, then distill the helpful stuff down to language even you can understand, you dolt. Perfect, Ben said. But we still have to convince... We don't really have to do anything, Ember said. They were called by actual UN representatives first, so they have no reason to suspect we're not who we say we are. And besides, this is a tour, not a grill session. We're the ones who will be asking them questions, but we're really there to just snoop around and see if this Veniloff dude is really the guy we're after. And see if they've got Julie and Zach somewhere. Exactly, Reggie added. I'm still not terribly excited about the disguise stuff, Ben said. It won't matter for you and Reggie, Ember said. Even if Veniloff is who took them, they're not going to know what you two look like, so long as we change your facial appearance just a bit. For Reggie, maybe shave, wear a pair of glasses, that sort of thing. You'll both fly under the radar. I'm a little more high profile because of my colorful past. My face will show up on all sorts of security databases. For that reason, I'll have to go all out, but I'm no stranger to getting a little bit dolled up for the cameras. Chapter 55. Ben. Ember pulled the SUV into the lot of a used clothing store, where they all found suits that fit well enough. To the discerning eye, they would look like college kids walking into a temp agency, but as Reggie and Ember had explained, they weren't here to impress people. They just needed to get eyes on the inside of the building, potentially snoop around some of the labs if possible, and then get out. No one would be the wiser. Ben found a suit that fit him almost perfectly, though it was a bit tight in the shoulder area. He found decent brown shoes that matched, which thankfully were pre-worn, so they were relatively comfortable. They purchased their clothing and a bite to eat at a restaurant nearby, then talked through their plan to meet with Vanilov. They had just over 2 hours before the scheduled appointment, and it would take an hour to drive up there. That meant an hour to plan. An hour for Ben to freak out about trying to pretend he was an environmental ambassador from the United Nations. The only issue Ben had not been able to solve so far was what to do with Vitaly, who had come along with them for the short shopping trip. Thankfully, Reggie and Ember had already discussed this as well. "We're going to drop him off somewhere nearby," Reggie said, patting Vitaly on the shoulder as they sat at a table outside the restaurant. "He's safer not around us, especially at Vanilov Manufacturing, but he'll at least hang out as long as possible, waiting for us to return. Maybe a library or cafe where he'll have internet access." Ember agreed. "He can hide in plain sight as long as he's in the city, but if he steps foot in that building, and we are right about Vanilov being his secret employer, they'll be all over him like stink on a pig." "Can't argue with that," Ben said. Vitaly did not have any idea who his employer was through the project, only that they called him V. It could have been a coincidence, but it seemed at this point that all roads lead to Vanilov Manufacturing. Taking Vitaly with them now would surely get them all in trouble, and potentially get Vitaly killed. Ember continued. "Once we get to a shop, we can set Vitaly up with a rental laptop or a desktop at an internet cafe. I can get a VPN installed and running. We need him to document his time working for Vanilov, to write down everything that might help us later. Besides, he might be able to help as a node for SAI. SAI was still up and running, broadcasting from the Anchorage servers, bouncing off of the servers back at the QCL lab. Ben could hear him in his ear as they discussed the plans. If Ember could get Vitaly set up with a web interface, he would be able to communicate with them through SAI as well. Plus, Reggie added, Ember instructed him to record a video giving a brief overview of his work, what he was doing, what he thinks he was ultimately working on. Basically a tell-all about his experience. We'll have SAI save it and alert anyone who's trying to access his system that it's there. "Anyone?" Ben asked. Then, "Oh," he thought, "I get it." "Julie or Zach," Ember said, confirming. "Maybe they get out, get free somehow. If they can make it to civilization again, Zach will try to access SAI first thing." "Love it," Ben said. "Back to our plan. What about when we get there? What's our first move?" "Well, we'll need to act like ambassadors, obviously," Ember said. "But they'll probably want to give us a tour. Keep your eyes open for some kind of server room." She stopped, then turned to face Ben directly. "Ben, that's like a closet filled with a bunch of blinky things that look like spaceship equipment." "Har, har," Ben said, mockingly. Ember smiled. "Shouldn't take me long if we can find one. All of them will have manual access ports on the fronts of them, and I've got the USB drive Zach pre-installed SAI onto, so once I stick the USB in there, it should only be a few minutes before he's online, broadcasting from Vanilov Manufacturing, and able to sneak around their servers." "An entire artificial intelligence on a flash drive," Reggie said. "I'll be damned." "Not the entire system," Ember corrected. SAI is a distributed network of thousands of little programs, as well as some critical infrastructure for connectivity. This is sort of like a SAI Junior, not unlike the hub that Vitaly will be using, like a web interface that can connect with the real SAI back home. "But it will allow us to gain access to their servers," Ben said hopefully. Ember nodded. "With any luck, yeah. Their servers are certainly going to be encrypted and locked down, but this is going to be like plugging in a router directly to one of their mainframes. Once it's there, unless someone happens to see the USB drive, no one will know we are in. It will take some time, but I can have SAAI start poking around, seeing if there's a way to get further embedded into their security protocols. It sounded easy enough, Ben thought. But then again, most of their plans sounded easy enough. He remembered the old Mike Tyson quote, "Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face." He had been punched in the face before, and he really, really did not want to repeat it again today. Chapter 56. Vanilov. Vanilov heard a knock at the door. He was in a good mood, but he had not wanted to be disturbed. The end was in sight. He was close. It was now just a matter of putting the final pieces together and letting the snowball begin rolling down the hill. The last thing he could afford now was an interruption. Still, his assistant was not an idiot. He would not be coming in just to say hello and ask how things were going. "Come in," he said. "Sir," his assistant began, only poking his head through the doorway. "I considered simply declining, but I thought you should have a say in the matter first." "Declining what?" Vanilov asked. "I just got a call from one of the members of the United Nations Environment Assembly. They'll be in attendance at the forum we're hosting next month, but they've asked for a private audience." Vanilov turned his chair and faced his assistant, motioning the man to step inside. The assistant did, kicking the door closed with a heel and then walking over in front of Vanilov's desk. "I'm sorry, sir. I should have just said no. I know you are extremely busy. We are very close with the production as well. I should not be wasting either of our time with this." Vanilov furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He had been looking forward to the UN forum, and had timed the event to take place immediately after his experiment would end and his new product line was launched. It was a perfect place to reveal what he had been working on, what he hoped would change the world. It was a perfect organization to reveal everything to, as well. The UN was mostly a puppet organization, a gathering of zealous public servants who had political ambitions but were otherwise ignorant in specific knowledge domains. They weren't experts in one or two trades, they were incompetent in many. Vanilov hated the organization, but having their blessing was a crucial step toward getting his ideal future launched. And while Russia was not part of the UN, this forum was seen as an olive branch. The fact that the UN would be in attendance, in person, in Russia, meant that the country was taking strides toward playing by UN rules. Vanilov knew this was not actually the case. He had discussed this at length with the Russian president many times. The president had made it abundantly clear that they were not following any rules set forth by a non-Russian organization. But Vanilov had convinced him that having the UN Environment Assembly in his pocket would only benefit the long-term interests of Russia. Besides, he did not need the Russian president's or the UN's votes of approval. He just needed them to get the ball rolling, and the rest would take care of itself. The news of a small contingent wanting special early access normally would have been troubling for Vanilov. But he realized what their ultimate purpose for calling the meeting likely was. These visitors were politicians at heart. They wanted to visit Vanilov Manufacturing before the forum, because if there was knowledge to glean beforehand, they might be able to use it to further their own interests. If knowledge was power, these people would elbow each other in the eye to obtain it. Their political aspirations and eagerness to excel worked in Vanilov's favor as well. If he could grease the wheels of the UN by glad-handing a few of its members before the forum, it would only be that much easier to get the rest of them on board when they came next month. Vanilov smiled. "Tell them I would be more than happy to host a short walkthrough of our facility here," he said. His assistant seemed surprised. "The UN needs to be our greatest ally. at least for the next month until this is too far along to stop. My product line will launch no matter what, but it will be harder without their full support and backing. Once we launch, they will see they have no choice but to choose us for worldwide production." His assistant stood idly by. "Tell them yes," Vanilov continued, "and tell them I will be meeting with them personally. Take an hour to show them around. Show them all but our basement laboratories. I want them to know that what we are doing here is, in fact, life-changing, world-changing. And keep in mind that whoever is visiting will be the UN's cream of the crop, the ones who truly care about our work here, at least from a political perspective. They will ask questions, try to glean whatever information they can. They've asked for this audience to edge out the rest of the assembly to get ahead, and I can respect that. Make sure they feel comfortable and at home." His assistant walked toward the door, but Vanilov called out as one more thought occurred to him. His assistant turned, waiting. "And in light of recent incidents," he began, "it is probably wise to bolster our security while the ambassadors are here." His assistant nodded slowly. "Of course, sir." "The paramilitary force I've contracted is still working to eliminate the thorns in our side. Their priority is to eliminate Zach and Julie Bennett at all costs. I fully expect the team to accomplish their mission soon, but I also want to be sure we are not caught with our pants down while there are visitors on campus. Have them send additional guards here as soon as you can." He was not worried about the optics. If it came to it, Vanilov could legitimately explain away deaths of civilians who had accidentally gotten too close to his secret research. But he didn't want to have to deal with a messy situation like that if he didn't have to. He was too close to the finish line, and he needed everything from now on to proceed smoothly. Having an additional team of mercenaries at the ready here would put his mind at ease. Chapter 57. Ben. The inside of Vanilov Manufacturing's headquarters building was far more luxurious than Ben had imagined. He wasn't sure what exactly he had expected. This was a multi-million-dollar Russian corporation after all, likely funded in part by the government itself. But it was such a far cry from a nondescript, bland building painted government beige, with stale carpet and a cubicle farm inside. They had just entered and were standing inside the glass doors in the lobby. The lobby stretched above and around him, 2 stories, a circular room about 100 feet in diameter. A grand staircase twisted around a spectacular water fountain at the center of the space, connecting to an upstairs balcony that overlooked the large room. Hallways branched out in 4 directions, 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs. The grand staircase on both sides of the fountain featured marble stairs with shining bronze railings, sitting atop glass panels that formed the sides of the curving stairwells. Near the front wall on both corners of the lobby, plants and small trees stood in massive clay pots. The back wall behind the stairs and upstairs balcony bubbled outward, the huge, curved windows there providing natural light. And there was a frenetic energy in the place as well, scientists and employees of Vanilov Manufacturing bustling around the lobby, hustling by Ben while carrying laptops and briefcases. To Ben, it looked more like a Silicon Valley startup than what he would have expected a Russian-controlled company headquarters to look like. The only telltale sign that they were in an agricultural technology company was the large paintings that hung on the rounded wall beneath the upstairs balcony floor. Lifelike depictions of golden-brown wheat plants, up close or in panoramic view, stretched across canvases covering the wall. They had been told to wait by the elevators in the lobby, that Vanilov's assistant himself would be meeting them and walking them inside. As they stood in the lobby, taking in the details of the space and anxiously awaiting the assistant's arrival, Ben also took stock of their current situation. "You look ridiculous," Ben whispered from the side of his mouth. Reggie wore a plastered-on smile and wide eyes. "You're trying to look younger, but it's failing. You look like a weird old dude trying to impress someone, and no one's going to fall for it. Reggie had chosen a suit as his clothing choice of the day. Unlike Ben's own suit, however, Reggie's made him look like a gigantic fish. The suit was silver, metallic. It even had a sheen to it, and Ben wondered if whoever had made the strange article had done it seriously or as a joke. "You look like a mega-church pastor," Ben said as they waited by the elevators. "You going to pass around an offering basket?" "It's not that bad," Reggie said. "I Googled UN representatives to see what they were wearing. This actually looks pretty close." "And you're one to talk," Ember said from behind Ben. "I just wanted you to get glasses or something to change your facial appearance a bit. You didn't have to go full-on 70s porn stash mode." Reggie tried, but he couldn't contain his laughter. He let out an explosive giggle that caused a few people walking by to glance over. Ben elbowed Reggie but smiled as well. He knew Ember wasn't joking. He looked absolutely ridiculous. After checking out at the normal used clothing store, Ben had seen something unexpected a few doors down. A costume shop, full of eclectic and garish outfits, each of them lavish and fanciful. While Ember waited for their food, Ben and Reggie had gone in just to look around. Before he realized what he was doing, Ben had purchased a professional makeup artist's mustache. The proprietor had smiled, somehow sensing that Ben did not speak Russian, and pulled the mustache out. "Good fit," the man said in accented English. He pulled it out of its plexiglass case and showed Ben the paper-covered strip of adhesive on its back. "Sticky, put on face, stay on face all day." While Reggie nearly died of laughter, Ben handed the man some rubles and shoved the plastic box into his pocket. He didn't like playing dress-up games, but their safety was at stake. He wasn't going to take the chance of his face getting recognized by Veniloff Manufacturing's security. Since Reggie and Ember seemed to think disguising themselves as UN professionals was their best move, Ben had decided to go all in. He fussed with the corners of the mustache now, the sticky glue mixing the bristles with his real whiskers. It sat in place perfectly, and while it was a nuisance, he had to admit it looked quite real. He had confirmed this fact from Reggie's and Ember's chuckles as well. The elevator dinged, and they turned to see a younger man with slicked-back black hair step out of the elevator. He had very pale skin, most of it covered in a dark brown suit, well-fitted and perfectly matched to his thin frame. He walked toward them, his hand extended. A large smile appeared on his face. "Hello, my name is Yuri Malkev. You must be from the UN." Reggie looked over at Ben, and Ben nodded back at the man. He was impressed with the kid's English, almost impeccable with only the slightest hint of accent behind it. "Yes," Ben said. "This is Natalia Theron, Jonathan Rayburn, and I am Rodrigo Carlson." Ben had struggled with his alter ego at first, Rodrigo Carlson, but Ember and Reggie had talked him into it, and Vitaly had confirmed Ben could pass his Spanish. Though he spoke the language horrendously, his mother had been Mexican-American and had passed on her dark hair and brown eyes to him. The young man shook each of their hands in turn, smiling and focusing on their eyes each time. He was very polite, even engaging in a bit of small talk before motioning for them to follow him back into the elevator. "I would like to show you our gallery and meeting hall first," Malkev said. He pressed the number 2 on the button panel. "This is where we will host your larger group from the United Nations next month. We are looking forward to having your associates here with us." "We are looking forward to it as well," Ember said, bowing her head slightly. She hadn't outright changed her voice, but she had directed it into sort of a lilting, almost sing-song style. It sounded natural enough, and it was clear she had practiced this verbal disguise often. As you have probably guessed, we are part of the Environment Assembly. However, The three of us have known each other and worked in the field together for a decade. First, for large nonprofits, then eventually as ambassadors from Canada and Spain and the United States. "Forgive me," Malkev said. "There has been a lot happening here of late. I have not had time to fully research each of your backgrounds, though you do come highly recommended by Mr. Long at the UN. My boss, Jakub Vanilov, inherited this company from his father. Long ago, his was a family of farmers, but they realized that the amount of farming possible on Earth would eventually hit a ceiling. Even with advancements in technology, tractors, combines, whatever modern technology you can think of, the world population is growing at an alarming rate and is not slowing down. Advances in medical technology have made it possible for humans to live ever longer, but farming technology was not able to keep up, and Mr. Vanilov is afraid food production will therefore hit a wall." "Was not?" Reggie asked. "That implies that it used to be able to keep up with population growth and lifespans, but now it is?" The assistant snapped his fingers. "An intuitive observation, Mr. Rayburn," he said. "Yes, Mr. Vanilov shifted focus about 20 years ago from just producing better farming tech. He shifted his focus from the bigger and began focusing on the smaller. Here at Vanilov, we started working toward technologies that could allow individuals, or small families, to farm their own land." Ben cocked his head to the side. "He wants to make everybody a farmer?" The assistant laughed. "Of course not everyone. But he realized that for a corporate farm to survive, it would need something that no one can provide: more land. But if humans did not have to rely on massive, multinational farming properties for their food production, they could more easily survive and thrive." Ben couldn't argue. The man made a great point. In America, many homesteaders and hobby farmers had already discovered the joy of growing food for a single-family unit, and slightly larger co-ops had always been a mainstay of rural America. Close-knit communities of farmers still operated, completely self-sustaining. What Vanilov's assistant was describing was a perfect fit for Ben's personality. He would much rather be left alone to work his own land and grow what he needed to survive than be funneled through aisles at supermarkets amongst throbbing masses of humanity. Was this the future that Vanilov wanted? Because if so, Ben would have a difficult time arguing with it. Chapter 58. Ben, Ember, and Reggie were led to a large room near the lobby the size of a movie theater. Sconces dotting the tall walls gave Ben an idea of the size of the space. When Vanilov's assistant turned the main lights on, Ben saw that it was in fact a full-size movie theater. Theater seats ran in rows, about 8 to a row and perhaps 10 rows total, in typical ascending fashion all the way up to the back wall. All of the seats faced a large, flat wall that had a white screen affixed to it. "I need to run back up and make sure Vanilov is still on track to meet with you," his assistant said. "I apologize that I must leave you here, but it's only temporary. In the meantime, I will start the introduction to the presentation we are preparing for next month, as it should be a good overview as to who we are and what we have been working on here." Ember thanked the man, and he left the room. Before they could find their seats, the lights dimmed again and the Vanilov logo splashed across the massive screen. Ember laughed. "As much as I'd like to hang out, grab some popcorn, and watch a movie with you guys, now's the best time we're going to get to start snooping around. I'm going to hustle around and see if there's a server room nearby." Ben looked at Reggie, but his friend was already walking toward the door. He pulled it open for Ember. "How will we know it worked?" Ben asked. "The system won't take long to boot up," Ember said. "And as long as I can find an open port to plug in our little phone home applet, SAI should be able to rejigger the network to broadcast his voice into all of our ears." Ben and Reggie found seats in the front row and both men reclined their chairs a bit. If this place isn't the one we're looking for, we're going to need a good backup plan. If Ember gets caught... Something tells me this Ember girl can take care of herself, Reggie said. And our backup plan is, whoops, sorry guys, wrong number. But we're in Russia, Ben said. I mean, it's not exactly a third world country, but it's not far off either. No one wants to end up in a Russian prison, and especially not American citizens poking around some fancy government-backed corporation. They'll assume we're spying and then... Relax, man, Reggie said. Everything we've seen so far tells me we are in the right place. All this talk about technology, specifically related to agriculture and farming, it's exactly the kind of place that would try to do whatever it is they're trying to do. Yeah, but what is it they're trying to do? Ben asked. None of this slime mold stuff makes any sense to me. If Vanilov is trying to kill a bunch of people, like what Vitaly witnessed, why not just kill a bunch of the people? Make some designer virus, like the Yellowstone one a few years back? Reggie shrugged. I don't know. I'm no supervillain. If I had to guess, the slime mold is just a delivery system for whatever artificial concoction Vitaly and his science team created. Maybe Vanilov is doing it that way because then it's less detectable or something. Or maybe it only affects certain people. I don't know. Ben didn't know either, but he had to admit they had no better options. They had no other options at all. Of course, Vitaly would not know the name of the company he had been building his secret prototype for. All of this was intended to be top secret, meant to keep Vanilov's different groups working on his project quietly, all at arm's length from one another. No one would know the full story except Vanilov, if he truly is behind all of it. Let's just hope Ember gets SAII set up soon. That'll give us a lot more information. I have faith she'll be able to, Ben said. Zach seems smitten with her, but he wouldn't keep working with her so closely, and for so long, if she wasn't pretty capable as well. They waited a few more minutes, watching picturesque scenes of farmers tilling land by hand, dragging machinery behind oxen and yaks, all while poignant music played and a deep-voiced narrator spoke in Russian. There were English subtitles so Ben and Reggie could follow along, but the video revealed nothing useful, nor did it trigger any eureka moments for either man. It was simply a video about farming and agriculture. Suddenly, something crackled in his ear, and a voice filled his mind. Hello, Ben. Sai here. Looks like I've been installed in a rack-mounted CPU server. Scanning location now. Ben waited as SAI ran through a bunch of data. Most of it Greek to him, though he recognized the sound of an IP address and their actual location outside of Irkutsk. Reggie looked over at Ben. Looks like it worked, he said. Ben nodded as Ember's voice cut in then. Hey guys, can you hear me? I found a server room and was able to sneak in. No ponytailed IT guys tried to stop me with Ethernet cables either. I found a CPU wired above a huge multi-port router, so I figured it was a good place to start. Seems like I was right. I can hear you loud and clear, Reggie said. Ben confirmed as well. I'm heading back your way. Her voice dropped to a mere whisper. Lots of people in the hallways, though. I don't want to attract attention to myself, but I'm pretty sure there are a couple of geeks ogling me right now. She continued whispering, but now directed her words to whoever was eyeing her in the hallway. Yeah, I see you nerds. Keep it moving. Ben stood up, ready to leave the theater once Vanilov's assistant returned again with his boss. He heard footsteps just outside the large door, even over the sound of the music and narration. Stomping. Someone was running to the door. Apparently, Vanilov was a heavy walker, or his assistant was just that excited to get back to them. Or, oh shit,
Ember said in Ben's ear. "Guys, we've got a problem. There are—" Ben heard muffled voices through the earpiece but couldn't make out the words. Apparently, Ember had been apprehended by someone, though the details were unclear. She had stopped broadcasting to them through SSAI's interface. Only 3 seconds later, Ben had his answer. The door flung open, and Vanilov's assistant stood there, a smile on his face. And standing behind the shorter man were 4 angry guards, each carrying an assault rifle. Chapter 59. Ben. Ben didn't need to remind Reggie what the stakes were. Both stayed quiet. "Actually, Vanilov has requested that you meet with him in his office," his assistant said. The guards made a half-circle behind him, closing down their escape options. Ben had already checked. There were no other doors in this room. "Where's the girl? Miss Natalia Theron?" Neither Ben nor Reggie answered. 2 of the guards filtered into the theater and walked behind Ben and Reggie. And while Ben noticed a gap now opening where they had previously been, squeezing through and attempting to make a run for it would be pointless. They acted before Ben even knew what was happening. The 2 men who had just gotten behind Ben and Reggie brought their weapons up and smashed them into the backs of their heads. Ben fell to a heap on the floor, his friend on his knees beside him. They hit them again, and this time Reggie blacked out. Ben felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he allowed the darkness to swallow him as well. Ben came to in a corner office, large windows floor to ceiling on 2 sides of the room. He was sitting awkwardly on a couch next to Reggie, who was already awake. His friend's eyes were red, and he was rubbing the back of his head. Ben groaned. "You didn't have to knock us out, asshole," Reggie said, directing his glare toward a man seated behind a desk in front of them. Ben continued looking around the room, taking everything in, until he noticed the man behind the desk was eyeing both of them suspiciously. He recognized him from pictures he had seen online. Vanilov. The man certainly had a swagger to him, a confidence, and Ben wanted to smack it out of him. "I believe I asked you a question," Vanilov said. He directed this toward Reggie, but Reggie just shrugged back. Vanilov turned toward Ben. "Harvey Bennett, of the famed Civilian Special Operations. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Ben, following Reggie's lead, ignored the man's question. He glanced toward the only door in the room and saw 2 of the guards still brandishing their assault rifles standing just inside the room, against the wall. He knew the other 2, as well as any number of their counterparts, could be right outside and ready to start shooting if one of them tried something stupid. Vanilov shook his head. "You Americans and your arrogance. You think you can police the entire world, that you are the good guys just because you were born in a certain place. Yet you must also be naive to think that a place like this, a place like Russia, is purely evil. That there aren't people like me here who truly want what's best for our country, for the whole world, in fact." "So, this is where you tell us what you're doing is for the good of all mankind?" Reggie asked. "If you were really so altruistic, you wouldn't have had to beat the crap out of us just to get a private audience with us." "I was merely protecting my interests. I can't have people like you running through my company unchecked." He glanced over at one of his guards, and the man shook his head. "They're still looking for Ember," Ben realized. He listened, but SAI made no sound in his ear. Had they already found the USB drive? "Where is your friend?" Vanilov asked. "She's normally with your younger brother, is she not? We recognized her face once we ran it through the database. She's quite capable of changing her voice, but you of all people should know how much facial recognition software has advanced in the past few years. It took all of 5 seconds to find her and see who she really is. Turns out she's worked with plenty of unscrupulous individuals over the years." Does your little brother know this about her?" Again, Ben didn't answer. "No matter," Vanilov said, dismissing them. "She'll be great leverage against your brother once we do find her. And your wife, I hear, is once again among the land of the living." Ben clenched his jaw, feeling his fists begin to ball as he bristled at the mention of Julie. Vanilov smiled. "Yes, I know about Juliet Richardson Bennett as well. Quite a prize. Truly, the whole package, wouldn't you agree? I never did marry, but I can imagine she would be the sort of woman I would choose. I got to meet with her not too long ago as well." At this, Ben stood up and began approaching Vanilov's desk. The two guards immediately snapped into action, rushing forward and aiming their rifles at Ben's chest. "Leave it, Ben," Reggie said under his breath. Ben paused, only feet in front of Vanilov's desk. The owner of the company didn't even flinch. He began to chuckle. "Yes, the feisty Harvey Bennett, always so ready to join the fray. But what, may I ask, are you fighting for? Do you even understand what's happening?" Ben squeezed his fists by his side as he considered the question. No, he didn't understand what was happening, but he knew now that Vanilov Manufacturing was the company they had been looking for. This man had kidnapped his wife and younger brother. Chapter 60. Ben. Your wife and your brother managed to escape my research compound. Of course, this would be impossible on their own, so it means someone was working with them on the inside. I don't think it ended well for them, however. Last I heard, they fell off a cliff. Vanilov shrugged. My men are still searching the river bottom and downstream, but I'm sure their bodies will wash up soon enough. Ben seethed, but he stepped back from Vanilov's desk and sat back down on the couch. "I'm a man of my word, Harvey," Vanilov said. "You will be the first to know when we find your wife's body. If you're lucky, I'll even let you see her once more before we give her a proper Russian burial." He smiled, tossing her into a pit and walking away. Ben wanted to pick this man up and throw him through his own window, but that would not help anyone. If what he was saying were true, Zach and Julie had somehow escaped another Vanilov facility. It was hard to believe, but there was no reason this man would need to lie to them. What would he gain by playing games? "We will find your friend as well," Vanilov continued. "I know what you're thinking. In the small probability that either your wife or your brother survived, having you two, as well as that girl you came here with, will be fantastic leverage. After all, I'm not worried about the three of you. It's your brother and wife that have long threatened my research." Finally, Reggie spoke. "What research? What are you even working on here?" Vanilov's smile grew. "I'm sure I don't have to answer that question, Mr. Red. We already know it's a slime mold, one that kills people. Just tell us why." Vanilov arched an eyebrow. "Is that what you think this is about? That I've spent billions of dollars in company assets on research and development for something that already exists in nature?" "We know it's a slime mold that has an artificial mitochondria tacked onto it," Reggie elaborated. "We know it kills people too. Just come clean. It's not like we're in a position to go talk to the press about it." Vanilov laughed. "Yes, you're right about that. But what do you think would happen if you did manage to talk to the press? You think anything would change? Remember, you're in Russia. Everything here is state-controlled, at least indirectly. And you, of all people, should know, since you faked your way in through UN channels, we are hosting the real United Nations for a symposium next month. What we are working on here is groundbreaking. It will change the world, and every nation, including yours, will be begging me for our technology." "Why would they want a slime that kills people?" Ben asked. "That was an accident," Vanilov shouted.
The sudden outburst scared Ben, but he recovered at the same time Vanilov cleared his throat. My apologies. I am very tired of people making assumptions about things they do not understand. You don't know, you can't know, how challenging it was to create what I have created. Those villagers killed, they will not be missed. Though it was never my intention for the mold to kill them, there was no other way to truly test what we had created, and my scientists quickly fixed it. Now it is harmless to humans. Ben frowned. Could this be true? A child could ingest this mold and not suffer adverse reactions other than a stomach ache. Vanilov chuckled once more, then shook his head as if disappointed in them. Again, I should not be surprised that you two failed to see the larger picture. I can see now why Zach and Juliet are the two key figures in your organization. You two are just the muscle, and it shows. How short-sighted of you to assume that I'm somehow going to pull the wool over everyone's eyes by giving them a slime mold that simply kills people. What good would that do for society? It would be an effective way to rid the earth of a certain number of people. But how many? Certainly not enough to correct the vast overreaches of population growth and urban sprawl. Surely not enough to curtail the effects that are inevitable 5, 10, 15 years from now. I'm not a monster, Harvey, he continued. You may not be able to see it now, but I want what's best for the earth, for the people we must share it with. Yes, that does mean certain subsets of the population need to be removed, but the long-term effects will be nothing but good for the remainder. My job is to convince the UN, and eventually the rest of the world, that my interests are pure. That task is becoming easier by the day, as more and more of my experiments and prototypes prove successful. By next month, I will barely have to speak. My results will speak for themselves. Reggie shook his head. I can't tell you how many people we've run into over the years who think the answer to overpopulation is to just kill half of all the people. Then you have never run into a person quite like me, Vanilov said. As I said, I'm not the bad guy. I'm not evil. I'm not some monster who wants to rid the world of a certain race or group of people. I'm not picky. I am Russian and loyal to my nation, but that is all. I am no jingoistic dictator, hell-bent on making the world bend to my demands. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck. You think I am Hitler, Vanilov said, but I assure you, I am not. You're an asshole. I am going to change everything. You'll see. Chapter 61. Julie. He's not answering, Julie said. She placed the phone back on the table. After dropping Zora off with her agoraphobic friends, she and Zach had reached the outskirts of Irkutsk and decided to try their luck at a small pub on the north side of town. With Zora's bit of cash, they had been able to grab a quick bite to eat and would be able to book a room for the night where they could plan and decide on their next moves. And before heading into the pub, Zach had purchased them a cheap burner phone that came with a prepaid internet card that would work in any of the internet cafes that were ubiquitous around here. Does he have another line? Zach asked. Any other way you can try to reach him? Julie shook her head. Even though her husband had never been a fan of constant 24/7 communication, he would be standing by with his phone, anxiously awaiting Julie's call. The fact that he was not answering at all did not bode well. Perhaps the same people who had gotten to her and Zach had kidnapped Ben, Reggie, and Ember as well. Or worse. They sat at a small table, face to face from each other across the round high top. Both of them had been served a pint of beer without being asked first. Julie had tried to tell the person who had served them that they had no time or interest in drinking, but it didn't seem to be an option in this joint. The assumption was not that guests wanted a glass of water, it was that they wanted beer. She had to admit it tasted terrible, but it hit the spot nonetheless.
ice cold, yet still warming to her core. There was background noise in the pub, but it wasn't too loud. They could still hear each other over the gentle roar of patrons laughing and cheering. "So, what's the play, if we can't get a hold of them?" Zach asked Julie. He took a long sip from his own pint glass, wincing. She smiled. "Not much of a drinker?" He smirked. "No, but that wasn't why I made the face. Have you tried it yet?" "It tastes like ice-cold urine, but at least it's ice-cold," she said. "You think they'll make us pay for these?" "Well, considering that sign says they cost about 10 cents a pour, I think we can afford to waste a couple. But to answer your question, I have no idea why we can't get in touch with any of them. Knowing Ben, he probably just let his phone die." She didn't feel like joking. She knew it was a lie. After losing her again, Ben would be pulling his hair out trying to figure out where she was and what was going on. The last thing he would do is let his phone die. "They're fine," she said, trying to convince herself. "They have to be. We're the ones they were after, and they got to us. Ben and the others will be planning something. Maybe they're just somewhere without good cell reception." Just then, Zach frowned and touched his ear. "I think SAI is coming back online. It shouldn't be possible, though. We don't have cell phones here. There's no way for him to know where we even are to bounce a signal off of an open network." Julie's jaw dropped. "SAI? What's he saying?" Zach shrugged. "Typical boot procedure right now." He paused for a few moments. "Wait, he's talking to Ember. Apparently, Ember has him installed somewhere within range of us here." "That's impossible," Julie said. "Unless—" Zach smiled as he listened in. "Unless they're also on the same trail we are." He held a hand over his mouth and then spoke again. "Julie, they are here. They're actually here. They're at Veniloff Manufacturing headquarters right now." "But how can we hear them from here?" Julie asked. "His full capabilities are still back in the Anchorage office, where he has to run on a massive mainframe-style CPU. But I ported SAI's installer to a USB drive. Ember carries one with her, so anywhere she can plug one into a non-secured interface with a USB port will allow SAI to upload and install a lighter version of himself. It just ties into the built-in communications servers and bounces signal back to the full program using any and all networks, as long as there's a port open on them." Julie nodded along, understanding the concept. "Just like a mail exchange server," she said. He smiled. "Exactly. You don't have to install some insanely complex program and a bunch of apps to get SAI running. You just need to install an applet that makes connections back to the mothership, the full SAI server. And the program makes these connections over as many possible routers, network hubs, and cell towers as possible. It's sort of like an ad hoc mesh network, but the only thing it's carrying is SAI's voice. All the real work is still done back at headquarters." "It's brilliant," Julie said in awe. Zach beamed, but then his face fell. "Well, it's just a step in the right direction," he said. "We still need a plan. Why are they at Veniloff Manufacturing? I'm sure they're looking for us, but how do we get there without being caught again?" Chapter 62. Ben. As Veniloff was talking, Ben saw his young assistant poke his head in once again. The two guards standing inside shifted to let the man pass. Rather than speak aloud from the doorway, the assistant walked over to Veniloff, who was eyeing him impatiently. The assistant bent down and whispered into Veniloff's ear. After a minute of conversing quietly, Veniloff looked at Ben and Reggie on the couch. "Well, it appears I am needed elsewhere," Veniloff said. "We were almost finished here anyway. I'd like to keep you two alive for the time being, if only to help with your brother and wife, Harvey." Ben glared at the man. You can make yourselves comfortable here. I will bring 2 more guards in, and I have already instructed them not to waste time trying to corral you 2 cowboys." Ben flashed a glance at Reggie, but saw that he was seething as well, his eyes locked onto Veniloff. 2 more guards entered on Veniloff's cue, filling the space to Ben's right. Veniloff was not messing around. Each of the guards was massive, about as tall as Ben but thicker and wider, and he suspected it wasn't because of their love of donuts. None of these men speaks English, so any attempts to coerce them to your side will fail miserably. Veniloff continued. They are instructed to simply shoot you both if you attempt escape. And if I'm honest, part of me is hoping that you will attempt escape, so they can just kill you and be done with it. I can still leverage you, even dead. Ben watched the mercenaries dotting the wall to his right, meeting their eyes and seeing nothing in each but soulless hate. They wanted to shoot at them. Veniloff had chosen well. These men were trained killers. Far more than just rent-a-cop security guards patrolling his headquarters, Ben knew instantly the CEO had hired professional contract killers, people who were loyal only to the ruble. "I shouldn't be long," Veniloff said from the doorway. "If you cowboys do manage to keep yourselves alive, I would like to continue our conversation later. We certainly have not gotten off on the right start. Misunderstandings all around. As I said, I'm not a monster, and I believe I can prove that, even considering your severe lack of intellect." Reggie bristled at this, but Ben remained calm, passive. This was not the time to get worked up. They had been in plenty of sticky situations together and had gotten out of each of them with no small dosage of luck. But keeping calm, staying cool under pressure had always played a role. Here in Veniloff's office, with only one way in or out, with 4 evil-looking dudes ready to pop off a shot, meant they were stuck here until Veniloff got back. He knew Reggie could see this as well. The man could assess a situation even better than Ben. There would be no escape, not without significantly changing the status quo. But that would not be necessary either, at least not yet. Their situation, while not ideal, was not dire. Veniloff preferred them alive for at least a little while longer, and considering they were in the man's private office, he suspected that Veniloff would not return, only to have these men shoot them in cold blood on the fancy couch in the center of his office. No, he would move them somewhere to question them or hold them, which meant they would have a better chance to get away then. Ben felt content knowing their escape would come soon. He did not know how or when, but it would happen. Veniloff left with his assistant then, leaving the 4 guards watching Ben and Reggie on the chair. As soon as Veniloff left, Reggie turned his head and whispered to Ben, "You think they'll at least let us talk through things?" His eyes glanced over to the guards. None of them moved, and while each of them had their hands on their weapons, they didn't make a move to silence Reggie. Ben shrugged. "I guess that answers that question." "Ben, I need you to know something," Reggie said, his voice suddenly sounding more frantic. Ben slid back in the couch and looked at his best friend. "Again, with the cryptic stuff and weird, serious attitude?" Reggie smirked. "It's just something we should have gone over before. Zach told me, wait, to let him tell you. It's just now, after all this, you're afraid he might not get the chance." Reggie paused, but then nodded. "Not afraid. I believe in your little brother almost as much as I believe in Julie's ability to get out of situations. But this seems, I don't know, it feels like we walked into a trap. Veniloff has been a step ahead of us this entire time. We didn't even know he existed before today, and when we show up on his doorstep, he's already got professional mercenaries as his personal security force. Hell, he's even letting his guard down, leaving us in here alone. He wouldn't do that if he was actually worried about us." Ben raised his eyebrows, looking once more at the wall where the 4 mercenaries stood. I would argue that he's done the opposite of let his guard down. It seems like he's quadrupled his guard, honestly. Reggie chuckled. Okay, fair assessment. But what I mean is, Venilov doesn't seem at all worried that we are here, right? If I'm really honest, as much as I hate to admit it, it's almost like he expected us to come. Sure, maybe our disguises worked, and our UN story checked out at first, but he saw right through the ruse after only a few minutes here. Ben could not contest anything his friend was saying. All right, just spill the beans then. What's up, man? What is it that you and Zach and everyone else around me has been so weird about? Chapter 63. Julie. Zach and Julie had moved to a local library. They walked, finding themselves already close to it, and followed the Angara River north until they reached the old building. The library was open, and Julie was happy to see not many cars parked in front of it. She was even more happy to find that they were alone inside the library's main building, save for a security guard and a few librarians staffing the current shift. Zach used a bit of their cash to rent a few hours at one of the computers. They walked to the back corner of the room, where there were 4 desktop PCs stacked up against the back wall. One of them had a standard westernized QWERTY keyboard. Zach got to work immediately, installing a VPN and subverting the operating system to allow it to run. He didn't need to hack the machine. He just needed to open a few ports in order to allow them to access CI. SAI's voice kept cutting in and out, which means we were always just a bit out of range. Trying to talk back to him wasn't working. I can get to him through a web interface which will use this computer connection to the web. Zach explained while Julie watched. It's not the same as being in the lab, but it's close to it. Anything on the server there we should be able to see here. Code, apps, any program you had back in Anchorage. As he worked, Julie saw a tiny bland logo emblazoned with the word SAI. And suddenly, SAI's voice chimed through hidden computer speakers. Hello, Zach. There is an important update for you. A file has been added to my system. Please access it here. A blinking link showed up in front of her eyes, and Zach clicked it. It opened a video featuring a close-up of a pockmarked, glasses-clad Russian man, speaking fluent English. He called himself Vitaly, and he explained that he had been helped by Ben and Reggie and a woman named Ember, and that he might be able to help them. Julie was mesmerized. This Vitaly fellow had apparently worked for Venilov, building some sort of artificial mitochondria and attempting to adhere it to the cells of a slime mold. He talked for about 15 minutes, giving them extremely useful information, and finally stopped. The video ended, and then closed anticlimactically. Zach stood up and stepped away from the computer. She took a deep breath. She felt the weight on her. She knew that Zach was leaning heavily on her being able to figure something out. I still don't know where to start, she said. I've been working on it for over a week now, and this was all very helpful, but I still feel like I'm just running in circles. Next to her, Zach nodded. Don't beat yourself up. They didn't design this thing to be understood by some entry-level programmer. It was probably programmed in a convoluted way on purpose, just for this reason. They don't want us to figure out what they're working on. Julie started typing, opening her files from the Phoenix project she had given Zach a week ago. She ran through the problem in her mind. We know they're working on creating a laboratory-grown slime mold. That's the chemistry part, the biology part, but they also have a computer program involved. Why? Is it supposed to run the slime mold somehow? She shook her head. No, we've already identified that not to be the case. In order to do that, there would need to be some sort of call to fire an electrical impulse that would affect the DNA in the nucleus of the cells. We've found no such thing. She knew from Vitali that his team had been building an artificial mitochondria, the power center of a cell. But again, the program she was looking at now looked like gibberish to her, even though she recognized the language. I just don't understand why they would need a computer program and some single-celled organisms operating in tandem. We know Vanilov is trying to kill people, so how do these two things work together? Zach winced. Right, he said. Why create some elaborate computer program that has some kind of interface with the slime mold cells themselves? Why not just create a deadly mold, then let it do its thing, causing bacterial infection outright? According to Vitali, that's exactly what they did. But he didn't mention any sort of computer program, no remote control, no electricity whatsoever. So, if they were using this program to control the mold, it wasn't active control they were attempting. Julie's eyes widened. Of course, they pre-programmed the mold. He said it was used in a remote village, a semi-nomadic Siberian tribe. They didn't have computers, obviously, or cell phones or anything else electronic. So there would have been no way for Vitali and the other scientists to control the slime mold as it was spreading, as it was killing everybody. Whatever they did to it, if this computer program was involved somehow, it was all done before they released it. She looked through the code for the 1,000th time. There were only about a dozen files, so she knew the code was relatively compartmentalized, in a matter of speaking. But that didn't help her understanding of it. But I'm not seeing anything that looks like instructions for telling the mold to go kill people. As if I would know what that looked like anyway. Zach smiled. Give yourself more credit than that, Julie. It's such a strange thing to be looking for. But we'd heard from Vitali that there was nothing in the slime mold itself that could have caused death. So whatever this program does, it does affect the chemical composition of the slime mold. It has to. There's something here, as hard as it is to find, that changes the makeup of the cells inside the mold. It's the only explanation for how it could kill people. As a unified cell body, with structure and individual components working in harmony, including the artificial mitochondria, the slime mold is incapable of killing a human being. Or infecting anything, really. We know that much from what Vitali explained. He was the one who did the research, and I think he's telling the truth. I think he is too, Julie said. So then this program has to somehow trigger a change in the composition of the cells inside the mold. The artificial mitochondria must be more complex than Vitali thought. It must accept these programmatic changes somehow, then apply them to the rest of the cell, similar to how gene sequencing and editing works. Yeah, like CRISPR, Zach said. We talked about that back in Anchorage. Julie nodded. CRISPR was a type of technology that helped scientists edit genes in a living organism. Done by using a special enzyme called Cas9 to cut DNA at specific spots, scientists could then add or remove genes as needed. It was a way to change the properties of cells, or even to make new proteins altogether. Even without functioning as a sort of cellular 3D printer, the technology could be used to study how genes worked by turning them on or off in a specimen. Right. So we work backwards like we do with any other tricky problem. It's a typical computer problem. We figure out what the program is supposed to do, and then we find in the code where it's doing those things. Somewhere the code must say, break down these cells and destroy them, effectively turning the whole thing into a bacterial phage. Julie had agreed this was what the program must do, since they had already seen its effects, or, rather, Vitali had seen its effects. They knew it was capable of killing people, but he had assured them that in its regular state as a normal slime mold, it couldn't even harm a fly. So, it had to be true that the cell would only harm other biological life if it had been broken down into its constituent parts, effectively changing the chemical makeup of the cell itself. But even that didn't make sense. It didn't track what she knew about chemistry. "There's nothing in here that would change its makeup," she argued. Zach scanned the code, himself a decent programmer. "I know, that's why I needed your help. You've seen this code before. If anyone can solve it, it's you." Julie laughed. "I fear you think a little too highly of me, Zach." She shook her head. "I need to clear my thoughts. I've been stuck in this problem already for days, and with the excitement from earlier today, I feel like I need to detach for a bit, let my subconscious chew on it for a while. Besides, I'd also like to spend some of my energy and bandwidth on figuring out where Ben and the others are." "Okay," Zach said hesitantly. "What did you have in mind?" Chapter 64. Ben. Reggie swallowed, then began. "Ben, I need you to withhold judgment until the end. Your brother, Zach, he's a good guy, truly. He means well, and he would never do anything to hurt you." Ben nodded. "I know." "On purpose?" Ben cocked his head to the side. "What do you mean, on purpose?" "Well, I mean he would never do anything of his own accord to hurt you. The thing is, about Julie..." Reggie was clearly having trouble figuring out exactly how to say whatever it is he was trying to say. Ben did not want to talk over him, but he sensed his friend grasping at straws, looking for a way out. "In the hospital, when baby Hope was born, I was there. I didn't see him, but Zach was there, too." At this, Ben shifted his whole head and stared at his friend. "What? Zach was in the hospital? He didn't even come into the room, didn't even say hi. I mean, I know we've been in sort of a weird place the last few years, but..." "No, Ben," Reggie said, shaking his head. "He was in the room. You weren't." Ben frowned. "The hell you talking about? What do you mean?" "Zach came into the hospital later. Most of us were already gone. I didn't see him either. He snuck in, either on his own or with help from some hospital staff. I don't know the details, and that's why I wanted him to be the one to tell you." Ben felt rage growing within him again, felt himself reliving the last moments of his wife's life. He thought this was all behind him, thought he was past all of this. "Ben, Julie didn't die of natural causes. I mean, she didn't die at all, of course. As you well know, she's fine now. But everything that happened, it was all Zach." "What?" Ben roared, eliciting a look of vitriol from 2 of the 4 guards. He lowered his voice. "What are you trying to say?" Reggie tried to get farther away from him on the couch. "I'm not trying to say anything, Ben. I'm trying to explain what happened. Zach came in at some point, waiting for you to leave the room. You took a break, went to the bathroom, I don't know, but he snuck into the room and injected Julie with..." Ben could not contain himself now. He stood up, earning grunts from all 4 guards as they swiveled their rifles to point directly at him. But he was not worried about them. At the moment, there was no one else in the room but him and Reggie. He turned and walked behind the couch, toward the windows. He paced, looking down at the wheat fields as the guards loosened up once again and returned to their sentinel-like stance. "You're telling me that my kid brother snuck into the hospital, injected my wife with something to kill her, and..." "Not kill her, Ben," Reggie corrected. "Obviously, it was something that put her to sleep, made it look as though her heart had stopped. I mean, she was effectively dead, but only for a few minutes. He unhooked everything and must have faked the heart rate monitor or something." Ben's teeth were smashed so hard together, he thought a few of them might pop out. His fists were clenched at his sides, every muscle in his body tight. "And then what?" he asked, slowly, menacingly. "And then they got her out." Reggie shrugged. "I don't know the full details. They just took her." "Who's they?" Ben asked. your brother, and Ember. They took her to their office in Anchorage. That was part of the reason he set it all up there. He knew Julie would need a lab, and that eventually you would be brought back into the fold. Brought back in? Reggie, are you hearing yourself right now? You're complicit to my wife's murder. Not murder, Ben. Extreme, sleight of hand, manipulation, sure. But she wasn't murdered. She's alive and well. She's not alive and well, Ben roared. She's literally been kidnapped. Again. Who knows if this time they'll finish the job my brother set out to do. Reggie held up a hand, now standing as well. Ben, this is why I asked you to wait until the end. What Zach did was good, trust me. This Vanilov guy, he's a bad dude. Whatever he's doing, he knows you guys knew about the Phoenix Project, and he sent people out to kill you. Zach told me everything. How they've been trying to stay one step ahead of Vanilov's mercenary groups, guys like those dudes over there, and barely making it out with their lives. Thanks to Ember's help, they've been able to keep moving forward on the project, trying to figure out what it is Vanilov wants. Julie was a part of that, if only because that plane landed in your backyard. You went and retrieved whatever it was that pilot was carrying, thus making you accomplices. Ben rubbed his temples, trying to calm himself down. No wonder everyone had seemed extremely hesitant to dive into details about the whole matter. No wonder his brother had been putting this off. He wasn't sure if he wanted to hug Reggie or punch him. It wasn't his fault. Reggie had nothing to do with this other than keep it a secret. But that was enough. Ben, they're after Zach and Julie because they're the only two people on Earth who can figure out what it is Vanilov is actually planning. By making it look like your wife had died at childbirth, it was a perfect opportunity to save her life. I hope you can see that. But it didn't work. It did. Vanilov stopped looking for Julie, at least at first. He stopped looking for you. Sure, Zach was still a target, but he could work side by side with Julie, trying to figure all this out, hopefully getting the jump on Vanilov and his plans. Ben had to admit it made sense. He didn't have to like it, but he could admit it was a good plan. Not that he would ever admit that out loud. Fine, he said softly. We need to get out of here. We need to go find them now. Reggie stopped, stood straighter, and smiled. Now there's the pissed-off Harvey Bennett I've come to know and love. That's what we need now. Zach and Julie need our help, and I was hoping you hadn't just resigned yourself to your fate. Chapter 65. Julie. Julie flicked the program with SAI's interface and the code to the side of the screen, opening up a browser instead. What I haven't done is any research of my own. This Vanilov guy, he's pretty well known around here, I presume. Zach opened his mouth to answer, then paused. I guess. Runs a pretty big company, so my assumption is that he's like an Elon Musk sort of figure. Most Russians probably know his name, even though they may not know exactly what he does. Julie was already typing into a search box. Seems like he tries to put himself in the public eye a lot, she said. She scanned the list of results. Lots of speeches, commencement addresses, that sort of thing. Seems like he wants to be well respected and highly regarded in Russia as a forward thinker. She clicked on one of the results, which immediately took her to the Russian equivalent of YouTube, the aptly named RuTube. The RuTube video began to play, and Vanilov stared at the camera from behind a podium, talking into the mic. The audio was in Russian, but subtitles in English appeared beneath every word. Today marks the beginning of the end, Vanilov began. Life, as we know it, will end. The earth, as we know it, will end. That which we love, nature, beauty, the future, all of these things will come to an end. On screen, he paused for a long moment, then continued. I do not say this to be pessimistic, nor do I say it to scare you. On the contrary, I am nothing but optimistic. You see, this is what I study. Day in and day out, every year for my entire adult life, I have studied the future and what it means for humanity. Yes, my particular interest is in agriculture and the science of food, but everything we do as a species, everything we do as part of life on Earth, is interconnected in ways you may not realize. Food is life, you see. There is nothing without it. Water, food. This is it. Without these two things, we die. Everything dies. Food is my business, but it is also my passion. If we live in a world where there are too many people clamoring for the same dwindling supply of food, people will die. People who do not deserve to die, but deserve to live. Julie glanced up at Zach, noticing that he was mesmerized by the speaker. Food should not be a mere commodity, however, Veniloff continued. It should not be just a fuel source for life forms. I consider myself a decent chef. I love cooking, entertaining with food. I value eating. These are things our global society has begun to enjoy more and more as the lower class becomes the middle class, and the middle class continues its upward mobility. Food should not be just a means to an end, to stay alive another day. Food should be fun. Julie watched Veniloff, but also focused on Zach's response to the video as well. But with too many people on Earth, we will fight over it. We will kill each other just to have scraps. What life is this? And the main question is, how will we prevent it? He's very charismatic, Julie said. Zach nodded, still smiling as he stared at Veniloff on the computer monitor. This is what my company, Veniloff Manufacturing, has been trying to solve for some time now. We are close to a breakthrough, one that will change the world for the better. No more will we fight for a commodity that should be given to all those who deserve it. No longer should we have to fight for morsels that only cause us to live for another day, only to have to wake up and repeat the process, over and over and over again. To what end? Yes, we all die. That is a fact. Perhaps one day I will solve that problem as well. On screen, Veniloff chuckled, and she heard murmurs of laughter from a crowd she couldn't see. But that is not my passion. Right now, my passion is finding out how to solve the problem of growing enough food for the people who deserve to be fed. That is what my work will lead to, and I'm proud to say, I will not stop until it is done. At this, people began applauding. They clapped, some even cheering and shouting. The speech continued, but Julie turned once again to Zach. He's extremely likable, very good at what he does. Yes, he is, Zach said, with a hint of reverence in his voice. The best. Chapter 66. Julie. Julie frowned but continued. Did you find it concerning, though, how he kept saying, for the people who deserve it? I mean, he's no Hitler, but he does seem to be implying that he's focusing on a particular subset of the population. Zach shook his head. No, I'm pretty sure he just means people who work for it. You know, there's no such thing as a free lunch. He's not about to give handouts to everybody. I mean, the guy's not wrong about overpopulation. That doesn't mean I think certain people should die, of course, but it is true that the problem needs to be solved. But by purposefully only giving access to food to a particular subset of the population implies that the other subsets aren't going to make it. Zach shrugged. I mean, he's not a god. He's trying to create a solution that will help everyone, right? For the good of all mankind? I don't think he's being utilitarian about it. He knows, as a matter of fact, that people will die because of overpopulation. He's just trying to get ahead of it, to prevent it from killing more people than it needs to. Something still wasn't sitting right with Julie. Well, as charismatic and likable as he may be, He's the guy behind those dead people in the village. And, I suspect, a lot more dead people very soon, assuming we can't figure out what this program does and how to stop it. Zach nodded. Which brings us back to the program. I don't know that it does, Julie said. She tried to shake away the feeling of guilt, of knowing she had not made any strides toward solving the issue at hand. I want to, but I don't feel like I'm ready yet. My mind isn't any clearer than it was before. If it's okay with you, I'd like to watch some more of this guy's videos to really get into his head. Maybe something will click, she smiled. Or maybe I just need to watch a romantic comedy and forget about it altogether. Truly let my subconscious handle it. If only there were time to do that, Zach said. She sighed. He was right. Ben and Reggie and Ember would be beside themselves with worry, wondering where they were. They needed to reach out to contact them as soon as possible. Have you tried Ben again? Or Ember? Zach nodded. He pulled the burner phone out of his pocket. Still don't have any missed calls. I tried sending another text message right before we came into the library, but haven't heard anything yet. And I haven't heard SI pipe in either. Just then, Julie saw a small alert flashing on the screen, coming from the same window she had pushed to the side earlier. She pointed at it, and Zach's eyes widened. He took over the computer, enlarging the window and clicking on the notification. Speaking of SAI, he said, it's an encrypted audio message. His fingers ran over the keyboard. I can hear him trying to talk with me in my ear, Zach said. That's good news. It means your little cliff diving stunt didn't kill my interface. Here, I'll pull it up on the speakers. SAI's voice suddenly sang from the built-in computer speakers. Zach, there's been an incident. A persona of mine was installed somewhere else in Russia. You can find the IP address in my log. Apparently, Ember set it up herself. And I started broadcasting and receiving messages internally for approximately 7 minutes. Julie stared at Zach as he listened to the recording. Here is a recording taking place approximately 7 minutes and 15 seconds after my persona was installed. This is the microphone Ember was wearing. Another recording began, this time with muffled voices. Looks like it worked, Reggie's voice said. Ember's voice started. Hey guys, can you hear me? I found a server room and was able to sneak in. No ponytailed IT guys tried to stop me with Ethernet cables either. I found a CPU wired above a huge multi-port router, so I figured it was a good place to start. Seems like I was right. Both Reggie and Ben confirmed, and Julie's heart pounded at the sound of her husband's voice. I'm heading back your way, Ember said. Lots of people in the hallways, though. I don't want to attract attention to myself, but I'm pretty sure there are a couple of geeks ogling me right now. Yeah, I see you nerds. Keep it moving. There was a pause in the conversation, but Ember's voice returned once again. Oh, shit. Guys, we've got a problem. There are... Julie put a hand over her mouth. They figured it out. Vanilov's security. They must have tried sneaking in. They got to Ember at least. Zach grabbed the keyboard and began fiddling with the system, eventually opening a small dialogue window that had a record icon front and center. I should be able to talk back to him, he said. I'll leave this window open even after we leave. The computer will eventually be shut down, but for now it'll be helpful to have another node on the network running SAI. He looked around quickly, finding the small holes on the monitor that represented where the microphone was. He leaned forward, directing his voice into this as he pressed record. SAI, it's Zach. I have no way of installing a persona here, so I won't be able to reach Ember and the others directly. Do you still have access to them? Can you still interact with them? Zach waited. Julie saw that the recording was being compressed, uploaded, and sent over to SAI server. All of this took only 3 seconds, and SAI downloaded and listened to the recording on the other end immediately. His response came a few seconds later. Affirmative, though no one has interacted with me in approximately 30 minutes. I have not heard Ember's voice, but Reggie and Ben still have my interface in their ears. Would you like me to send them a message? Julie felt her excitement grow exponentially. Zach seemed equally enthusiastic. He leaned even closer. Yes, I would. SAI, tell them that we are alive and well and still in Russia. Irkutsk, actually. Ask if they are okay. Again, the message uploaded and sent, and Julie waited the excruciating 6 seconds to hear a response. 6 seconds passed, and then another 10. No reply came. Chapter 67. Ben. Ben and Reggie were both standing in the middle of Vanilov's office, looking out at the wheat fields. Ben had to admit it was beautiful, and though he didn't know anything about crops or agriculture, he thought it strange that there was healthy wheat growing in a place this cold. If he had to guess, it certainly didn't seem like the growing season right now. Before he could apply more thought to it, Vanilov returned, his assistant trailing him. The 4 guards shifted again, but none spoke. Vanilov strode over to his desk and sat down heavily in the office chair. He mumbled something to the assistant, who then ran off in a hurry. "I apologize for the delay," Vanilov said, now addressing Ben and Reggie. "But I am happy that neither of you tried something as stupid as trying to escape." "How are the world domination plans going?" Reggie asked. Vanilov smiled. "You really have no imagination, do you?" he asked. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. That was a mundane, run-of-the-mill problem. Running a company like this is really a logistics job. Even though I have hired well, problems arise that only I can attend to. That was a problem, but I have attended to it. But considering we do have a few minutes, do you have more questions for me? I know I probably haven't changed your mind about who I may be as a person, so maybe I can change your mind about my intentions as a company, about my ideas for the future." Reggie smirked. "Kill half the world's population and start over? Scorched earth policy?" Vanilov smiled again, but Ben sensed it was forced. "That would be a good short-term solution, but how would that work in the long term? All it would result in is people devolving into factions of barbaric tribes, still fighting over a war-torn world, trying to feed themselves and their loved ones as they rebuilt civilization from the ground up." Ben had to admit it did sound like a pretty terrible idea. "No, I am a very gifted long-term thinker. I am not looking at 5 years from now. I'm looking at 500. In order to get to 500 years from now, however, we must be able to feed everyone on Earth. Behind you is a wheat field. It is one of many, and it is the one farthest south that I own. To let that sink in, since I'm sure you Americans are not up to par with world geography, we are in Siberia. While rather temperate here, the farther north you go, the more impossible it becomes to grow anything, much less wheat. That said, that's exactly what I am doing. My wheat product is capable of being grown at elevations thought to be impossible, both higher and lower than typical growing zones, and in regions, entire climate zones, thought to be impossible. Wheat itself is not the end goal, but everything that comes after. As a cereal grain, Russia already provides about 25% of the world's total wheat output. When my product hits the market, all of that will change. We will be able to grow my product in just about any zone on the planet that sustains life. If humans have settled there, wheat will grow there. It is the ultimate genetically modified organism, the ultimate food source." Ben nodded along, so far understanding, and finding himself agreeing with everything that Vanilov had said. Sounds very altruistic of you, Venilov, Ben said. Now tell us the kicker. It's still true that you're worried about overpopulation. How will supplying all of them with food change that? How will feeding people stop reproduction and curb overpopulation? Intuitive of you, and you are correct. Overpopulation is tomorrow's issue. I will solve the food issue. We are ramping up production and supply as we speak. My seeds are ready. I just need to get the right farmers on board. But as you said, the next issue to tackle is overpopulation itself. Feeding people is great, but if there are still too many people, where will they all go? They will literally kill the earth before they can feed themselves. Just then, Ben felt a strange vibration in his ear, only then realizing that he still was wearing the small interface Zach had given him. He glanced at Reggie but couldn't tell from Reggie's face whether Reggie felt it as well. Ben, Reggie, this is SAI, a voice began. I am contacting you on behalf of Harvey Bennett. He is with Julie and both are safe, he says. He cannot set up a persona of me there. Zach requests that you respond. Your microphone is active, so please respond when you are ready, either one of you, and I will record and get the message to him. Venilov continued talking, and Ben knew that to talk to SAI now would give away the only thing they had going for them, the only card they had left to play that Venilov did not know about. Ben glanced once again at Reggie, who gave him the slightest shake of his head. No. Ben took the hint, agreeing with the assessment. As much as he wanted to reach out to tell his wife that he was okay, he could not. Zach and Julie were going to have to wait. Chapter 68. Julie. They can hear us, right? Julie asked. The look of optimism on Zach's face had disappeared. I don't think so. Maybe Venilov's guys found the interfaces in their ear. She felt the dismay of once again losing contact with her husband, but pushed off the feeling. There would be time to figure out what happened there. Let's watch another video, she said. There's more to this Venilov guy than what we're seeing here, and I want to know who we're dealing with. A crashing sound from behind them caused Julie to jump. She turned around, already on the defensive. Across the room, at the front of the library, she could barely see the feet of the security guard lying on the floor. Zach! Zach grabbed her wrist, quickly minimizing the web interface they were using to converse with SAI. Yep, he said. Time to go. Julie ducked down and ran to the side of the room, hoping to stay behind the low stacks of books that blocked the view to the front door. As she did, the window across from her exploded. Glass flew everywhere, and she felt the percussive wave of force knock her flat against the wall. Whoever had just blown out the window ran through. Julie gasped, but turned to the side and started running as well, no longer worried about stealth. She hoped Zach was behind her, but didn't dare slow down. She raced to the left, toward the eastern section of the library, where rows of children's books sat on shelves. A sign hung above the area, a short Russian word she assumed meant children. There was a long, low desk along the opposite wall ahead of her, and she raced toward it. It was a checkout counter for the children's section, currently unoccupied. Wherever the few staffers were, none were in this corridor. She heard Zach's footsteps behind her now, and she motioned for him to follow. She crouched once again and crawled along the length of the desk. The counter was just above her head, and a long row of cabinets mounted to the floor held it up. She sat with her back against the cabinets, waiting for any movement. She listened, hearing a shriek from one of the librarians farther away, then the brutal sound of gunfire. She winced, knowing she and Zach had caused this attack on innocent people. Julie, we have to get out of here, Zach whispered. Working on it, she said. They're not trying to kill us, Zach urged. They just want to bring us in, to get us back in one of those creepy rooms. Julie looked at her younger brother-in-law, awkwardly craning her neck around. "Didn't you just hear that?" she hissed. "That wasn't the sound of people interested in having a discussion. They're here to kill us, Zach." Zach shook his head. "No, they're not. They can't be." Julie frowned, but dismissed him. Once again, she was reminded that he was no fighter. He was not used to being chased at gunpoint through cities and public places. To be fair, she wasn't used to it either. Even though she had been in situations like this before, she didn't think she would ever get used to it. She certainly wouldn't ever enjoy it. But she also was not going to take her chances and turn herself in. Perhaps they were here to capture them once more, to bring them back to Vanilloff, but there was no way she would let that happen. She turned around now, daring to move away from the desk, but wanted to see what was inside the cabinets. She pulled each of them open quietly as she listened to more shouts, more gunfire. They were closer now. "Julie, come on. We've got to go. There's a door back there, and it might lead—" "Shut up," Julie said. "It's just a closet. There's no exit sign above it." She rummaged through the cabinet, trying to find anything that might work as a weapon. Something to distract them, at least, or to knock one of them out so she could steal a real weapon. "This isn't America, Julie," Zach said. "Who knows if there's a law here requiring them to put an exit sign above every door leading out. I'd rather take my chances with—" Julie shushed him once more as she heard footsteps approach. Whoever these people were, they knew they had the upper hand. They were in a hurry, wanting to get the job done and get paid. And apparently, collateral damage was fair game, Julie thought. They've already killed at least 3 innocent civilians in here. She saw something in the back of the cabinet and pulled it toward her. It was an awkward implement, but it would have to do. Perfect. She pulled the 2 pieces apart, feeling their weight, hoping it would be heavy enough. And it's loaded. The footsteps were closer now, but they were softer, moving more cautiously. She still heard the swishing of the person's long pants as they walked. She heard a voice now, a man's, talking into a comm. The voice was Russian, and it sounded like a quiet update as to the man's location. Fortunately, it also told Julie of his location. He was right above her shoulder, her back once again to the cabinet. He was still moving toward them, judging by the swishing sound and his voice. He was going to be right next to her in 3, 2, 1. She rose up like a bolt of lightning, bringing her arm out and swinging the now open wide-format stapler up and around in her left hand. She swung it in a full arc, making herself as large as possible, fighting against every desire she had to stay small and hope that his gun was not pointed directly at her. She tried to look like a crazed chimp, swinging a weapon around to hit an enemy. She even opened her mouth wide, shouting at the top of her lungs to sell the effect. She saw immediately that it worked, at least for a moment. The man's eyes widened and his gun raised, his instinct causing him to want to kill whatever it was she was swinging, rather than shoot her in the chest and be done with it. She finished the arc just as he fired a shot. It flew wide. The end of her stapler connected with the man's head, a satisfying clunk sending him backwards. He dropped the weapon and backpedaled, and Julie saw a huge gash form on his forehead where she had literally shot a 1-inch staple into his skull. It wasn't deep, and it likely wouldn't kill him, but his mouth was hanging open, his eyes still wide. And, of course, Julie wasn't done. She moved the stapler to her other hand and marched toward him again, swinging wide once more. She ducked and juked at the last second, this time swinging the stapler into the man's side as he tried to block it by raising his arms. He let out a groan as the staple pierced his side, and once again she reset, trying to end the battle once and for all. But the man was hardly defeated. The initial shock had worn off quickly. He brought his hands up in a defensive stance, and Julie realized she was soon going to be fighting someone far larger and stronger than she was. Sure, he had 2 staples in him, but they weren't bullets. Before he could attack, she heard gunfire, this time much closer than before. On her left, right where... Zach had grabbed the man's assault rifle and fired 3 shots, 2 of them glancing off of the floor and a nearby bookshelf, but one of them hitting the man in the thigh. That was not a staple. He buckled, dropping to the floor. Julie ran over to Zach, grabbing the weapon from his hands as he stared, slack-jawed. "Sorry, "Shut up again," Julie said, cutting him off. "You just saved my life. You just saved our life." The man was down, trying to hold his leg and push himself back up once more. He never got the chance. Julie fired 3 more shots directly into his face and chest, and he fell to a heap on the floor. There were others in the building, though. This man was not alone. "Now it's time to go," Julie said. Chapter 69. Ben. Ben was tired of listening to this man ramble on about his accomplishments, about his dream of some utopian future he thought he could bring to fruition. Of course, he also thought he would do it single-handedly, without anyone's help. Ben had heard it all before. It was just another flavor of an egomaniacal power trip. He had listened to men just like this, and all of them failed. Ben still didn't understand Vanilov's game. He didn't understand what exactly Vanilov was trying to do with wheat, and how a slime mold and the enigmatic Project Phoenix computer program fit into all of it. But he did know one thing. He was done hearing about it. No matter Vanilov's plans, it was going to be impossible to see them through if he were dead. So, Vanilov needed to get dead. Quickly. Ben's patience was gone. Everything he had been through, everything his family had been through, he blamed on this man. Even if Vanilov had not acted alone, he sure seemed full of himself now. He was bragging about his accomplishments as if he had acted alone. Fine, Ben thought. You can die alone, too. He stood up, eliciting a look of surprise from Vanilov, who had been deep into an explanation of his company's history. Ben held out his hands. Relax. I'm just getting my steps in for the day. You can keep yammering on. Vanilov and his 4 guards stiffened, but did not react, and Ben walked over to the glass windows, once again looking out at the wheat fields. Vanilov continued his speech behind them. You think you understand what this is all about, but you are both woefully mistaken. All of this goes deeper than what I've explained so far. Feel free to clue us in, then, Reggie said from the couch, his voice snarky. Tell me, how does your utopian dream differ from your old man's? He's the one who started your company, no? Ben smiled. He wanted to keep Vanilov talking a bit longer, and he wanted the company lead to focus on something other than Ben. While Vanilov answered, Ben talked quietly, facing the window. Sorry for the delay, he whispered. You copy, S.I.? There was only a 1-second pause. I can hear you loud and clear, Ben, S.A.I. said in his ear. S.A.I., do you have access to this building's security network? Not full access, S.A.I. replied. Ember installed my persona onto a server unit that could access the outside world, and thus my mainframe installation in Anchorage. But for obvious reasons, whoever installed the security systems in this facility needed them to be closed off to the rest of the buildings. I can't access cameras, secured computers, or any of the guard station control systems around this campus. Ben nodded and confirmed. That's fine. What about safety systems? There was a 2-second pause this time. It seems I do have access to safety systems as they are not on the secure server. Good. That's going to work just fine. What do you have in mind, Ben? Ben explained, then whirled around quickly, causing everyone in the room to stare at him strangely. I think there's a fire in the building. he said calmly. Reggie and Vanilov frowned. A split second later, the alarms blared. Vanilov rose from his seat when a high-pressure spray of water from above cut him off. Reggie jumped up as well, as 4 heavy-duty commercial-grade fire sprinklers began covering every inch of the office with ice-cold water. Ben had known it was coming, but he still gasped at the shocking coldness of the water. The 4 security guards scrambled too, all surprised by the sudden onslaught of water. None of them dropped their weapons, and Ben knew they would recover quickly. Which means I need to solve this problem quickly. Vanilov backed up against the wall, trying to get as far away from the water as possible. It was already pooling at their feet when he started barking orders. "You two!" He yelled something in Russian, and 2 of the guards ran out of the room. Ben, who had been waiting for Reggie to meet his eyes, nodded once at his friend. Reggie did not need a more specific invitation than that. He watched as the ex-army sniper lurched forward, completely hurtling Vanilov's massive desk, then smashed his lower arm beneath the man's chin, closing his throat and pinning him against the wall. With his left hand, he punched Vanilov 2 times in quick succession, right in the man's spleen. Ben heard Vanilov groan, but he was already moving towards the 2 guards still in the room. Through the misting sprays of water still raining down around them, Ben sprinted towards the first man and swung with his right fist, connecting with the man's chin. He felt his right knuckles explode from the impact, opening wounds that hadn't even begun to start healing yet. His rifle was coming around, but Ben used his left hand to pin it in place against the wall. He ignored the pain and used his right hand now to clamp over the guard's trigger finger. He squeezed as hard as possible, then felt the gun kick as 2 rounds shot from the barrel onto the glass window. The shots were wild, but they caused enough panic for everyone else in the room to freeze. All eyes turned to Ben and the guard he was grappling with, including the other guard, who was now aiming his own rifle toward Ben. "Hold that thought!" shouted Reggie. The guard stopped, looking toward his boss and Reggie. Reggie had Vanilov in a chokehold now, one arm behind his back, looped through Vanilov's own elbow. He was pinned in place, Reggie standing behind him. "You fire that rifle toward anyone and I break his neck." Chapter 70. Ben. Ben knew perfectly well how difficult it really was to break a man's neck with bare hands, but if anyone was capable of it, it was the large guy standing behind Vanilov. The guards didn't doubt Reggie either. The one still wrestling with Ben lowered his guard just enough, and Ben yanked the weapon from his hands. The other man calmly held his own gun out and to the side, making it clear his finger was off the trigger, then held his free hand up in surrender. Perfect. Ben fired 3 rounds into the men's chests. He knew they were both wearing body armor, and he wasn't completely convinced these men needed to die. They were just doing their jobs. Both men flew backwards with the impacts, landing on their knees and gasping for breath. He strode over and clocked the first man on the side of the head with the butt of his own rifle, just like he'd done to him and Reggie earlier. The second man attempted to plead with Ben for mercy, but he hit him even harder, knocking him out cold as well. He watched the man fall forward, splashing into the inch of water now covering the office floor. Time to return the favor, Ben thought. Just because Ben didn't want to kill them didn't mean these guys were good guys. They might just be doing their jobs, but they would have killed him and Reggie at the drop of a hat if their boss gave the order. Ben tossed the second guard's weapon to Reggie, who released Vanilov just in time to catch it. Ben picked up the other AK-12 and pointed it at Vanilov. "Time to go, asshole," Ben growled. Contempt was splashed across Vanilov's face, and he forced an evil smile. "And where the hell do you think you will go now? I've got mercenaries out there waiting for you as soon as the door opens. There is only one way out." Reggie looked at Ben quizzically. He, too, was curious about the plan. Ben smiled back at Vanilov, trying his best to intimidate the older man. There's always more than one way out. Ben swung around and fired the rest of the rifle's magazine through a single pane of glass. Vanilov clamped his hands over his ears at the deafening roar of a gunfire. But Ben wasn't finished. He tossed the now empty AK-12 back into the pooling water and ran behind Vanilov's desk, pushing the man out of the way and back into Reggie's grasp. He grabbed Vanilov's heavy desk chair and rolled it over into the center of the room. There, he picked it up with both hands, then heaved it as hard as he could at the thick glass, now pockmarked with at least 24 holes. The window shattered immediately, the explosion of glass as loud as the gunshots had been. He then turned and faced Vanilov. "Like I said, it's time to go." Vanilov's eyes went wide, and Reggie shoved the man around the desk, pushing him face to face with Ben. Ben stared down into the man's face, watching his expression shift from confidence to deranged fear. Vanilov stammered, How are we supposed to climb down?" "I'm out of patience, Vanilov," Ben said. "I've been through a lot in the last week, so forgive me if I don't empathize with your problem." Reggie pushed Vanilov closer to the open frame. Ben took over then. He clamped a vice grip on Vanilov's shoulder and forced him to stare out the new opening. And Ben looked down as well, peering over Vanilov's shoulder. It was only a 3-story drop, but a fall would end on concrete. You can't kill me," Vanilov sputtered. "What I am doing, only I can—" "Who said anything about killing you, Vanilov? Unlike you, I'm not a monster. I don't torture people to get what I want. But like I said, I'm already out of patience and I have to find my wife, so please hurry." Vanilov turned his head and stared up at Ben, his eyes pleading. "I'm happy to give you some encouragement if you think you need it," Ben said. Reggie walked over next to Ben, and Ben grabbed the man's rifle from him. He aimed just as Vanilov took a step forward toward the window. The owner of the company craned his neck around. "Listen, what I was paying the mercenaries to kill Zach and Julie, I will triple it, quadruple it. Let me go and we can work out the details. Whatever it is you want, I can provide it." Ben shot him in the back of his knee. A sickening amount of bone and blood spurted from the front of the man's leg as his kneecap was destroyed. He fell to the side with a scream, then started sobbing on the floor. "This can end very quickly for you, Vanilov," Ben said. "Or we can drag this out." Vanilov whimpered, but dragged himself forward with one leg and 2 arms closer to the edge. Jagged glass cut his hands, adding a reddish hue to the water as he squeezed the frame of the window. Vanilov thrust his good leg up and over the edge, eliciting another shout as glass shards ripped into his skin. He looked once more back at Ben, but Ben stared unmoving. Stoic, expressionless. The ice-cold water falling from the spouts above suddenly felt very refreshing on his face. He blinked away moisture as the alarms blared. Vanilov hesitated, and Ben tightened his grip on the rifle. Then he was defeated. Ben saw the man deflate. With one final sob, Vanilov pulled himself the rest of the way out the window, scratching and scraping along the bottom frame until his weight shifted enough and he was over. And then he disappeared from sight. Chapter 71. Ben. "Damn, bro, that was harsh." Ben looked over at Reggie. He wasn't in a joking mood. He knew his friend wasn't either. It was just how Reggie handled situations like this. Neither of them had thought they would have to kill today, but both had stepped up to the plate and done the job. Reggie clapped his shoulder, but Ben also wasn't in the mood for consolation. He brushed it off. "I vote we don't go out the same way Vanilov did," Reggie said, wiping his eyes and brow as the water continued to pour in. "You got any better ideas on how to get out of here?" Ben nodded. "Yeah, he said softly. "Same way we came in." He turned and walked over to the guards, still unconscious on Venilov's office floor. He started pulling at one of their shirts, unbuttoning the soaking wet rag and stripping the man down to his undershirt. Reggie got the hint and started working on his own guard. 2 minutes later, both men were dressed like mercenaries, soaking wet mercenaries. "Let's hope these guys aren't part of some close-knit team," Reggie said. "We don't actually look anything like them." "We don't speak Russian either," Ben said. "I guess comms are out then," Reggie said, smiling. Ben retrieved the weapon he had discarded, hoping that it hadn't sat too long in the water. He quickly broke it down and let water drip out of its barrel. He had found another full magazine on the guard's belt and loaded the rifle with it. Satisfied, he nodded at Reggie. Reggie approached the office door and swung it open, hiding behind it as Ben swept the hallway outside. For the moment, it was empty. He knew that Venilov had sent the 2 other guards to go check on the fire situation. That meant there were at least 2 armed guards somewhere on the premises who would now be very wet, very pissed off, and very much wanting revenge. But finding them wasn't Ben's current mission. "We have to find Ember," Ben said. "If you were a sadistic egomaniac, where would you hide her?" Reggie considered. "Basement, 100%. He's probably got her in some torture chamber as we speak." "Down we go, then." Reggie took the lead toward the stairs. Neither of them wanted to chance using the elevator now, and together they cleared the stairwells and jogged down, eventually ending up at a locked door. A keypad sat next to it, a small red light on it. Ben and Reggie had both found keycards on their guards, and Ben took his out now. The door clicked open, and Reggie pushed through. Down here, on the building's lowest level, the stairwell had been collecting all of the water, and there were 6 inches at their feet. Ben cleared the space beyond. There was a single guard standing halfway down the hallway, who turned to look as the door opened. Ben was ready, taking a knee in the water, and fired 3 shots. 2 of them hit, and the man flew backwards and down. 3 down, 1 to go, Ben said. He still felt bad for killing the guy, but they needed to find Ember quickly, and he didn't want to take the chance of this guy shooting them in the back. "Assuming there are only 4 of them," Reggie said. "Something tells me there are probably a lot more of these assholes spread out over the campus." "Without a doubt," Ben said. He stood and marched into the hallway, Reggie now behind him. This basement area had clearly been set up as a laboratory floor. Most of the walls were glass, and he could see into the spaces beyond, finding all manner of scientific equipment, computers, and other implements on tables inside. The spaces beyond the glass seemed similar to the labs Ben had seen in Zach's buildings, and Ben wondered if there was a universal science stuff store all of these nerds bought their gear from. They weren't here to gawk at the cool technology, and Ben hustled down the hallway, quickly clearing rooms as they passed them. At the end of the hall stood a single door. Ben did a quick circle, making sure they had covered all the spaces around them and wouldn't be caught by surprise. "If she's here, she's in this room," Reggie said. Ben didn't wait for an invitation. He swiped his keycard against the keypad again and saw the tiny light flash green. He pulled the handle and yanked the door open. Reggie had his gun up and aimed side to side. Reggie lowered his rifle, glanced at Ben, and smiled. Ben walked into the room then, immediately relieved to see a soaking wet Ember Clark tied to a chair in the center of the room. "What the hell took you guys so long?" she asked. Ben and Reggie stepped into the room. The door was held by a hydraulic arm, so it stayed open as they entered. "Ben just had to have a chat with the big guy upstairs," Reggie said. "And also, you're welcome." He winked at Ember, but Ember rolled her eyes. "If the roles were reversed," she said, "I'd have gotten you both out in 5 minutes. Probably less." Well, you were here the whole time, Reggie joked. Why didn't you get yourself out? Ben ignored the back and forth and stepped over to Ember. Her arms and legs were tied to the chair, and he pulled out a multi-tool he had found on the guard's belt. He opened its knife attachment and sliced through the ties. Ember immediately stood up in the water, rubbing her wrists. So, you got to talk to Venelov? The big guy upstairs. Reggie's eyes widened and glanced at Ben, then back at Ember. About that, he's not really upstairs anymore. Ember frowned, moving her jaw to the side as she eyed Ben. You didn't kill him, did you? He was our best bet at figuring out what was going on here. Ben shrugged, not meeting her eyes. No, I didn't kill him. Reggie chuckled. Ember glared at him. What did you do? I got angry, sorry, Ben said. But I know what was going on here. He was killing people. End of story. Ember snorted in laughter now as well, but jogged toward the door. Well, I'm glad you two had some time to bond, but I'm pretty damned sick of this place. And this water is cold as shit. You two have anything to do with that? Ben shook his head, but Reggie just pointed at him. Again, his fault. I was just here for the scenery. Chapter 72. Ben. Ben, Reggie, and Ember were surrounded. They had taken the stairs upward, aiming for the server closet Ember had found earlier. The server SAI was installed into had apparently not been spared the watery onslaught, so the plan had been to check it out, to see if they could install the USB drive in a different computer. Ember explained that the computers would automatically shut down if moisture was detected, but that they should then turn on once again after a few minutes. Still, they had not heard from SAE in over 20 minutes, and while the alarms and sprinklers had now stopped, none of them knew what SAI's status truly was. If he would come back online, they had no idea when. So they had taken the stairs two at a time, emptying out onto the balcony that stretched across the lobby area. And that was the problem. There, they had found the rest of Venelov's mercenaries. Ben thought he counted 8 total, all of them hiding behind cover down on the ground level of the lobby. Ben's group had run out onto the second-floor balcony, but had to duck for cover behind the glass railing as the air around them erupted with the onslaught of gunfire from down below. Going back the way they had come would lead them back to the stairs, either up or down, but he heard shouts coming from the stairwell. They were trying to cut them off, and he guessed the same would be found on the opposite stairwell at the other end of the building. They all fell back into the relative protection of the hallway, where they waited for a better plan. Ben crept forward and looked through the glass to the lobby below. He saw 3 guards to his left, and at least 3 more farther to the right near the front entrance, each of them hiding behind a chair, a table, or the entryway's desk itself. He heard voices from straight below him as well, so he figured there were at least another 2 down there somewhere. So, basically we're hosed, Ember said, gripping the assault rifle she had taken off the dead mercenary in the basement. It's an impasse for sure, Ben said. There's no way we can get out unless we pick them off one at a time, which would be suicide, and I doubt they'll rush us. They've got the benefit of time. They'll just wait us out. They might even call for backup. That would be my assumption, yes, Ben said. Vanilov certainly has more security guards on campus, and I wouldn't be surprised if whoever's in charge of security here called everyone toward the main building to make sure we can't get away. But they might also have other mercs on standby. Like I said, Amber added, we're hosed. We should have killed those 2 guys in Venilov's office, Reggie said. Ben shrugged. Snooze, you lose. Ember was currently watching to their right, aiming farther down the hallway, while Reggie faced the direction they had come from. If any guards wanted to rush the side stairs and meet him on the balcony, they would get picked off as soon as they rounded the corner. Ben had not seen any other staff or employees, so he assumed the threat of the fire, or the freezing cold water, had urged everyone outside. "At least we have the high ground," Reggie said. "And those railings are holding up against their fire, at least for now. Let's get out there a bit and try to start culling the herd. We don't have to take them all out, just enough to make a straight line for the exit." Ben watched as one of the mercenaries down below ran across the lobby and dove for cover. Ben ran forward a few feet to poke his body out from the hallway, brought his weapon up and over the railing, and aimed. He ducked back again as another guard on the opposite side of the room took a pot shot at him. It was useless. He would get picked off before he even had a chance to fire. And he could tell the mercenaries were making plans of attack. He heard voices, not even bothering to whisper, since they knew the invaders didn't understand Russian. "And they know they have us cornered. Ben, Reg, you hear me?" Ben put his finger up to his ear to wiggle the small device that had been glued inside his earlobe. It was Julie's voice. "You guys hear that?" he asked. SAI was back online and Julie was close by. Ember nodded. "I wasn't able to get a signal while I was locked in the basement," she said. "I assumed SAI was down." "He was," Ben said. "Not anymore." "Loud and clear," Reggie added. "But how can we hear you? Are you close?" Julie's response came immediately. "Are you in Venilov's headquarters building?" Ben smiled. "Yes, we are." "We're running a persona on a smartphone," she said. "It's exclusively running over the cellular network around us, so it's probably a bit spotty. But it should work to connect back to the main SAI interface in Anchorage. We'll be on the doorstep in 30 minutes. Ben's heart sank. So close, and yet so far. "We don't have 30 minutes," Ember shouted. Zach's voice cut in, clearer than Julie's. "Best we can do, guys, sorry. We were in downtown Irkutsk, which is about 45 out from your location." Ben followed another mercenary as the man ran from one side of the room to the other. "They want us distracted," he realized. "They're planning to flank us, so they want our attention focused downstairs." Ember's gun fired. He swiveled around and saw her aiming down the opposite hallway. "We've got company from the north," she shouted. "At least 2 hostiles that direction." "I just saw a movement down my hallway as well," Reggie said. Then he lowered his voice and spoke directly to Zach and Julie through SA. "I'm assuming you two heard that?" "Yes," came Zach and Julie's voice in unison. "Loud and clear. Can you find a place to hide?" Julie asked. Chapter 73. Ben. "Already exhausted that option," Ben responded. "Zach," Ember asked, "is there anything you can do? Anything you can think of to get us some extra help?" There was a pause. "Actually," Zach mumbled, "maybe. The system's pretty much the same." His voice trailed off, and Ben knew his brother was deep in thought. "Give me 5 minutes," Zach said. Ben frowned, wondering how his brother was going to manage cutting almost half an hour from their journey to Ben's location, but he didn't ask questions. Ember shouted again, this time facing the back wall. She was staring out the huge back window behind the balcony, out into the wheat fields. Ben wasn't sure what she was yelling about. Then he saw it. "Oh, shit," Reggie said. "Hey, Ben, we've got even more company." Ben nodded, watching along. So this is how they're going to flank us, he thought. From out of sight from the top of the building, scores of tiny quadcopter drones descended in unison. The drone army approached the window, and Ben then realized the term tiny was relative. Each drone was about 3 feet square, each of its 4 rotors 8 or 9 inches in diameter. The center of the machines looked like wasps, complete with stinger-like appendage that hung down from its mass. But these were no stingers. "Oh, crap! They're armed!" Reggie yelled. He fired 2 shots down the hallway, keeping the mercenaries around the corner at bay, but kept his eyes focused on the window. Ben recognized the drones. They were almost exactly like the ones Zack had showed them back in Anchorage, but these were larger, much larger. "This must be Venilov's external defense system," Ember said. "They can see, hear, and shoot, apparently. Good thing we're inside." The entire rear wall of the Venilov lobby was vaporized, suddenly disappearing in a shimmering waterfall of glass. It was replaced immediately by 1,000 rounds of high-powered, ball-bearing-sized rounds, each one creating a tiny dust cloud of glass and smoke as they impacted and tore through the window. Ben's eyes widened as the drones continued the onslaught, flying forward in formation as the wall fell away. He wondered how long it would take before they ran out of ammunition, but saw individual drones falling backward in the formation, then rising straight up and disappearing back to the roof, only to be replaced by another one. "They've got different groups of these assholes," he said. "It's like an old infantry line. One reloads while the other takes its place. And they march forward constantly," muttered Reggie. Ben glanced back down at the lobby, relieved to see that none of the men had moved since the last time they had fired at them. But he knew why. They didn't want to get cut down by the flying fray. They were there to prevent Ben and the others from running down the hallways. The fight was now upon them on all 4 fronts. The glass completely exploded now, just as the mercs on the other hallway pushed out and around the corner. They fired a few shots, sending Ben and the other 2 running for the center of the railing, right beneath the drone's hover. Ben pressed his back against the glass railing of the balcony as the cold air from outside swooped in with the drone wasps and caught his wet body, immediately chilling him to the core. And still the drones didn't stop. They zoomed through the cacophony of it all, only a few of them getting caught up in glass shards and dropping to the side. There must have been over 100 of them now, all trying to cram through the large window at the same time. Whatever security system this was, it was clear it was now being run by a human rather than completely automated. These drones were not in a tight formation, and he saw their onboard systems correcting to prevent colliding into each another. It was like a hive mind controlled by a remote queen, each individual unit working toward the ultimate goal, killing the 3 intruders inside. The first wave swooped toward Ben, and on instinct he pulled his elbow up and covered his eyes. He heard the loud roar of their 400 rotors at the same time, all of them zipping around, growing louder and louder, as if excited to finally catch their prey. He waited for the feeling of thousands of rounds of ammunition to pummel his body, shredding it. Chapter 74. Ben. The 100 or so drones raced toward the group huddled on the balcony. They were almost on him then, and he heard another whirring sound as each of the tiny motors that controlled their weapon systems began spinning up as well, preparing to open fire. They raced downward, the first wave of rounds falling at Ben's feet and bouncing up around him. And then they all stopped. As one, all of the quadcopters stopped about 10 feet above Ben's head. It was a single cloud of autonomous vehicles, hovering as they gently swayed in the air. Ben heard shouting from down below, voices in Russian he didn't understand. Were they concerned, upset? He, too, wondered why none of the attack drones had continued firing. He wasn't complaining, necessarily. It just seemed strange. "Ben, can you read me?" he heard Zack's voice ask. "Yeah, I read you." "The drones, are they there? Do you see them?" Ben's jaw dropped, and he saw a similar look of surprise on Reggie and Ember's faces. "Yeah, we're seeing them. Pretty hard to miss, considering they smashed through a wall to get here." He heard Zack laugh. "Sorry it took so long, but I'm glad I didn't need all 5 minutes. Sounds like you would have been shredded." Ben didn't answer. Anyway, I was able to get into the secure Venilov security and protection server that SAI couldn't access on his own. It took a little bit of poking around, but I got it. The instructions to run these guys are written in C++, not Russian. Julie was able to give me a hand. You guys hacked Venilov's security server and reprogrammed his drones from a phone? He heard Julie laugh as well. We just changed a few functions, gave the drones a new commander. Ben heard more shouts from down below. The mercenaries are getting restless. They're getting riled up down there, he said. Can you tell us how to use these things? Ember already knows how they work. They're basically the same system we had back in Anchorage and at the university, so we've told SAI to give her access. Copy that, Ember said. I've always wanted to take the fleet out for a spin. Ember, you should be able to give it instructions. It's got any number of language libraries built in, including Russian and English, so my assumption is that they will respond to English commands from you. Try it out. Move left, Ember said. Immediately, the drones started flying to the left as fast as possible. About 20 drones closest to the wall smashed into it before Ember yelled, "Stop!" The drones dropped into a hover once more, while a few drones who had hit the wall fell to the floor of the balcony. A few made it down to the lobby floor, and Ben heard more shouting and a few wild bursts of gunfire from the mercenaries there. He saw one man peek out around the corner of the hallway closest to him, and he fired his own weapon back at him. The man ducked away. Ember began talking once more. Fly forward, 15% velocity. The drones started moving forward, much more slowly, now moving like an alien colony of mechanid ships moving toward a planet. That seems to work better, Ember said, smiling. She turned to face Ben and Reggie. Mind covering me? She asked. Ben stood and walked over to where Ember had been crouched. He aimed down the hallway but didn't see any movement. Ember stood next to him, dead center on the balcony, her arms lifting into the air. She looked like a sorceress, a magician commanding an army of evil spirits. But she was no sorceress, and this was no magic. Identify mercenary targets on the first floor, she said confidently. Fire at will. Immediately, the drones flew over the edge of the balcony, using onboard video and infrared sensors to calculate their positioning. They flew over and around Ben, whirring by his face, only inches away. It was an incredible sight, but it was also deafening. His ears rang long after the last of the 100 drones sailed over the balcony railing and down to the lobby below. He heard the sounds of their tiny machine guns spinning up once again, bullets beginning to fly as each drone found a target. Then the chaos was heightened by the louder sounds of assault rifles as the mercenaries realized they were being attacked and tried to fight back. Ben turned and looked through the glass railing, but none of the mercenaries were even paying attention to the 3 intruders up on the balcony anymore. Because half of them were dead. There was blood splattered across the front window of the lobby, more pools of it behind 2 of the armchairs. He heard shouts and cries as more of the tiny, miniaturized rounds hit flesh. He was sure these men were wearing body armor, but their heads, necks, and legs would not be protected. The battle was over in mere seconds. Ben stared in awe and horror at the same time, as the drones split themselves into groups and hovered around any remaining targets. As one fell, the drones that had taken him down joined their flying brethren and helped with the remaining forces. One mercenary got off a lucky shot and took down 2 drones, his much more powerful assault rifle blasting the wasp-like centers of the drones into pieces. The final mercenary fell only a moment later, and Reggie let out a loud war whoop. "Damn!" he yelled. "That was insane!" Ben felt sick. Sure, they had been attacked by these mercenaries, but these men had just been doing a job, working an op. They didn't care about him, Reggie, or Ember, but they also didn't care about Venilov. They were not loyal to any particular party. They simply wanted to get the job done, to get paid. But they weren't getting paid today, or ever again. Ben started down the grand staircase, still hesitant, holding his rifle out in front of him while hoping that the drones downstairs hadn't missed any of the targets. They flitted around a bit, examining every crack and hiding spot in the lobby. A few scores of drones flew upward at Ember's command to find the remaining men hiding at either end of the hallway. There were more shouts, more gunfire, but within a minute, silence fell over the room. Their mission completed, the drones now rose about 20 feet straight up, level with Ember up on the balcony, and waited in a tumultuous cloud of whirring rotors. "Zach, do you read me?" Ben asked. "Your plan worked. Flawlessly. I can't believe you knew those drones were there and were able to get to them so quickly." There was a long pause, but then Zach's voice came, clearer now than it had been previously. "I saw a weird anomaly on the phone, saw a bunch of new IP addresses log onto the server, like a bunch of computers waking up at the same time or something." "The drones! Somebody else ordered them to attack. One of the guards or mercenaries was probably controlling them. I was able to get into the server just in time. They were coming for you guys, but Julie helped me change the functions in their programming at the last second. Glad to hear it worked out." Ben stood in the middle of the left staircase. Reggie and Ember were now starting to descend on the other side. He took a breath, realizing how close they had come. And yet, something didn't sit right with him. "Zach," he asked, "how'd you know about the drones?" "I told you, brother. I saw them all hit the server at the same time." Julie joined in. "It was a lucky break." Yeah, he thought. Pretty dang lucky. "Just another brush with death," Reggie said from the opposite stairwell. "A day in the life of the CSO." "Well, thanks. Glad you two were able to figure it out." "That's not all, Ben," Zach said. "I think we figured it out. Well, Julie figured it out." Ben continued walking down the stairs as he waited for his brother's explanation. "We'll talk when we get there. We're going to need lab space to test it out, but it sounds like we may have cracked it. We may have solved the Phoenix project." Ben frowned, meeting Reggie's eyes from across the lobby. They were on the ground floor now, Ben's stolen mercenary boots squishing through the bloody water as it pooled around his feet. There was still water everywhere. The entire space was soaked. Floors, ceilings, even walls seemed to be sagging from the half-hour onslaught of water. "I'm also assuming that means Vanilov is with you still? Did you take him prisoner? We're going to need him to talk, Ben, to answer for what he did." Ben stopped, not sure what to say. "Let's just talk when you get here," he said. Chapter 75. Ben. "What do you mean he's dead?" Zach asked. Zach and Julie had just arrived, finding little resistance at the front gates. 2 more guards had been watching at the open gate, but Ember had ordered her new army of flying attackers to dissuade them from attacking. They fled away from the campus. Ember had the drones perform a long, slow perimeter sweep both inside and outside the building, then linking them into SAI's control once more so the artificial intelligence could take over. SAI parked the drones in a preset security pattern, flying large loops over the entirety of the campus, on the lookout for anything they could identify as a weapon, or anyone wearing the same clothes as the guards, with the exception of Reggie and Ben, who were still dressed head to toe as soaking wet mercenaries. Safe for now, she joined the rest of them in the lobby as Ben answered his brother. Ben had been surprised to see his face, battered and scarred, with cuts on his cheeks, neck, and arms, but the younger man seemed to be okay. "Jumped out a window," Ben answered, not sure what came over him. Reggie giggled. Zach, horrified, looked from Ben to Reggie and back. "Is this a joke to you?" Ben frowned then, dropping Julie's hand from his and marching up to his kid brother. He stood about a foot taller than Zach and used every inch of it to intimidate the younger man. A joke? You killed my wife to get away from this guy, and I decided to kill him for it. And now you're asking me if I think this is a joke? Zach had not been prepared for a verbal onslaught, and he took 2 steps straight backward. Ember started walking over next to him, but Ben held out a hand. She's not going to protect you this time, man, Ben snarled. And if she thinks she's some hot-shit assassin who can take me out, well, she better do it when my back is turned. Because you and I are going to have words, whether she likes it or not. Ember stopped. Zach's head fell. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Everything is ruined. You were the one who injected my wife with whatever the hell it was. You were the one who made me think she was dead. I sort of understand the intent behind it, but to come in here and be mad at me, be mad at us for killing that asshole, that's a step too far. Zach backed away again, now pressed against the glass at the front of the lobby. There were fractures in the glass, as many of the smaller rounds from the drones and some of the larger rifle rounds had connected with it. Look, Ben, you got to understand. This is all bigger than you think it is. Bigger than just me or Julie. Why do we need Vanilov alive? Ben asked. Why can't you do your fancy science shit without him? Zach looked up again, and there were tears in his eyes. He was a great man. Ben's breath caught in his throat. He backed away then, stammering. What are you? Julie joined Ben and eyed his brother. What do you mean, he was a great man? Yeah, that guy sucked, Reggie added. If Ben wasn't going to off him, I certainly would have. Zach looked defeated, but he lifted his chin. He's the reason I came to find Julie, he said softly. He's the reason I've been working so hard to figure out how to stop this. Ben's scowl grew. Yeah, we know that already. He told us that before. You were trying to stop him from whatever it is he's been planning, so that you... Zach shook his head quickly. No, you're getting it all wrong. I told you that so that I could reveal the full truth to you when it was time. When you were ready. What do you mean, the whole truth? Julie asked. Zach looked at her, a heavy sadness in his eyes. I'm sorry, Julie. I lied to you too. I've been working with Vanilov for 2 years now. Ben's jaw dropped. He couldn't find any words. Instead, he stepped forward, his fist raised. Wait, at least let me explain, Zach said. I've been working with him because I believe in what he was doing. The biggest problem we're going to face in the next decade is absolutely overpopulation. There are just too many damned people sharing the same amount of space. There's not enough food, and there won't be unless... Look, we got the whole speech from Vanilov, Reggie said. He's growing some magical wheat plant that is going to prevent starvation, and he wants everybody in the world to think of him as their personal savior. No, that's not it at all, Zach said. Yes, he created a groundbreaking new seed that allows wheat to be grown faster and in drastically different climates and regions than anyone thought possible. But that alone isn't the discovery. What he found was that by allowing the wheat to grow only in certain areas, he can start reshaping what civilization looks like from the ground up. The water, Julie whispered. Ben looked over at his wife. You knew about this? Julie shook her head. It's just what Zach was telling you earlier, on our way here. That I figured out that the Phoenix Project isn't meant to control how the slime mold kills people. It's meant to control how it responds to water. I was listening to one of Vanilov's talks, and he kept alluding to the fact that food was not the only thing humans needed to survive. All life on Earth relies on food and water. Without either of these, there is no humanity. So I started looking at the program not from the standpoint of how it causes individual cells to break down and create some sort of deadly toxin that affects humans, but how it makes the cells break down and cause them to react with water. "And you figured it out?" Reggie asked. "I'm almost positive. But I need to test it. That's why we wanted to come here. I was hoping we could end all of this by giving Vanilov what he wanted. A way to turn it off. It's a kill switch, Ben. If I'm right, the program will affect the artificial mitochondria built into the mold to stop extracting energy from water. And since all wheat needs water to live, the slime mold will immediately kill any of it, on command." Ben frowned. What good is that to Vanilov? Why does he need to kill a bunch of wheat? I thought his whole goal was giving his product to everyone else in the... Ben cut himself off as he realized the obvious mistake he had made. Of course, Vanilov was not interested in killing off all wheat. He was interested in killing off the wheat that wasn't his. He wants to reform the world, to reshape the human population, using his product, Reggie said suddenly. Ben noticed Ember had slunk away from Zach and was now standing next to Julie. Apparently, she had not been aware of his betrayal either. She seemed to realize the implication as well. "He's created a product that only he controls," she said. "Whatever he puts the slime mold into, fertilizer, seed, whatever he sells to farmers, he can fully control. At the drop of a hat, using the program, he can turn its ability to extract energy from water on or off. The slime mold itself will expand, feeding on the wheat, but that could be a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship, like it would be in nature. But by giving it the ability to interact with Vanilov's computer program, and I'm guessing through some sort of broadcast system, he can literally tell the slime mold to kill his wheat or keep it alive." Zach waited for her to be done, then nodded. "If only you understood," he whispered. "I think I understand perfectly," Julie said, her voice dripping with venom. "Vanilov wants to give the world the ability to grow better food, more resilient crops. But at the same time, he wants to wipe out anything that's not his. Ultimately, he'll kill anybody not using Vanilov products." Chapter 76. Ben. Ben walked over to where his brother was standing against the glass wall in front of the lobby and punched him in the face, hard. Spittle and blood flew to the side as Zach's neck and upper body snapped over, and he crouched, cowering. Ember stepped forward but didn't intervene. "Stand up," Zach whimpered. "Stand up." "Ben, let's just go talk this out, man," Reggie said. Ben ignored his friend. He reached down, grabbed a chunk of Zach's hair, and yanked him straight up. "You killed my wife," Ben said. "You murdered her, the mother of my child. I told you," Zach mumbled. She's not dead. She's right there, Ben, remember? I wasn't trying to harm you or..." Ben punched his brother in the face once more. This time, Ember ran over. Ben turned to face her, his wide shoulders nearly consuming the smaller, thin woman. "I'm not going to fight you, Ember," Ben said. "I don't think I could beat you anyway." Her mouth was a thin line across her face. "Then don't." "Did you know about this? Were you in on this as well?" She shook her head. I knew about Julie. I was there, at a cafe across the street from the hospital. But I had no idea Zach was working with Vanilov." She flashed a cold glance toward his brother. "About his betrayal." "It's deeper than that," Julie said from behind Ben. "It's not that he lied to us. It's that he helped Vanilov with whatever his evil world domination plan is." Zach was rubbing his jaw, blood pouring out of his nose. "He's not trying to take over the world," Zach said. "He's not Hitler. Like I told you, he's a great man, a visionary. At least, he was." "Good riddance," Ben snapped. I didn't peg you as naive, little brother. But you don't get it, do you? Let's just say Vanilov's plan worked, that his new products made their way into the market, that the slime mold was able to be controlled by his company. He owns the company, Zach. Doesn't that tell you he's interested in control, in power? Zach shook his head. No, you don't understand. It's not like that. Ben raised his fist once more, but Ember reached out and threw her elbow around his, hooking his arm in place. She looked up at him. Stop, she said. Ben took a step back, bristling, but shook off her hold. He didn't want to fight her. He didn't want to fight any of them. But he wasn't going to stand here and listen to the yammering of a crazed lunatic, even if that crazed lunatic was his own brother. I'm done with this nonsense, Ben said. Julie, Reggie, find something we can use to tie his hands. What the hell? Zach asked. Ben didn't answer. He turned to Ember. Looks like you're going to have to pick sides, Ember. She was obviously still reeling about Zach's betrayal, but he could tell there was still love there for his kid brother. He saw it in her eyes as they darted back and forth between him and Zach. Finally, she shook her head. I won't. Okay, another set of ties for her then, he shouted to Reggie and Julie. Reggie was already kneeling by one of the dead mercenary guards, grabbing a pair of zip-tie cuffs from the man's belt. You got it, Ben, Reggie said. There was no joy in his voice. Try it and see what happens, Ember said. Just then, the wall of drones, softly humming as they hovered near the ceiling far away, suddenly moved down and formed a semicircle around Julie, Reggie, and the rest of the group. Ben's eyes darted back to his brother. It's all making sense to me now, he asked. You didn't build a company, seek out funding, set up the labs. You didn't program these drones. Zach shook his head. This is all Vanilov's work, isn't it? He provided all of this to you. I built SAI, Zach muttered. He's mine. Reggie, the cuffs. Don't you dare touch me or Ember, Zach said, his voice dripping with anger. If you lay a finger on either one of us, you'll what, Zach? You'll shoot us? Use your drone army to take us out? Zach and Ben stared at one another for what seemed like an hour. No one else spoke. The drones hovered, individual units flying up and out of the open lobby to recharge or reload at will. Reggie, hand me the cuffs, Ben said finally. SAI, you recognize the faces of my brother Julie and Reggie. SAI's voice rang in Ben's ear. Yes, Zach. Zach glared up at Ben. These are your targets. Affirmative, came the reply. Ben turned his head to the side a bit, his mouth falling open. You really want to do this? He asked. We really want to go down this way? There was malice in Zach's voice. I'm not going down, not today. We're too far along, too close to the end goal. Vanilov was too close and he was misguided near the end. I can't let you stop me. Reggie started walking over but was halted when a small squadron of drones descended and targeted the back of his head. He froze, his hands raising in the air. Zach mumbled something to SI. Ben could no longer hear the words over the sound of the drone's motors whirring up. He heard the sounds of the other onboard motors as well, the ones that controlled the small gun turrets hanging beneath them. Ben squeezed his eyes shut and once again waited for the end. Chapter 77. Ben. Then he heard Ember shout out an order. SAI, hold your fire! The turrets stopped spinning. Zach shot a glance at his girlfriend. Ember, what are you doing? SAI, return all defense drones to active patrol. Immediately, all of the drones began flying straight up and out of the window. Zach opened his mouth, likely to countermand the order, but Ember stepped between them and cut him off. Zach, not like this. You think you're doing the right thing, but you're threatening to kill your own brother? Your friends? How can you even possibly explain that?" Zack stammered, looking wildly from one person to the next. He didn't speak, his mouth flapping uselessly open and closed. "I trusted you, Zack. I've always trusted you. Hell, I want to trust you even now. But you do anything to harm these people, the good ones, the guys that were on your side, and this is over. We are over." Zack's head fell to the floor, and he began sobbing. It seemed as though a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "I wanted to help," he said. "I wanted to fix things." "You can help us fix things by figuring out how to turn it off," Julie said. "We need to stop what Vanilov started." He sobbed a few more seconds, then looked up at Ben's wife. "That's just it, Julie. There is no stopping it. What he put into motion, what I've been helping him with, there is no way to stop it. The shipments are already out. Thousands of farmers will be supplied within the week. It's too late. There's always a way to stop it, Zack. You don't get it. Even if he were still alive, and you could somehow convince him, he didn't know how. That's why you were helping us. That's why we did what we did. Vanilov isn't a monster, but he is driven. He's a scientist at heart, someone who wants to understand the way things work. When he first built the artificial mitochondria for the slime mold and gave it the ability to pull energy from any source around it, he knew it was groundbreaking technology. He knew it would change the world for the better, allow him to gently urge the world off the brink of collapse. "Gently," Ben scoffed. "Gently by killing half the world. No, not half, nowhere near that. But yes, Ben, if you want to fight overpopulation, people have to die." "There are other ways, far better ways," Reggie said. Zack chuckled. "Oh yeah? Like what? Tell me what you know about overpopulation, about worldwide agricultural loads and feeding masses of impoverished nations. Tell me what you know about any of this stuff and how to prevent it." "Let's get back to the point," Julie said. "You literally killed me, sure. You brought me to life later, but I died for this cause, Zack. You literally did what you did and told us it was because Vanilov was trying to stop us. Hell, he did send mercenaries to take us out. How can you possibly explain that?" Zack swallowed. "Yeah, that confused me at first, too. I thought I was helping Vanilov by getting you on our side. I visited you in the hospital, put you under, and tricked everyone into thinking you were dead, in order to incite you to work with me. Ember and I discussed it, and Vanilov confirmed. He knew it was the only way to really get your attention, all of you. We needed the stakes to be high. We needed to make you truly believe in what we were doing. But the whole point, your whole plan, relied on trying to stop Vanilov," Ben said. Zack shook his head. "No, not to stop him. To be able to stop the slime mold. As I said, Vanilov is no monster. He just wanted to understand what he created. But it's a biological life form. It literally has a mind of its own. Sure, we had our laboratory create the mold in the first place, tack on an artificial mitochondrial that was worthy of a Nobel Prize. And once that same slime mold reconfigures itself to use whatever energy source we program into it, it should die. It would effectively just disappear, its chemical composition breaking down into molecules that leave no trace of what it was before." "Meaning no one would ever know what Vanilov did," Ember said. Zack nodded. "Exactly. But Vanilov was scared too. The whole process worked in our trials, and he told me it was 99% safe. But if there was a chance it didn't work in the field, in real life? What if he could not program the thing to stop consuming the energy source? He didn't know how to put a governor on it, to let it work and operate for exactly as long as he needed it to, and then die off naturally. He was afraid it would be too powerful, too effective at pulling energy. Which would mean that it would consume far more than just the wheat plants, Julie said. Which means it wouldn't just take out a portion of the food for a certain population. It would, potentially, take out the entire world's supply. Zach nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. It was a long shot, but he was afraid it might be too strong, too capable, and he wouldn't be able to get it to stop eating. He's not trying to kill all of humanity, obviously. No, just the people he doesn't like. I'm guessing Russia's enemies? That I don't know, Zach said, looking down once more. He didn't tell me everything, but I don't think he was targeting any specific race. He's not trying to cleanse the world like Hitler was. There just needs to be fewer people. So that's why he needed me, Julie said. That's why you tricked me into working for him. You wanted me to figure out a way to actually stop the slime mold. You needed me to program something that would shut it down. Yes, and the Phoenix Project, the Russian pilot who crashed in our backyard, the wife of the scientist who helped us out of Venilov's other facility. He wasn't there by accident, was he? Zach swallowed. Ben's eyes widened as he listened to his wife's question. It was all making sense to him now. She's right, he said. Venilov sent that guy directly to us. I always thought it was a coincidence that something so sensitive happened to land in our backyard of all places. Bolshevik never told me where he was trying to go. That's because he was trying to land there, wasn't he? He was trying to make it to our cabin to give us the Phoenix Project and make it seem like it was some secret project the Russians were working on, something that we just had to know about. Yes, Zach said. He truly believed that what his wife had helped Venilov develop was somehow evil, and he wanted you to stop it. And you had to trick us into believing that Venilov was after us the whole time, Ben said, in order to get us on your side. Pretty nefarious plan, albeit brilliant as well, Reggie said. Zach stared blankly at Reggie. He knew it wasn't a compliment. But that doesn't answer my other question, Julie said. Venilov did send people after us. He tried to kill you and me in Anchorage. Then he sent mercenaries later. As if to underscore her statement, she looked around the room at the piles of dead guards and mercenaries on the floor. That's why I said I was confused at first, Zach said. But then I figured it out. Venilov stopped caring about finding a way to turn it off. The final tests must have come in, and he realized that 99% success rate was good enough for him. He was no longer concerned with finding a way to turn it off, because he knew it would work the way he'd planned. It would die off on its own, stop its killing of the wheat when it was supposed to. And I suppose Venilov was scared as well. One of his lead scientists made out with secret knowledge about the project, then met up with you all. You guys, who happened to be both capable and resilient. He couldn't take the risk of you guys figuring it all out and getting in his way. So your fearless leader, this great man of yours, stabbed you in the back, Ben said. You trusted him, all the way up until he decided not to trust you anymore. Zach hung his head again. And then he tried to have you killed, and nearly succeeded. If it wasn't for my wife, he would have. Chapter 78. Julie. Julie placed her arm on Ben's shoulder. She pulled him away from Zach and faced him. Ben, let's poke around a bit. The answers we need are here, all of them. If I can get into the servers, I might be able to figure out how to stop it. Zach was still shaking his head. I told you, there's no way to stop it. Reggie walked over with the zip-tie handcuffs and placed them around Zach's wrists, then pulled them tight. Don't make me duct tape your mouth shut too, little man, Reggie said. Zach scowled at him. Julie ignored the interchange. She pulled Ben to the side, then whispered, Ben, Don't do anything rash on my account. I'm alive, I'm here. Your brother made some egregious errors, but we can fix it. You don't have to hurt anyone else." Ben stared at her for a long moment, then finally nodded. As if rethinking things, he glanced over at Zach and Ember. "But what if I want to hurt someone?" Julie smiled. "Keep that fire, Ben. There's still plenty of work to be done. Zach may not be the person to help us now, but he's also not the person responsible for everything. He was duped by Vanilov. I've heard the man's speeches. He's very charismatic, so it doesn't surprise me that he's capable of turning someone like him." "Doesn't make it right," Ben said softly. "Of course it doesn't," Julie said, trying her best to keep her voice calm and even. "But as I said, we've got bigger fish to fry now. The shipments going out will be delivered soon, if they haven't been already. I don't know what agent will activate the slime mold, but I'm guessing it's water. When I figured that out, everything sort of clicked. And if Zach is right, if this thing can't be shut down remotely somehow, then we're going to have to do something else." "What's that?" Ben asked. She smiled, then dragged him away from the group. Reggie and Ember followed along, Reggie pulling Zach by his wrists. The young man stumbled at first, but fell in line, settling into his new fate as CSO prisoner. Ember caught up to Ben and Julie as she walked down the hallway to the left of the elevators. They hadn't been down this way before, and Julie figured it was as good a place to start as any. Step 1 is figuring out where Vanilov is shipping all his stuff, what his target is. My guess is that it's going to be somewhere outside the Russian border, save for a few key locations. "Can you explain that?" Ember said. Julie nodded quickly as they walked. Vanilov was a Russian national, a patriot. Whether or not he had Moscow's blessing is irrelevant. From what I've gathered, the man is as pro-Russia as it comes. So, naturally, he's targeting somewhere that's not Russia, maybe Eastern Europe, or even farther west. Someplace still connected to the supply chain by land, but he's not going to just kill off the entire wheat population of Europe, leaving Russia untouched. "Because it would point directly back to Russia," Ben said. "Exactly," Julie answered. "So, he's got to hit a few key spots in Russia as well. If we can figure out where these shipments are going, then we can tell them," Ember said. "Get the word out somehow." They walked toward the first room on the left, a large open space that looked to be a meeting hall or auditorium of some sort. "I've been here before," Ben said. "Nothing but a really terrible movie inside. It's where they were going to have the UN gatherings next month." They passed the room and checked the one on the opposite hall. A closet filled with janitorial supplies. "Best guess is there's nothing in here that will help us either," Reggie quipped. The third room they found seemed more promising. It was a large office space, complete with cubicles and desks with chairs. Near the sides of the room, everything was sopping wet. Cardboard boxes had simply melted into themselves, the papers inside just messy wads of pulp. In the center of the large room, the damage was minimal. There were computers as well, one on each desk. "Inert gas fire suppression," Reggie said. "Neat. Keeps fire away, but also won't destroy electronics." "We can't go through all of the hard drives," Julie said. "But this will be a good start." Ember was able to get SAI installed into a computer in the server room, but in here we might be able to find an unlocked computer that can access the intranet. Ember grabbed one of the laptops from a nearby desk, then handed it to Julie. She set it up on top of one of the desks, clicked around and changed the default language to English, and started working. It took a few minutes, but Julie was able to open a connection with the Vanilov manufacturing server's file structure and found some encrypted files behind a firewall. "Those are locked down tight," Ember said, watching Julie work. SAI, can you get into the system? He responded immediately through the laptop's built-in speakers, so everyone nearby could hear. I believe so. Give me a minute. Julie worked alongside SAI, and less than 30 seconds later came his reply. Looks like you should have access to anything on these servers now, he said. Thank you, SAI, Julie said. She clicked around, then found something promising. It says this is a map of all of the supply lines, as well as delivery destinations for supplies. Her voice trailed off as she opened the files, eventually finding one that was, in fact, an image of a map. But this can't be right. Julie had been wrong about her assumptions. Vanilov may have seemed like a true Russian patriot, but from what she was seeing here, what SAI verified by translating the Russian-labeled routes and cities into English, terrified her. Oh my God, Ember said. If this is accurate... Vanilov isn't targeting Europe at all, Julie confirmed. Or the United States, or anywhere else for that matter. She felt Ben's presence over her shoulder. He's targeting Russia. On the screen, all of the supply routes for Vanilov products led upward, to the north, cutting through Siberia, out to all of the places farther south labeled as wheat-growing regions, all the way down to the ocean and seacoasts and across the Russian mainland. At the bottom of the map, Julie saw a single sentence in Russian. She asked SAI to translate it. His voice came back into their ears immediately. Expected coverage of Vanilov product, 87% of wheat production. Chapter 79. Julie. I don't get it, Ben said. Why would Vanilov attack his own country? Next to him, still cuffed, Zach spoke as Julie listened to the discussion. I have no idea, but it's not just 87% of wheat. Wheat is a foundational product. It's a cereal grain. Other agriculture exists, but if you take out the cereal grain of an entire nation, you take down the entire food supply itself. Not just humans consume the grain. Livestock, chicken, fish, everything goes down. Okay, so he's knocking out Russia's entire food chain. This is surprising, even to me, Zach said. I never would have thought this would be his play. Wars have been fought for far less than this, Reggie added. Julie snapped her fingers. He's not trying to start a war. This will cause the exact opposite. Only Russia was targeted, so it's pretty clear that the rest of the world will think it didn't originate in Russia. People will think it was a terrorist attack, a coup attempt, whatever. I don't think anyone who understands world politics will think Vanilov was trying to take out his own government. So, what are you getting at? Ben asked. Well, what happens in any emergency or disaster, no matter the country. Aside from maybe North Korea, the rest of the world is usually happy to provide aid to that country's citizens. They'll drop their pitchforks and partner with the country to save as many innocent people as possible. They'll demand their countries help out, which will ignite a huge humanitarian effort the world over. Everyone will suddenly be on Russia's side, if only to save its citizens, even though millions will die. Ben jumped in. Millions will die, but that will also alleviate a lot of the burden the Russian state has to keep its citizens healthy. Fewer people, less food needed. And it has the added bonus of people forgetting why they were angry with Russia in the first place. Moscow can focus on building its army, on investing into defense tech and research, and eventually funnel all the money it used to spend keeping people alive into becoming a world superpower once again. Reggie's eyes widened. Holy crap, that's a perfect plan, evil as hell, but damn. Julie sighed. I wish I were wrong, but this does make sense. Vanilov was doing this for his country, not in spite of it. I don't know if he has the support of Moscow, but I would guess that they don't even know about it. He wouldn't need them to pull off any of it. so there would be no reason to let them know. Give them true, plausible deniability. The Kremlin can easily claim that Vanilov was misguided, or that it was an accident, if the world ever could figure out who was ultimately behind it. Either way, no one would be the wiser. Sounds like he would have his cake and eat it too, Reggie said. And it's a lot of cake, Ember said, circling areas on the map with her finger. He would easily be killing 100 million people, maybe more. Reggie whistled. Mostly poor, lower-middle-class people, too, Julie said. These regions aren't known for industrial power or commercial output. If you had to ask Vanilov which were the most disposable areas of Russia, I would guess he would say these are. By consolidating its people to the larger cities and domestically important areas, all of which he could feed with his wheat crop that can be planted anywhere, he's consolidating Russia's power. Same amount of land, same amount of resources, but more impact. I don't like that at all, Ben said. I don't either, Reggie said. So, how do we stop it? Julie turned and looked around at the group, then around the larger room, her eyes darting over every corner and wall. Where's Zach? Everyone turned and began looking around, and Ben and Reggie sprinted into the hallway. Zach was nowhere in sight. Shit, Ben said. We can't let him leave. Julie and the others trailed behind as they ran down the hallway toward the lobby. She thought she heard the sound of sirens reaching her ears from the broken glass to the outside. The clock was ticking. She knew they couldn't be here when the authorities arrived. Everyone at the facility had left except for the dead mercenaries littering the lobby floor, and she knew it was only a matter of time before one of the employees, perhaps Vanilov's assistant, who had also gotten away in the fray, recognized them. There would be questioning, detention, potentially even jail time, and the last thing they needed was to end up in a Russian prison. She sensed Ben felt the same way also. After spending 9 months in a Turkish prison, there was no way he was going to allow himself to get caught. What if he's gone? Reggie asked. So, what if he is? Ember said, her voice weary. The damage is done. He betrayed all of us, lied to me. Let the bastard go. Ben stopped and whirled around to face her. Let him go? He kidnapped my wife after making me think she was dead, tricked you and everyone else into thinking he was working for the greater good of mankind, and the whole time he was simply working with Vanilov, furthering his idol's cause. He didn't idolize. Knock it off, Ember, Ben snapped. You know as well as I do why Zach had to hide everything from us, why he has to run away now. Julie watched the exchange with anticipation. Ember placed her fists on her side, staring up at Ben. She cocked her head to the side. Why do you care? You going to kill him? I'm not going to kill my brother, but I am going to make him pay for what he did. How? Ember asked. You going to cut off his fingers and toes? Torture him like Vanilov's guy did? He still has all his fingers, last I checked. He told me they were all surface wounds, Julie interrupted. He said they just wanted him to hurt a little bit, not kill him, and now we know why. Vanilov wanted to know how much Zach had told us, but probably never intended to kill him. They turned to face her. She hadn't explained to them all that had happened since they had parted ways, but it was all coming together for her. Yes, Vanilov was working with Zach, or, I should say, Zach was working for Vanilov. My assumption, though, is that he needed what we were researching. Just like Zach said, he wanted a way to shut down the slime mold remotely, but when his tests proved to be massively successful, he decided to just take the rest of us out. He brought us to his mountainside facility in order to torture answers out of both me and Zach, to see what we knew. He very well might have killed me after that since I was useless to him. I can't say for sure whether he intended to kill Zach afterward, but I'd bet, after all this was launched, he would. He had to be sure you hadn't told us anything either, Reggie said, putting two and two together. Seems like you were the insurance policy on us, and we were the insurance policy on you. So where does that leave us now? Ben asked. I'd still really like to get my hands on that little punk. That little punk is still a genius, Ember said. A bit misguided, sure. But he's not an idiot. He was working for Venilov not because he's evil, but because he was smart enough to actually be of use to Venilov. And he's certainly crafty. I've taught him a bit over the years, too. He told him lies, Ember. Be that as it may, if Zach wanted to get away now, he'll be long gone. Just then, Julie heard the sound of SAI's voice drifting down from overhead. She looked up and saw the circular intercom speaker on the hallway ceiling. Affirmative, Ember, SAI said. Zach is now making his way off the property in one of the company vehicles. His hands were tied, Julie said. With zip ties, Ben mumbled. Not the hardest thing in the world to get out of. Ember turned and faced the others. SAI, if it's a company vehicle, is there any way to contact it? Any way to get in touch with Zach? There was a pause. Yes, came the reply. I can see the vehicle on the map, and it is still connected to the company's server. Stand by. There was another pause, this one longer, and suddenly Zach's voice crackled to life. SAI, is that you? Actually, it's all of us, Ember said. Zach, what the hell? You ran away from me? Damn it, Ember. I ran away from everyone. I know you can't trust me, and that's because you don't trust us, said Ben, raising his voice. You never have. You had to lie to us, to all of us, to get us to work with you. Ben, listen. I know you're not ready to hear it, but I still think... You're wrong, Zach, said Ben. And you're a coward. Hiding all of this from us, from the ones who could help you the most, then running away. That's a coward move. You wouldn't listen to me even if I stayed, Zach said. I guess we'll never know then, will we? Zach, where are you going now? Ember asked. Her voice was sad, pleading. Zach sighed, and the sound of the rushing air filled the hallway. I don't know, Ember. I just need some space from all of this. I think you all could use it as well. Like I said, I wasn't trying to hurt any of you. I still believe in what Venilov was trying to do. Still believe what he could do. Julie glanced at Ben. Then her eyes widened. Oh, shit. Zach, this has to stop. You can't continue on in the direction Venilov was heading. He's dead now. It's over. The pause that reached her ears now was even longer than the previous ones. After an interminable number of seconds, Julie heard his voice once more. You're still wrong, he said. I told you before. Venilov's plan can't be stopped, especially not now. And I've got everything I need to keep it going for the next phase. The next phase? Zach, don't. Goodbye, Ben, Zach said. Julie, Reggie, great to see you, Ember. I want you to know I love... Ember shouted at Sai to sever the connection immediately. The intercom speakers above and Sai's voice cut off. There were tears in her eyes as she turned to face Julie. Julie waited, watching the other woman's eyes and face. She tried to read the signs there, tried to get insight into what she was feeling. But this woman was a professional, a chameleon, able to adapt and hide her inner turmoil. Still, there were cracks. Julie saw clearly through them, saw the woman's heart beneath them. They all waited, tense, until finally Ember spoke once more. Ben, you asked me to pick sides earlier. Ben swallowed. Julie waited. "We can't let him go on with this," Ember continued quietly. "This has to stop." Chapter 80. Ben. "We need to get out of here first," Reggie said. He was hustling through the lobby, heading toward the front doors. Everyone was following behind him, dodging the bodies of the dead mercs and splashing around the lobby floor. The water had started subsiding, draining out from invisible cracks and holes around the facility, following the path of least resistance toward whatever nearby waterway it could find. In an hour, the water would be gone, and the headquarters building would be drying off, and swarming with police and whatever version of SWAT existed in Russia. Ben knew Reggie was right. They needed to go. "We need to find a back exit," Reggie continued. "Anyone know where Vanilov Manufacturing's parking lot is? Wherever Zach got his company car, that could also be a way out for us." Ben shook his head. "That ship has sailed. The sirens are getting louder, which means they're probably already on campus. There's only one road in and out of here, so our best bet is to slip into the woods, maybe try to cut the fence and sneak out that way. It'll be a hike, but I bet we can get back to town before nightfall." Julie rolled her eyes. Why can't things be easy? Ben looked at her but didn't speak. They were all soaking wet, and based on the little he'd heard from Julie after they'd arrived, she had been wet for quite some time. She had jumped off a cliff into icy water, barely catching a break before running into Vanilov's headquarters and getting soaked all over again. He followed Reggie down the opposite hallway and to the left, where they saw another exit door on the southeast side of the building. They walked quickly, but discussed plans as they moved. "I don't get it," Ben said. "Why all the cloak and dagger for working with Vanilov? If Zach needed our help, he could have just asked." "He probably thought the CSO was going to pry a little more than he felt comfortable with," Ember said. "For better or worse, you guys are pretty thorough. He knew Vanilov wouldn't approve of his sharing information with you, so he had to keep you at arm's length, even though Julie was the best bet for helping him out." "Can't argue with that," Reggie said, shrugging. "Still, that was a pretty elaborate plan, getting us all here like that. I thought it was a little fishy that he had so many connections in Russia, the QCL building on Irkutsk State University campus, that little traveling drone package he whipped out. I mean, Zach admitted it was mostly Vanilov's stuff, but that was all company stuff, wasn't it?" Ember nodded. "Without a doubt, with the exception of SAI. I watched him build that, and I think SAI's the only reason we weren't actually killed here. But Vanilov not only bankrolled Zach, he gave him access to the same technology created to protect this place. I wouldn't be surprised if Vanilov was initially unaware of that as well. Zach always liked to keep stuff like SAI under wraps. So Zach was surprised that Vanilov would actually try to kidnap him and Julie," Reggie said. "But Vanilov was probably equally surprised that Zach was able to use the security drones against him. Whatever the case, we need to stop Zach. We don't know his next move, and Vanilov's dead, so we can't ask what this next phase is. He knows we're trying to stop it all. He knows that we're ultimately trying to prevent Vanilov Manufacturing from taking down the entire Russian wheat supply. So his first move will be to counteract that, to prevent us from doing exactly that." "We never landed on how exactly we are going to do that," Julie said. "Well, the UN Environmental Forum thingy was going to be here next month. But now that Vanilov's dead and this place is a disaster, I doubt it'll go forward. But we can use that to our advantage. We've got some pretty incriminating evidence here, and we do still have SAI installed. Once we get back to town, we can meet back up with Vitaly and access SAI from there." Ember nodded. "Vitaly and SAI can get us whatever data we need from the servers to prove what happened here, to prove what we know so far about Vanilov's plan. We'll package it up and deliver it to the UN and maybe a few international policing agencies." "Won't Zach just shut down our access to SAI?" Ben asked. Everyone turned and looked at Ember as they walked. Eventually, yeah, but it might take some time. A portion of SAI's operating system is on that flash drive we left back in the server room. Unless he comes back here and pulls it out, we'll always be able to communicate with it. Ben was about to respond when Ember continued. "Of course. He could always just rewrite a bit of it to deny any non-mainframe level access points. That would effectively cut us off completely. Then we need to make sure we get back to town quickly," Julie said, "before this place is crawling with feds and police and Veniloff manufacturing IT people who might want to poke around. We have a limited time to act, and Zach knows we'll go for SAI's help. And once we collect this package of evidence and deliver it, we still don't have a way to turn off the slime mold that will kill all the wheat. That part still seems irreversible," Julie said. "Maybe so," Reggie said. "But all we have to do is get the word out quick enough so that none of the farmers purchasing Veniloff manufacturing product will use it. We need a total embargo on Veniloff product. Whatever it is, fertilizer, seed, soil additives, all of it needs to get the axe. There will be some bumps in the road, as I'm sure these farmers rely on their crops to grow at specific times, and this will lose them a ton of money. But we have to try." "And we can't trust the Russian government," Ben said. "It's possible some of them may be in on it already. We'll need another way to spread the word and convince local farmers not to use it." Ember sighed. "I'm open to ideas," she said. "But that's where I'm drawing a blank, too." Chapter 81. Ben. Ben held Julie's hand as they walked. The weather was nice, the crunching snow under their feet the only sign that the area had been covered in white earlier that day. They were just on the outside of Irkutsk, walking through a sparsely populated suburban area. They had been discussing plans, knowing that the first order of business was to get out of Russia. They didn't trust the government here to take their word for things. The way things had gone down at Veniloff Manufacturing scared Ben. For all he knew, the Russian army was looking for them right now. The sirens had waned as they left the vicinity of Veniloff Manufacturing. They had escaped out a back gate, the 2 guard stations they passed unmanned after the incident inside. Reggie talked with Ember, letting Ben and Julie catch up. Ben knew Julie wanted nothing more than to collapse onto her own bed, Ben and Hope in her arms. But the cabin was still under construction. It would be great to have her back, to get her opinion on progress. He also knew she wanted to stay on track with taking down Venilov's plan, even after his death. Her fight, like his, was personal. A vendetta that had just gotten infinitely more challenging now that Zach was gone. They reached a road that would take them toward Irkutsk proper, and Ben was thankful to see a corner store up ahead. They stopped there for supplies, snacks, drinks, and souvenir t-shirts. Ben and Reggie were still wearing the mercenary clothing, so throwing a shirt over the form-fitting black Kevlar vest and rugged shirts helped send the message that they were just civilians on a stroll through the neighborhood. Ember donned one as well, considering she had still been wearing the business attire she had picked out from the used clothing store. The last change Ben had to make was ripping the mustache off his face. Julie had made it obvious that it had to go, looking only at his upper lip when they spoke. As the glue pulled against his actual whiskers, she laughed. He feigned a look of pain, but she leaned up on her tiptoes and kissed him. It was long, and she fell into his body. He consumed her, realizing how much he had actually missed his wife. The convenience store owner stared strangely at the group but did not ask them any questions. When Julie pulled away from Ben, the man smiled sheepishly at them. While Zach had kept the burner phone he and Julie had purchased earlier, Julie had the wad of rubles given to her by Zora. She used this to pay for their items while Ben and the others walked outside to wait. When she emerged, Ben heard a crackling sound in his ear. He winced until he realized what it was. "Hello, all," the recognizable voice of SAI said. "I have a message from Harvey Bennett." Ben looked at Reggie and Ember. Ember rolled her eyes. "Just play the message, SAI." Zach's voice replaced SAI's when the message began. "I wanted to reach out once more, this time to let you know not to come looking for me. I have already reprogrammed SAI to respond only to my command." That was fast, Ben thought. Still, he knew Ember was right. Zach was brilliant. If anyone could manage this while on the run, it was his little brother. "I'm not an idiot," Zach continued. "I know Julie is already thinking about trying to find a back door to get in and reprogram SAI to suit your needs. She knows that will take time as well, probably months. Don't bother. I've already moved SAI's storage server and will be sending a team in to cleanse my Anchorage facility." Ben's eyes widened, matching Julie's. His little brother was going nuclear. "I'm going to disappear then. Not because I'm afraid, but because I can't have you meddling in my affairs. I know you don't believe me, Ben, but I truly didn't know the extent of what Venelov was planning. The little pieces of it he shared with me I bought into. That's it. I made a mistake, Ben. I still believe in those pieces, and now that Venelov's dead, I can do things my way. The right way. I know you've made mistakes as well, just like Venelov did, so I hope you can forgive me for mine." Ben sighed. He knew this was just a recording. There was no way he could try to argue with his kid brother. He was already on the move, having pre-recorded this message so that they all would receive it once they had reached civilization and could make a connection with an open network nearby. "Julie, I'm very sorry for what I had to do. I know you understand. You told me as much long before we got to this point. I just want you to know that nothing has changed. I did this because I believed it was right. I'm still going to do this, and I know you won't be able to just take me at my word. I can't tell you what I'm working on because you'll just try to stop me." He paused for a beat. "I actually love that about you. You're my sister, and I respect the hell out of you. You won't give up, no matter what. I guess that's something we Bennetts have in common. Ben's worn off on you, it seems." Ben knew what was coming next. He winced as Zach addressed him. "Ben, Harvey, what can I say that I haven't already said? I've always looked up to you, even though I thought you were a bit rash." Ben thought he heard a sniff. "Ever since Dad, never mind. You know what I'm going to say, so I'll just leave it at that." Ben could almost hear the anger, the frustration in his brother's voice. Zach didn't want to apologize to Ben, not yet. He didn't want to try to make amends. The wounds were still too fresh. Ben had left Zach, and now Zach was returning the favor. His brother owed Ben no apology. In his mind, it was the other way around. In truth, Ben didn't want an apology either. He was more than happy cutting ties with his brother once and for all. He knew that once he calmed down, once he was able to process through all of this and talk to Julie and Ember and Reggie, his thoughts might change. But for now, he was glad that Zach had left only a few short words for him. The recording wasn't done. "Ember, I'm so sorry. I should have told you about all of this early on. Once I began the project, though, things moved quickly. I got in over my head before I knew what was going on, and even though I still believe Venelov is right, I realize that it was like lying to you all this time. I hope you can believe me when I tell you that I'm sorry. I love you." Ben looked over at Ember. She was crying now, large tears draining from the sides of her face. She sniffed, wiping them away, then immediately changing her expression to one of coldness. Confidence. "SAI," Ember began. "Can you send a message to Zach?" There was no response. Ember tried again, then again. "SAI, can you hear me?" Zach had already severed ties. He had already shut down their access to his artificial intelligence program. Ember cried harder as they walked down the road toward Irkutsk. Epilogue. "Ben, you need to see this, buddy." Ben's gaze shifted from watching Julie work in the small kitchen of the hotel room to Reggie. His friend's lanky figure sprawled awkwardly over the hotel couch, laptop in hand. "Just read it to me," Ben asked. His body was sore, his mind exhausted. He didn't want to move, didn't want to do anything. They had survived leaving Russia, flown back home from Irkutsk, and were now staying in the same hotel in Anchorage Reggie had been checked into previously. Ember was in another hotel room, but she would be leaving tomorrow morning, flying to Denver. Julie had joined Ben on his side of the suite, and tomorrow they would meet up with her parents and Hope, who were currently flying back from their home. She hadn't told her parents anything yet, not wanting to upset them. Ben didn't envy the conversation his wife was going to have. He couldn't believe it had been less than a week since they had left his daughter with them. Time had flown quickly, a non-stop barrage of fighting off mercenaries, Vanilov manufacturing guards, and his own brother. It still pained him to realize that all of this was just preparation for another battle with his own brother. Flesh and blood, his own family. "No worries, I'll come to you." Reggie stood and walked over, nearly dropping the laptop on the table in front of Ben. He was tired as well, though Reggie would never admit it. Ben squinted as he read the headline. "Civilian Group Targets Philanthropic Russian Business." Ben frowned. "What the hell?" Julie gasped from the kitchen. "I'll let you read it, but the gist of it is that Zach has already started a smear campaign against us." Julie hustled over to their spot by the table and leaned over, her shoulder pressing into Ben's as she tried to see what was on screen. The news article was from a generally reputable source, not a tabloid or satire news company. The article was only a few hundred words long, but it got the point across succinctly and ended with a line stating that the report would be updated as news came in. "Why would he do this?" Julie asked. "I get that he wants to finish what Vanilov started, but why drag us through the mud?" "Because that's how you fight these days," Reggie said. "If he can successfully turn the world against us, anything we say about Vanilov will be seen as just angry backlash. He's setting up Vanilov as the victim, as the innocent bystander, and we were the ones who killed the guy, so—" "It's just one article," Julie said. "I wish it were," Reggie said. He grabbed the computer again and flipped over to another tab. "This is one from CNN, another one from Fox, another one from MSNBC. These are American news outlets, but he's got a PR team wound up and spewing this nonsense across international news as well. Obviously, plenty of them are Russian-based, but the ones that matter to us are all American or European, and all of them are falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker." Shit. Ben looked from his wife to his best friend and back. "We're going to stop him, though. He can do whatever he wants with a public relations firm. We've always sidestepped news outlets, and we will this time, too. My little brother wants to get cocky, wants to discredit us before we've even said anything or opened our mouths. Let him try." "Ben," Reggie explained, "this isn't nothing. This is a calculated effort, an attack meant to take us down before we even step foot out the door." "I know exactly what it is," Ben said, "and I'm tired of being underestimated. I'm tired of outsiders casting lots to determine our fate. When Mr. E was behind this organization, we had the power of his communications company at our disposal. Back then, this sort of thing never would have happened. Never could have happened." That's what we're saying, Ben, Julie said. It can happen now, because we don't have Mr. E backing us. Doesn't matter. I don't care what we have to do. I want to get back at Zach. I want to contact every news outlet he's blasting us through and get them to recant their story. Ben, it's not that. It is that simple, Jules, Ben said. It's even simpler than that, really. I've spent most of my life ignoring the news, even when they write about me or people I love. I've spent a lifetime doing what I knew to be right and just hoping other people would understand it eventually. Media and news outlets be damned, I'm going to win. He slammed his fist on the table, causing Reggie and Julie to step back. I will take my brother down if it's the last thing I do. If I lose my career, my reputation, but I take him down, it will all be worth it. Reggie and Julie were staring at Ben. Ben pushed his chair back, then stood up. He started pacing, thinking hard. He needed a plan, needed to figure out what the best next move would be. This was not a game he was used to playing, certainly not when he was used to winning. He didn't know how to play politics, to pit news sources against each other. So he needed to change the game altogether. My brother wants to play a mind game. He wants to get us worked up, get in our own heads. If we do that, he wins. What are you saying? Reggie asked, putting the laptop down. I'm saying it's time to change the game back again. Zach doesn't want a physical altercation. He doesn't want us lashing out the way we are good at, with force. If he engages us that way, he knows he'll lose, which is why he rushed all of this to print before any of us even had time to process it. Reggie nodded. Ben continued. No, we are not going to battle with Vanilov or Russia or the news. There's one target now. Ben, we're going to war with my little brother.
This has been The Epsilon Event by Nick Thacker. Copyright 2023 by Conundrum Publishing. All rights reserved. ConundrumPub.com.